Welcome back, everybody, to the ATR podcast. It is great to have the gang all back together. I, of course, am the host, Mark Williams, and I actually have my name on display right there. How about that? And of course, bringing back the one and only Mr. John Volkowski.
Well, we got a big day today. We got a special guest on. I'll let you guys talk a little more about that. And, you know, some big news in Rangerland over the last couple of weeks or so. So we'll talk about that. The Islanders, the name that we don't want to talk about, but we have to talk about, will be brought up again, obviously. And back our Islanders correspondent, Mr. Anthony Loralco.
Why am I the only schmuck that doesn't have their last name? You guys have both. It's just Anthony. Am I like, you know, like Sting now? Like no last name? I'm, you know, Sting. Just
Well,
that's how I'm known as, I guess.
You could actually just go down to Cam and Mike. I think I'll do nope. Okay, yeah, Anthony, you might have to leave and come back in, putting in your whole name. I don't know. That's up to you. So, well, it is Anthony Loralco, so we don't have to worry about that. By the way, just a reminder to everyone before we bring on our guest. Anyway, as I said before, today we're raffling off a Brian Leetch autographed puck. Just going to get on Zoom on there. There we go. Brian Leetch autographed puck today. There is a certificate of authenticity. If you can see it, there it is. Okay. Now it's not reflecting back. And just put Leetch in the comments. I'll make sure I enter it into the drawing. But so Anthony, what was it like, Turks and Caicos?
It was unbelievable. You know, I've been to the Dominican Republic and I've been to Bermuda. And Turks and Caicos blows both those locations. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, Bermuda was really nice, but Turks and Caicos was unbelievable. The water there was just like out of like a dream. It was awesome. So it was nice to get some time away with the family. But no, happy to be back and jump back in this thing.
Welcome in, Jeremy. I'm gonna start getting everybody's names down. And okay, first, it's Jeremy Breek. Okay. Guys, keep talking while I'm doing this.
Yeah, you know, it's funny when I went away, I was thinking, all right, well, I'm gonna be away for, you know, free agency. Clearly, I'm gonna, you know, I still had capability on my phone, but I'm like, I'm gonna be away when Big Lou makes his moves, and a week into free agency, and he still haven't done anything, which is really funny. But that's just who Lou is. Lou is Lou, beats to the tune of his own drum. But we'll get into that more later. But I just thought that was funny.
Yeah, well, we got a segment for the Islanders and a segment for the Rangers for grading their off seasons so far and what our thoughts on each is. I have some badly edited or well edited, but not exactly graphic artist quality videos to show on there too.
You know, before we get to our guest, I want to bring this one up. Anthony, would you trade Beuvillier in 2 seconds for Tarasenko at 25% retained?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, Beuvillier is a good young player on his own. You know, the Islanders are starting to become a little bit of an older team. Beuvillier, aside from Barzal and Wallstrom, was, you know, one of their younger forwards. And then 2 seconds on top of that for a guy who's coming off 3 shoulder surgeries. If the Blues were able to get that type of return for Tarasenko, he would have been traded 2 months ago. There's no way that type of return's on the table for Tarasenko. I think at this point, one of the reasons why he's not traded is Armstrong thinks the offers he's getting are really bad. So that's why he's holding on to him. I think his value is at an all-time low right now. So, but that might outweigh the Blues' need to move him because they only have, you know, a couple and change of million left in cap space, and they need to re-sign Robert Thomas and Sanford. So they're in a tough spot there.
Yeah, I'm with Anthony on this. And to go further, Chris, I would say right now, I wouldn't trade Beuvillier straight up for Tarasenko. Never mind add anything on it. I wouldn't do it, and I don't think the Islanders would.
Hmm.
And to go to talk about Alyssa's comment right here, you know what? They probably don't want to retain any salary, but if the market is as bad as it supposedly has been to the point where Armstrong took him off the market and said they didn't want to trade him right now, like a couple of weeks back, then you know what? They might have to retain something on him. They might.
It's either that, or they're going to have to, if they don't retain any salary, they're going to have to take a contract back. I would say at least a contract of like $3 million or so, because how many teams, contending teams, for that matter, can afford to take Tarasenko back at $7.5 million with no retained salary and not shedding a contract going the other way? The list is, the list is small.
The list is very small. You're right. The Rangers are pretty much one of the only teams that can do that. But I'll do these. Try to do these questions quick because we've got Marty coming on in 2 minutes. Better chance of getting Tarasenko? I'm going to say the Islanders. That's just me.
I think the Islanders have the not necessarily the pieces the Rangers do, but the Islanders have the need more than the Rangers.
Yeah, and I think the Rangers are more in them on a posturing type of thing. But
guys, we are going to interrupt everything right now because we got him right here. Marty Biron is with us. And yes. Marty, first off, great to see you. Always one of my favorite analysts on TV. And also that I'm a member of the 43 Club too. So
I like that. I see that in the background. That looks really good. So I'm happy to join you guys. I'm in my car right now. Sorry, I don't have a better studio background just because I've been running around doing errands, and I'm like, hey, I got to pull over. I got to take the time. Let's do it.
No worries. My background's pretty plain, so you got a better background than me.
So,
all right, Anthony, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, so Marty, thanks for joining us. I guess let's kick it off with the most hot topic right now is Jack Eichel. What are your thoughts on the process so far? Where do you see this going? Do you see him being a Sabre come training camp? How does this marriage end?
Well, I'll tell you this. I've said it from the beginning that it was going to be a long and very complicated process. Everybody was saying, no, a trade is imminent. I was always like, I just don't see it. And just because, number one, it's hard to make trades in this economic landscape in the National Hockey League with top-end players, with $10 million players. We saw Marc-Andre Fleury being traded from Vegas to Chicago for basically nothing. I mean, there's a prospect, but it was for nothing. So that makes it very hard for teams to acquire a big contract. But Jack Eichel is a top 5, top 10 player in the National Hockey League. So you need a return. You need to be able to get something back. And it better be good for the Sabres to set themselves moving forward if you were to make that move. So I think it's a very complicated transaction to make. I think you add that with the neck injury and, what is the approach to make Jack better. I think it just becomes very complicated. So Kevin Adams is doing what he has to do. He's taking his time and looking at all the options. And that's where we are in August right now, and there's still nothing done because it's going to take some time if it ends up getting done at some point. And it's still a big if in my mind.
Marty, do you think it gets to a point where Kevin Adams says the returns simply aren't good enough and he explores the idea of retaining some of Jack Eichel's salary?
Look, I don't know. I don't know what that conversation with the general managers are going to be. But I'll tell you this, if I'm sitting as a general manager and I have an asset and a player like a Jack Eichel or, put all those players that are in that same category and I'm looking to acquire assets, I don't think there's any salary being retained. Now, it could be, and maybe Kevin Adams is going to have to be creative in that way. But your ultimate goal is to be able to trade a player if you have to, or if that's what you want to do, and get pieces in return. We're seeing it. Like the Sabres traded Sam Reinhart to Florida. They traded Rasmus Ristolainen to Philadelphia. They didn't retain any salary in the Rasmus Ristolainen trade. Sam Reinhart doesn't have a contract moving forward right now because he's an RFA, so he's going to have to sign. So there was no salary retention possible there. But even with Risto, a lot of people were saying, well, if they traded Rasmus Ristolainen, there's got to have to be some salary retained by the Sabres. There was none. That's just the way it is. Like if you really want a player, and if you're a team that really wants a player, you have to get that player and you have to get that old contract. Now, most of the times when you see salary retention, it's because, that player has had some issues injury-wise or performance-wise, and you're trying to facilitate a trade. I don't think that the Sabres are trying to facilitate a Jack Eichel trade with anybody. I think they're saying, if anything, you guys out there that want Jack Eichel, you're going to facilitate the offer towards us. That's really the way I think it's coming down to.
Marty, do you think that they got a fair return so far for Risto and Reinhart? And if the answer is no on that, that's the reason why there's even more pressure to make the home run on the Eichel trade.
Now, listen, I would say general managers have to look at a transaction as individual transaction. And I don't think they look at it as we won or lost or whatnot. And then, we better win the next one because we lost the last one. They don't do that. They look at what's going to make their team better, and they try to achieve just that. Now, I really like the Rasmus Ristolainen trade. I thought that was great. They got a first-round pick in this past draft, which gave them 2 first-rounder. They got Robert Hagg. They got a pick later. I really like it. I thought that was great return for Risto. Risto is still a really good player in the National Hockey League. He's still young. He's got big, strong, big shot. He can put up some offensive numbers. And Philly is revamping their blue line, so they wanted to facilitate a trade, and they made it happen. The difference between the Ristolainen return and the Sam Reinhart return comes down to the contract. Sam Reinhart needs to sign a contract, and that contract may be in the $7+ million. And so Florida's saying, hey, listen, we're willing to take Sam Reinhart in a trade, but it's a lot of money. And we're helping you, Buffalo, by taking in that $7+ million. So the return for Sam Reinhart trade was not as much as a lot of people thought it was going to be, because you have to factor in the money that Florida's going to have to pay. If Sam Reinhart had been signed with 2 more years left at $5.5 million, that return would have been way higher. But it's not the case. Yeah. So Devin Levi is a really, really good goalie prospect. People in Florida know that they have multiple prospects in Florida. Spencer Knight is one of them. And Devin Levi was a goalie for Team Canada at the World Juniors. And we all got to see him. Kind of a late bloomer, but he's a really good goalie prospect. So that's good, because you can draft a goalie, but you don't really know what you're going to get out of that goaltender, right? Like Devin Levi was like a 7th round draft pick. And they now you know what kind of prospect he's going to be. So that replaces a draft pick that maybe you would want to use. And you got to pick as well. So I think that was a good return. I think people are saying, well, maybe he could have gotten more, but I break it down. And I think that's a good return.
Marty, more on the positive side of this for the Sabres, they drafted Owen Power 1st overall. I believe before he was drafted, I read something that he was maybe going to go back to Michigan. Do you think he's going to play for the Sabres this fall, or do you think he's going to go back to Michigan for another year?
Personally, I would want him to go back to Michigan. And there's different scenarios and circumstances for that. Did you guys see what Michigan's going to look like next year? It's going to be a powerhouse, right? Matt Bernier, Ken Johnson, Hughes on defense. Yeah. They have a goalie prospect for the Sabres, Eric Portillo, in net. It's going to be his first year starting at Michigan. He was there last year. I look at that team, and you can give Owen Power that experience of being on probably the #1 ranked team in college hockey, having a chance to win a national championship, and either get that experience of winning or not. Like having to be that #1 team And maybe they fail along the way and you learn from that. Maybe they win and you learn from that. So I really believe that the direction the Sabres are taking right now, they're in a rebuilding mode. They're getting younger. And maybe the approach of having Owen Power go back to Michigan is the better approach. Now, here's the thing. A number 1 overall pick usually wants to sign their contracts right away, right? But college players can't. Like if it was a OHL guy or a Quebec Major Junior Hockey League guy or a European guy, you could sign them and send them back to juniors. Or you can sign them and say, stay in Europe for a year. But college hockey players can't sign their contracts and then stay in college. So that's the one thing that's going to be a little bit tough for Owen Power is thinking, am I gambling this moving forward and say I'm going to sign my contract at the end of the hockey season?
Mm-hmm.
Or should I sign it right now and turn pro? So that's the only thing that could muddy the water.
Marty, speaking of learning experiences, what did you think of Owen Power's performance at the World Championships?
It was unbelievable. Listen, they did not do good in the first few games, and they looked really, really sluggish. And maybe there's a reason for that. Not a lot of people traveled overseas in the pandemic, and you got to get your legs going, and they're in Latvia and all of that. But I had a chance to talk to Jared Gallant, and new Rangers coach, but I talked to him about Owen Power at the World Championship. And he said, the more responsibility I gave him, the better he responded. And so now you're getting down, like you're winning a few games and you're like, wow, this kid's really good. Let's give him end of period shifts. Let's give him end of game shifts. Let's give him more responsibility. And he really responded and looked good. The size is there. We all can see the size is there. He's got decent skating. I would say above average skating, especially for a guy that size. He's got some really good offensive instincts that he'll develop probably playing college again and being able to dominate in the college ranks. So I thought he was really good, and you don't see that often. A college kid, a 17-year-old, maybe an 18-year-old kid going to the World Championship and playing that well. I went to the World Championship, and it was a lot of veterans, a lot of older players that enjoyed the process. There wasn't a lot of young players. There was one my year, and his name is Jay Bouwmeester, and he was defenseman of the tournament. And that was kind of his coming out party. He was in Florida at the time. The Panthers weren't doing really that great. And then all of a sudden, Jay Bouwmeester at the World Championship looked really good. I kind of look at Owen Power as the same thing. Like he went to the World Championship with no expectations. And by the end of it, he was like, wow, look at this player, right? So maybe it's the same thing that happened when Bouwmeester we were playing together. That's going back to 2003 World Championship when we won gold in Finland.
Marty, I'm going to pivot to your former teammate Chris Drury. How do you think he's done, like revamping the Rangers this offseason?
Well, number one, he's done some great work. I love Drew. I think he's a smart person. He's a competitor. So I met him when he first came to the Buffalo Sabres, right? So he went from Colorado to Calgary, and then he came to the Buffalo Sabres, and he brought that winning attitude. He brought that pedigree, that culture, right? He looked around the locker rooms, and there was no pictures of the Stanley Cup, not one. And he goes, "What are we playing for? Like, we're playing for the cup. There should be pictures of the Stanley Cup in the room somewhere, in the weight room. Like you're on the bench press, you're pumping iron. You want to see what you're pumping iron for, right?" So he brought that culture. And so now I look at the Rangers, and obviously there were some really tough decisions to make. He made some trades, but he did sign, obviously, Gaudreau and now Reeves I don't want to say to answer to Tom Wilson, but it's to bring that grit and that aspect of the game, just like the Tampa Bay Lightning did, and it brought them 2 cups. Like the Tampa Bay Lightning did not look at the Columbus Blue Jackets and say, we need to respond to Nick Foligno, and we need to respond to Josh Anderson, and we need to respond to John Tortorella. like they said, if we want to compete and win 4 rounds in the playoffs and win the cup, we need a different sandpaper aspect to our game that they didn't have at the time. So they got Barclay Goodrow, they got Blake Coleman, they got Pat Maroon, they got Yanni Gourde. Well, they had Yanni Gourde, but he got a better role. And so then the results were there. And the league, as you guys know, the NHL is a bit of a copycat league. Somebody does something well and the results are there. And then you're like, oh, I got to do the same thing a little bit, right? So I think that's what Chris Drury is looking at, is what do we have as a team? The Rangers were one of the highest scoring team in the second half of the season last year. Yeah, they did score 9 goals against Philly or whatnot, and it helps. But Zibanejad, Panarin, Lafreniere was better. FIlip was back. He was better. So I'm looking at that team. And now what do you need? You need a little bit of sandpaper, and Chris Drury was able to acquire that.
So, Marty, before we let you go, I got to ask you this question. So the guys above me are Ranger fans. I'm the Islander fan of the group. Being that you played goalie for both our teams. Talking about Ilya Sorokin and Igor Shesterkin, they've been best friends. They've dominated the KHL. How are they similar? How are they different? And what are you looking forward to both of them as they continue their careers next season?
In my opinion, they're extremely, extremely different. Shesterkin is a very athletic, very quick reflex type of goaltender. I remember when he got called up from Hartford and he came up to the New York Rangers, I watched a couple of games on TV. I wanted to see what he was all about because he was burning the league in the AHL. And he made a couple of saves on deflections and I'm like, oh, how did he get his glove out there? How did he get his blocker out there? Like, he just was really a quick reacting type of goaltender. I love his game. I think he's excellent. I think he's a stud. Sorokin on the other side is, I believe, more of a technical goaltender, relies more on positioning. He's got quickness. Obviously, you're playing the National Hockey League. You have to have quickness, but not on the Shesterkin level. So he's got to do things a little differently. I was really surprised, I have to say, in the playoffs last year when Barry Trotz kept going back to Semyon Varlamov, because I thought Sorokin played extremely well. And I think that competition is going to just get enhanced even more next year. And then the Islanders are going to have to make a decision. A little bit like the Rangers at Shesterkin and Georgiev kind of battling, and then Shesterkin took the lead. I want to see if Sorokin can take that lead with the New York Islanders. But Barry Trotz is the type of coach that likes to trust his veterans a little bit more. You can, criticize the Leo Komarov usage and protecting Matt Martin and Cal Clutterbuck in the expansion draft. But that's what Barry Trotz does. And that's why he's had success. So I'm not going to criticize that. But I think Sorokin's a really good goalie. But I think Shesterkin is a step above, in my opinion.
You just gave me some PTSD with Komarov on the first line. That was I shook my head at that.
PTSD going your way.
They didn't have Anders Lee, right? So now you're not trying to mess up all your lineup. With Anders Lee in the lineup, look out. I think this team is much different and really, really good.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot for your input, Marty. I really appreciate it. And, hopefully, for the Sabres' sake and both New York teams, they can have success next season, because that would be real great.
That would be awesome. And I can't wait to see fans in all arenas, just like they were in Cali at the end of the year with the Islanders. That was fun. And now moving to Belmont, I can't wait to see that building. And obviously, MSG is one of the best rinks to play in. Yeah. Well, there was, 1,500 fans, 2,000 fans or whatnot. The place sounded so loud. So I can't wait to see the place full out, buzzing like it used to.
Yeah. And awesome. Also, Marty, if I must say, man, do you have one of the greatest voices for this business?
Thanks. I absolutely hate my voice. Every time I hear myself talk, I'm like, God damn it. I think my mind thinks I don't have an accent. And then I listen to myself again, and I'm like, oh, you sound like a broken French record, right? But it works anyway. So.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. Well, it's music to our ears.
Yeah.
I can tell you
Well,
that.
guys, I appreciate you having me on. Enjoy the rest of the summer. Enjoy next season. It's going to be fun to see that battle, Rangers, Islanders, and hopefully not too many fights in the stands. I know it's entertaining for everybody, but stay safe, everybody. Don't get yourself hurt out there.
No.
You two, especially on top of one another, don't fight.
Yeah, we'll try not to.
Yeah.
Again, thank you
Thanks
very
a lot,
much,
Marty.
Marty.
Thanks a lot, Marty.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, have a good
Bye.
one.
All right. Wow.
Oh,
yeah.
that was awesome.
He's fantastic. And like I said,
Oh my God,
you
he's
just hear
great.
Marty Biron's voice, and then you going, I know I'm listening to hockey right now. That's what I know. It's just,
you know what's funny is he, out of all the interviews that I think that me and Anthony did, I think that might have to be my favorite one.
Yeah, it was.
He was hilarious.
Good.
He was great. He really was, and you could just tell he was having fun doing this. You can tell that we weren't like bothering him. He was just great. He really was.
well, we got a jam-packed show today because we're going to be going over both teams, the Rangers and the Islanders, also doing our honest press conferences and our bar talk, as well as taking your questions at the end. I am also going to be catching up with a lot of these Leetch names that have been.
Guys, what's with the Leetch comments?
No.
seeing
I told them to get in the drawing. Enter for the Leetch puck. You have to comment Leetch.
Oh,
yeah, because like Chris
missed that
Frost
part.
already has a Leetch puck, so he doesn't want one. So anyway, so guys, keep it up. You're doing great. And love all these comments so far. So again, looking over to the off season so far, Filk, we're gonna start with you. What's your thoughts on what Chris Drury? Oh wait, actually, hold on a minute, everybody. We got to play the opening for the Rangers off-season and the message that is being delivered. And I hope you're all familiar with the movie Tombstone.
All right, Clanton. You called down the thunder, well, now you got it. You see that?
David Backus, former captain of the Blues, just got buried by Sammy Blais.
Run! Tell all the other curs the line's coming! You tell them I'm coming! And hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
Again, I am not a graphic artist. I'm an editor. That's the best I could do with that.
No, but it's awesome. It's great.
Good.
But John, start us off with your thoughts.
That intro got me pretty pumped. The first time I saw it, I was just like, you know what? You're right. Hell's coming with it. And you know what? Say what you want about losing Buchnevich. I know that I've blasted Drury for the trade. I didn't think it was good. Still don't think it was good enough. At the end of the day, this team might be more balanced. It really might. And you know what? Pavel Buchnevich had a really good year last year. He was really the play driver on that line. But if you put Alexis Lafreniere there, who we all think is probably going to be a much better player than Pavel Buchnevich at his peak, you put him on that line. You put Kakko on the other wing, who looked like he was ready to step up into a top 10. Put them with Mika Zibanejad. You put Ryan Strome with obviously his man Artemi Panarin and Vitaly Kravtsov on that second line, and you put Chris Kreider with FIlip Chytil and a Barclay Goodrow on that third line. I mean, that third line looks like it's one of the better third lines in the entire league. It could be. And then your fourth line is Sammy Blais, Kevin Rooney, and Ryan Reeves. I mean, Ryan Reeves, what he does for this team, and I know everybody was saying, oh, he's a face puncher, he's a goon, this and that, and he plays on the edge. Yeah, he does. But you know what? If he's a dirtbag, he's our dirtbag now. And what he does for the other players on the team is he lets them go and rah, rah, rah with their chests out like that and going around. Because you know that if anyone takes retributions or takes liberties and shots at the players on this team, they know that they have somebody that's going to go out there and do the exact same thing to the other team and find the guy that did it and punch his damn face in. So you know what? You're allowed, like, if Anthony, I mean, Mark, same thing. You guys all know what it's like to have that type of guy on a team where you can go out there and you don't have to worry as nearly as much. I'm not going to say because it won't or can't happen, because it can still happen. But when you know you have that guy out there, it does wonders for you. It's a mental thing, and you can't measure that. And not only that, but Reeves is a locker room guy. Did you see his videos that he posted on Twitter when he came over?
No, I did not.
He's going to, he's pumping all the fans up. He's talking about how he wants to go out there and make a difference. He's already endeared himself to the fans. I mean, this guy's going to be a fan favorite. So a lot of the people that are saying, oh, I don't want him, whatever. You know what? When he goes out there and he starts fucking throwing that right around, telling you right now, a lot of opinions are going to change on him. And Sammy Blais, physical guy, Barclay Goodrow, pedigree, winner, penalty killer, defensive player, fighter. I mean, this is an element. And like Marty said, copycat league. That's what I've been saying for the last week and a half now. It's a copycat league. They're copying Tampa Bay. They're literally copying Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay did the same thing. They got smacked by Columbus. What did they do? Maroon, Coleman, Goodrow. And they won twice in a row. So you know what? It's a good thing. I think that, and it's not just a response to Wilson. I've said this. I've said it on Twitter. It's a culmination of events going back to the Carolina series. When the minute that Brady Shea laid out Jesper Fast in that first game, in that first period, right away, that was when everything started happening. That was the minute that this all came into play. But you know, I think they're a more balanced team. I think that they're going to be possibly a better team, especially if those kids take steps. They can replicate that. They can replace that production. So I think there's a lot of positivity here, and I think teams like the Islanders and the Penguins and the Bruins that slap them around, they're going to have a lot tougher time with the Rangers this year.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about when we broke the news and you did a 5-hour Q&A. John really did a 5-hour Q&A on Ryan Reeves. But it's just that. This is a shot across the bow. This is so that way maybe we can have some segments talking about how the Rangers are the ones that roughed up the Islanders and with the man down below in the box, instead of us looking at Anthony and going, gee, the Islanders really beat the piss out of the Rangers. The answer on the last 3 games against the Islanders, when they were outscored, 13-1, if I recall everything correctly. Correct me in the comments if I'm off slightly on that. But that was a joke. That's where David Quinn really kind of sealed his fate. And you know what? That ain't happening anymore. The Rangers can look over at Tampa Bay. They can look over at the Islanders, and they can start saying, we're going to go toe-to-toe with you guys. And it's not just about Tom Wilson roughing up some guys. This is about making goalies uncomfortable, making guys uncomfortable. When I got a guy running people, I'm uncomfortable on the ice. And that's why eventually, when I was in juniors, I was the guy that started running people. So that was fun, to be honest with you. But it's just, that's the message. The message was very clear. This team needed to get tougher. So now everybody in the Metro, take notice, because the New York Rangers, they're coming for you. They can score goals, and now they can supposedly, we'll see it on the ice. They're going to be standing up to you. They are not going to turn tail and hide, and you're not going to have Brendan Smith go out there to be miscast as the tough guy. But they got a tough guy. You're not going to get Brian Boyle miscast as the tough guy anymore. This is all things the Rangers had to have. Matt Martin, Brad Marchand really doesn't fight anymore. But, I mean, Matt Martin, Tom Wilson, look out. We got guys to answer you. Anthony?
Yeah, you guys really said it all. But, John, and you've said it in the past, the Rangers got pushed around by the Islanders, the Capitals, the Bruins, some of the teams in the Metro. So while on paper, if you look at it, because obviously they lost a skilled forward in Buchnevich and didn't bring anyone else in. You could say, okay, well, maybe they're a little worse in that regard, but it doesn't matter. They have enough skill to begin with, so they could afford to lose him. You brought in toughness that they needed, so I think it will balance out. I think even though they did lose Buchnevich, they're a better team right now. And you look at this league. The Lightning had that third line of Coleman, Gaudreau, and Gord. All guys. Even though Gord's a smaller guy, he played with Jam. Obviously, what Barclay Gaudreau does, and Blake Coleman, even though he's a skilled guy, he plays a hard-nosed game. So those are the type of players you need to really be competitive in this league, aside from skill. And the Rangers were missing that. Now when they play the Islanders, they have guys that could go up against the Martin, Clutterbuck, Zizekas line that are really physical. They can go into Washington and combat Tom Wilson. The Boston Bruins play a heavy game, so the Rangers could play that back to them now. So it's Drury made he pushed the right buttons, aside from the Buchnevich trade. But other than that, I like bringing in Gaudreau. Ryan Reeves, while he has flaws, he does what he's there to do. He's there to hit people and fight when needs to be. So I'm interested to see if Gallant uses him as an everyday player, or does he only dress against the more physical opponents? And when they play a faster team, does Reeves sit in the press box? That's yet to be determined. But Reeves is going to bring a lot to the Rangers. So I'm interested to see how Gallant handles that situation. But and listen, the off-season's not over too. The Rangers could still make some moves just like any other team. So so far so good. If I was a Ranger fan, I'd be relatively happy. But I think they addressed the biggest weakness they had, which was team toughness. So they're good for them.
By the way, Joe, I got family that moved out to Arizona. I have not been to Tombstone yet, but yeah, sometimes it does feel like 150 degrees whenever you're there. And even though that's probably going to be my destination eventually, but yeah, that's a different story. All right, so just one last round. And actually, Anthony, since you were up last, what would you give the Rangers as a grade this offseason?
All right, so I don't like the Buchnevich trade. And obviously they didn't add yet, at least. They didn't add their Eichel or another top center. I like the acquisition of Gaudreau. His contract is, limited, no trade. That's maybe a negative. Jared Tenori, Patrick Nemeth, they're bigger, tougher guys. So again, I get it. Not the most skilled guys, bottom pair guys. I don't know. So I would say overall, I would, I don't know. I'm hovering between like a B- or a C.
Ooh, okay. You're a little higher on it than I am. I'm going to say.
Sorry, I was just going to say.
You don't have to change it.
No, I'm not. What I was going to add was going between that though. I'm leaning more towards C.
Okay. I'm just below you. I said a C-. And the reason I say that is because the Buchnevich trade was just bad. There's no way around it. It was bad. Is it the end of the world? No. You have three guys that actually want to step up and try to replace his production in Lafreniere, Kakko, and Kravtsov. And I think that Lafreniere and Kakko could probably replace his production this year. Kravtsov, I'm not sure on yet. But if he plays with Strome and Panarin, there's a very good chance that he puts up the type of top six numbers that you would think. They addressed the toughness. They addressed getting better in their bottom six, which is it was paramount for them to do that. If you put Kreider on that third line, I think it makes it a better third line. Not only that, but you added a guy like Patrick Nemeth, who is an upgrade over Brendan Smith. I don't like the contract necessarily. I think it's a little high for him. I don't think he's a great defender, but I think that they view him as a compliment for Nils Lundkvist. So if Nils Lundkvist comes over, which they signed him, so that's one of the positives this offseason. They got Nils Lundkvist under contract, and there's a lot of people that'll think he'll be over this year. I will say that I like Sammy Blais as a player. I think that as a player, he could be a real good bottom six player. And then the other thing that not a lot of people are talking about right now is that Drury left this team open to other moves. There's a lot of cap space even after Igor's potential extension. Like if that deal gets signed in the $5 to $6 million range, they still have a ton of cap room to play with, and they're probably going to use a good portion of it. So Drury left them open. He didn't give out any egregiously bad contracts, even though he might have overpaid a bit for Gaudreau and Nemeth, but not really anything that's terrible. So I'll give it a C minus. I could see why you would give it a C. It's not bad, but it's not necessarily complete. But that's why I don't give it a D, though, because of the fact that they addressed some things, but Drury also left them open to be able to make other moves, which I think was really important for them. So they could go get Eichel if they want to, or they could go into next season, and I think they could still be a playoff team if they stand pat.
By the way, Rich Rotten, that's a great profile pic you got for that. That's awesome. And yeah, they still need a 3C if they want to upgrade from Chytil. I mean, you could still. I'm so torn between Chytil. I want them to upgrade to get more of a Yanni Gourde type, but on the other hand, it's also I like Chytil. I want him to. I think he just might be too finesse for the role that he's in right now. I'm seeing a lot of C's right now in the comments. Mine is actually going to be a B minus. I said earlier back when these videos were solo, they were going to have to move Buchnevich, especially with Kravtsov coming up. And I've maintained all along, you couldn't just leave him on the fourth line. You got to get production out of him, and that's what they did. They're moving Kravtsov up in the lineup. They got rid of Buchnevich, who his contract was going to be higher, $5.8 million, 4 years. That's a lot to swallow when you're trying to develop more talent. And you know what? By the way, Jeff, thank you very much. And they need to develop more talent, and you're not going to do that by keeping guys like Vitaly Kravtsov on the fourth line with Brett Howden. It's just not going to happen. So what they're doing right now, what they're setting up, I can't wait to see this team play right now, and especially with Gerard Gallant in there. And the one thing I was trying to get was when Kurt Russell waves to Sam Elliott, where Gerard Gallant is Sam Elliott on the train. But yeah, so by the way, if you haven't seen Tombstone, see Tombstone.
Awesome movie.
And yeah, John, you're right about this too. Flexibility is the key. You now can move Chris Kreider down the lineup, Lafreniere up the lineup, and you can also move guys in and out, especially in the bottom six. Sammy Blais doesn't have to play 82 games or 80 games. Neither does Ryan Reeves, but they could play 40 each right there. There you go.
Yeah, and I mean, another thing that we haven't even talked about like that, because I'm sorry to interrupt, but the flexibility, Dryden Hunt is a pretty good defensive winger. So if you want to take him and put him in for 40 games and put Ryan Reeves in for the other 40, and especially the big bouts against, the Capitals where you have Wilson, the Islanders where you have Martin, you can go and do that.
Jigga, we'll be talking about the Adam Fox deal in just a little bit, our potential deal. We actually haven't even mentioned the Igor Shesterkin deal. Really quick on this, do you think $6 million is going to be too rich for what he is right now?
No, I don't think so, because I think if you bridge him at 4, if they would look at for probably a bridge, I think if you bridge him at 4, you come back to him in 2 years, he's going to look for 7 to 8. I had this argument yesterday with somebody on Twitter who really didn't understand how that works, and I had to explain to this person that you can't sit there and compare other contracts. Like he pointed out that Marc-Andre Fleury was moved for nothing at $7 million, and he was a Vezina winner. You really can't make that comparison. The way that it works in the NHL is a lot of teams will buy out UFA years and pay for potential. I mean, I remember when the Edmonton Oilers did it with Jordan Eberle and Taylor Hall 9 years ago, right before the lockout, before that half-season lockout. And everybody was saying, wow, how could you give them $6 million a piece? These are guys that you were gambling on getting better. And you know what? They didn't get substantially better. Taylor Hall did. But Jordan Eberle kind of never got back to that plateau. But Jordan Eberle, his contract ended up actually looking really good because the cap went up over time. And it worked out for them. So getting Shesterkin to $6 million now for 7 to 8 years actually would benefit the Rangers going forward. Because if you bridge him, come back to him in 2 years, he's going to want a hell of a lot more money than that. So don't gamble on himself.
Well, those are our grades on the Rangers and their offseason. So far, it's only been about 3 weeks, although the league official year started last week, last Wednesday. So what do you think about it? I see you guys have been leaving a lot of grades so far. Keep commenting. Leave us a like. Don't forget to leave us a like as you're commenting on the Brian Leetch autograph puck. Make sure, if you haven't done it yet, to put Leetch in the comments to be entered into the drawing. Please only do it. I try to do it only once. I'm trying to keep up to make sure that it's fair for everyone. All right. But we're going to be moving on also because there's a lot of secrecy across the river, and we got to find out who's keeping those secrets.
It's a secret.
Shut up.
It's a secret.
Shut up.
To get Tarasenko out of St. Louis and to a new club. Now, we've been hearing a lot of different teams that have entered the mix that have gone out of it. It doesn't sound like Philly's there at this stage. The New York Rangers, New York Islanders, and New Jersey Devils.
Like what?
It's a secret.
Shut up.
I mean, sometimes you can let us all know, Lou. It's okay. So all's quiet on the Lou front. Anthony, can you get some information out?
I mean, I know, like, all the, league wide, they as we stated numerous times, they make the jokes about Lou Mafia and horse heads, and I feel like only Lou can get away with this type of thing. I mean, you guys heard all the reports. The reports are that he's already signed. He's already come to contract agreements with Kyle Palmieri, Casey Cizikas, Travis Zajac, and signed Zach Parise, but he hasn't filed any of the contracts with the league. And you haven't heard a peep from the agents, the players. I don't know how he pulls it all off. I guess they really do fear him about being crossed. But, the speculation is, and again, no one knows, but the speculation is that the reason why he's doing this is because he's working on other things, i.e. trades, and he doesn't want any teams to know what his cap situation is like. Because obviously if you file the contracts, then it gets out, and then you see where the team sits with the cap. Without filing the contracts, teams don't really have an idea of how much money he spent so far. And listen, at this point, who knows when he's going to let these deals be announced? I guess it's when one of these moves he's working on comes to fruition. But right now it's radio silence with Lou, and this is just the way he is. And I've seen, like, people on Twitter talk about how the league should do something about it, because then, as we said before, copycat league, that other GMs might do it, and if that happened, it would bring the league to a halt, because then there would be no movement, and the league should intervene and not let him do this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I mean, he's not doing anything illegal in the CBA, I guess. So Lou's going to continue to be Lou. And but yeah, as of right now, technically, the Islanders haven't signed anybody or made any moves. So your guess is as good as mine on what he's got cooking up. But we all know it's something. We just don't exactly know what it is.
I'll say two things in regard to that to start. One, if there's anybody who's as good with manipulating things like that and the CBA and anything like that, it's the man who helped make it, and that's Lou Lamoriello. Lou Lamoriello he got himself out of Vladimir Malakhov, Dan McGillis, and Alexander McGillney in 2006. And I couldn't believe he did that with only giving up one first-round pick to San Jose to move Malakhov's contract there. I will say the other thing is that any deals that are agreed upon, they have to go through central registry. So if there was something agreed upon and it wasn't announced, it would be announced, it would be leaked, because it would have to go through central registry. So, Lou technically hasn't done anything illegal. He's just smart. He's just smart. He knows how to manipulate stuff like this. Someone just commented. I heard Lou is in a Lou. I was just about to highlight that.
I'll let you highlight some of those.
But, oh my God! I mean, Is he a mobster or an Illuminati? Could he be both? Could he moonlight as one or the other? I mean, Lou Lamoriello is a genius, man. I mean, some of his moves in the last, the last 15 or so years, you could probably you could question them, but I mean, when it comes down to it, he's still smart. And yeah, Big Lou is definitely in waste management, Sean. So, I think the Sopranos reference to me before is pretty pretty accurate. Yeah, and yeah, Illuminati. Yeah, we could call it that from now on if you want. But I think the Islanders definitely have something up their sleeve. I think Lou is brewing something as we speak. Anthony, I remember when we were doing Off the Post and we got that word that Lamoriello was on the island, and we heard about that before anybody else did. So, you know what? He operates in secrecy. That's just how he is, and it's how he always will be. So, if something comes up, it's going to come up out of the blue, out of nowhere. So,
I mean, his off season so far, it's amazing. I'm actually going to say it's an A-, even though they basically couldn't do anything in the draft. But you shed $20 million of salary. It's unbelievable. And
he didn't.
There was a tweet from a contributor of ours. Let's just say his name is A. Loracco. And he said, it's great. We have an attractive team, an attractive destination, and nobody to get here. And sure enough, Lou responds with, okay, let's clear us a salary cap. He got rid of the Andrew Ladd contract, which was an albatross, almost a literal albatross.
And he did it without giving up a first-round pick. I mean, they actually, I thought they didn't have any draft picks, Anthony, for next year. They got their first and their second rounders. Yeah. So I mean, that's just, I marvel at it and going, wow, that's great. How do you have an A- in an off season when you didn't add anything but Zach Parise? Yeah. And if anything, you lost some guys.
Technically.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Because technically, because it's a secret. So
yeah.
Oh, by the way, did you?
So
guys
if you
go ahead, did you give your grade?
Oh, me?
Oh no, I didn't
either.
No, I didn't. No, I guess. Listen, it's hard to grade somebody when they haven't technically done anything. But I mean, I gotta like you. I guess I gotta give him an A-. You know, he got rid of Letty and got a second-round pick in return. He traded Andrew Ladd without giving a first or giving up a guy like, you know, Bellows or even like a guy like Samuel Bolduc or Bodie Wild. I mean, and he's managed to, like, again, if you believe the reports, he's managed to keep Palmieri, keep Zibanejad. You know, so yeah, you gotta. I would say that's a fair grade, A-. And I mean, I'll let Filk give his grade before I go back to what their team looks like right now, hypothetically. But yeah, I mean,
go ahead, Anthony. No, go ahead. Finish up.
All right. So if you plug in all these players that he's supposedly reached deals with, you know, you got Lee, Barzal, Wallstrom, Beuvillier, Nelson, Bailey, Parise, Pajot, Palmieri, and then Martin Cizikas, Clutterbuck. The only hole still left on this team is the spot left by Nick Leddy, because you have Pelech, Pullock as the first pair, then you'll have Green, Dobson as a third pair, and then the second pair is, you know, Open and then Mayfield. So that's really the only pressing need he needs to fill. And when you look at the UFA market, the only realistic options on the left side are Sami Vatanen or Eric Gustafsson, which aren't very good anymore. So I think it's clear that Lou is going to trade for a second pair of, you know, left-handed defensemen. And maybe that's what he's working on. Who really knows? I know Arthur Staple kind of gave out a list of potential targets. He listed Hampus Lindholm in Anaheim or Matthias Ekholm in Nashville and, you know, some other names. But that's the biggest hole. That's the biggest hole he needs to plug right now, is that Nick Leddy spot.
All right, Phil, wrap it up.
I'm going to say B+. I wouldn't. I was very tempted to say A- as well, but I mean, the salary clearing was amazing. He did a masterful job of that. He just really hasn't added anything to this point. And I know that the other guys are probably coming back. You're probably looking at, Palmieri coming back. Parise, yeah, it's a depth addition. I mean, Suzuka's coming back, okay. I mean, it depends on what those contracts are like as well. But he didn't add anybody on defense because now you got a hole in your top four. And, I mean, they didn't really add a big-time scorer. I think that they should give Oliver Wahlstrom a chance.
Yeah.
And honestly, just keep the salary open because the next couple of years are going to be pretty challenging for the Islanders, I would say. So if he adds somebody, let's just say he pulls off of Vladimir Tarasenko, I think it goes from a B+ to an A, at least borderline A+. So I'm going to say B+ for now. But again, that's with this offseason not being complete for them because I know it's not complete. I know there's a slew of things that's going to happen real soon for them. So I'll give them a B+ for right now.
I'll add quick. Elliot Friedman, when he was talking about the Islanders the other day in his 32, now it's called 32 Thoughts podcast, that the rumor is that he signed Cizikas for 6 years at 2.5. So, obviously gave more term to bring down the AAV. Cizikas was making 3.35. So if indeed that's the contract, he took a little more than $1 million per in discount, but got more years. So we'll see if that's, what it actually turns out to be. But that's what he said he was hearing.
Okay, we can't leave on that. If that's the case, what's your thoughts on that? Like,
well,
6 years? That's a lot of term.
I wanted Cizikas back. As Filk said, he's the guy that drives the motor on that fourth line. He's the true identity of an Islander. It's like they say about Matt Martin and other guys. He's tenacious penalty killer. He's physical, even though he's not a big guy. He can chip in offensively. So listen, on the open market, he was going to get, a raise. Let's face it. I mean, I heard that Seattle, when they reached out to him, he asked Seattle for $5 million. Maybe because he knew that he wanted to stay, and that's the only reason why he would have left. So he threw out a higher number. But I mean, I think if teams knew he was open to leaving, I think teams would listen. It's a silly season, guys. Teams would give him $4 million, a little bit of a raise. So 2.5, I'll take it. As far as the term, yeah, it's a little longer than I would like to go, but it's what they likely had to do to keep the player. So, and it didn't Barclay Goodrow get 6 years. So it's sometimes you have to pay the price to get the guy that you want. So yeah, sure, it's a little longer, but you're keeping him in the fold. So
the one thing I'll say with that, just I'll make this really quick. Goodrow was like I said with Drury, lost the battle on all three fronts. Lou won the battle there because the AAV's down. But you guys just got to worry about it being a Ryan Callahan situation and his body breaking down because he's a smaller yet physical player. So by year 4, that could be a problem if he gets banged up. So,
and Phil, the eye roll was because once again I lose the war against my tripod. So,
that's why I'm not using the tripod today.
It always happens. Well, guys, I know we got a huge Ranger crowd in there. And what are your thoughts on the Islanders postseason or off-season so far? Put it all down in the comments below. And again, you can always rewind to check out our interview with Marty Biron.
That was awesome.
It's still just music to my ears. All right. We got a bunch of topics to go around the NHL in our Bar Talk segment.
I'm going to take a shot on this one. I'm going to say beer.
I'm buying everybody around on this. Oh my God.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the All Things Rangers or the ATR Bar Talk segment, where we gauge our confidence on NHL topics based on our choice of drink. And as a change to everything now, we have graphics. Well, we could either do some little beers that are all down here, or you got the shot glass, or you got a beer right there. Yeah. So that just saved myself hours of editing time with this. So, by the way, also, if you haven't done it already, make sure you leave us a like. And the whole reason why I don't use that one too much is because it's right over Anthony's face if I do that. All right. Our first topic. New York Rangers are a playoff team next year. Filk.
Yeah, and I was just responding to Stephen Greco before in the comment section, and I think so. I don't want to say buy around, but I'll go with a beer here because I think that they'll be a wild card team. I think if it was under the old format, they would be anywhere from a 6 to 8 seed. I would say I think they can absolutely do it. It just depends on the kids. It depends on the 3 kids. If the lineup is configured the way that I think it'll be configured with Kreider on the third line and the 3 kids in the top 6 to balance out the scoring and balance out the lines, I think that they have a much better chance of being a much better team. Like I said before, the bottom 6 absolutely needed to be revamped. It needed to be improved, and it was big time. So that's going to help this team play. Gerard Gallant loves running 4 lines, unlike David Quinn, who overused his 4th line at times. Gerard Gallant will balance them out the right way. Gerard Gallant himself will also make this team better. So, I mean, you got another year of experience for the kids. I believe Chris Kreider invited Alexis Lafreniere and all the other young kids to go train with him in the offseason, which is huge because Chris Kreider is an absolute gym rat. We all know that. He's probably one of the most well-conditioned athletes in the entire league. He'll put them through hell, and he'll make them in much better shape. He'll make them stronger. I just think that this team is probably a playoff team, but not a team that makes a ton of noise in the playoffs, possibly, maybe. So, yeah, I'm gonna go with the beer.
I'm actually gonna be overconfident, and if it was bold predictions, like we'll be doing at the beginning of next season, that'll be a different story. But I'm gonna say I'm buying everybody around on this. The Rangers, it's tough to do it in that division because that division is going to be a monster. And the hardest thing to predict, and as we're going to get into that a little bit soon, is when Washington or Philadelphia or Pittsburgh are going to drop off. Philadelphia might jump back up into the mix. We don't know. It's not like Alain Vigneault forgot how to coach, though it looked like Chuck Fletcher forgot how to be a GM. I think the Islanders are in. And it's hard for me to look at Carolina right now and go, they're going to be in because the Carolina's got some holes. So even though they got a bunch of quality teams in their division, I'm going to go with the Rangers make the playoffs. Anthony.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm going beer because I mean it's not a shot because I'd say no chance, and round is saying definitely, which so I truly lie in the middle here. Obviously, in the Atlantic, you're going to have Boston, Tampa Bay, Toronto, likely as the top 3. But then you have Florida, who was a really good team this past season. That's going to be fighting the Rangers for a wild card spot, and then in the Metro, you're going to have a couple of teams jostling for wild cards / that top 3. Mark mentioned the Flyers. They added Ryan Ellis, Ristolainen, and Yandel on defense. They made a lot of moves. So they could be a good team again. I mean, who really knows? And obviously they made the swap of Cam Atkinson for Jake Voracek. Pittsburgh and Washington, I said this past season they were going to miss the playoffs, and I was dead wrong on that. I'm always waiting for the bottom to fall out on them. If it does, the Rangers could easily step right in, but I don't – could you really bet against them? They seem to always prove you wrong when you say they are. And then there's the Hurricanes, who – that's the one team I'll say they might not be as good. They lost, Nedeljkovic, who was really good. They lost Mrazek, their other goalie, and they brought in Freddie Anderson and Antti Ranta. To me, that might be a little bit of a downgrade in my opinion, because Nedeljkovic had a really good rookie year. I'm not that high on Freddie Anderson. And then the other moves they made were kind of like, but. Yeah, so I don't know. This is tough. I think the Rangers are going to be battling for a wild card spot for sure. For me, it comes down to Florida. Can the Rangers be a better team than Florida next season? That I honestly I don't know. I could see it happening. But I mean,
You're forgetting about
head,
a team.
What team is it forgetting?
Who?
Montreal.
No.
Montreal's not in their division, but I can tell you right now, that team's not going to be as good. They're not going to be as good. And Carolina, you also forgot, Dougie Hamilton's not there anymore. Look at that defense. Look at it's Slavin, Pesce, and then you have Ian Cole, who really isn't all that great. Ethan Bear, who could be a good puck mover for them. Tony DeAngelo, who we know is a dumpster fire in his own end. Brady Shea, who is another dumpster fire in his own end and is massively overpaid. Jake Gardner, who, again, another dumpster fire in his own end. Where is the defense there? So
that's a good point.
I don't like that team's defense. I don't like that team's defense at all. And you know what? The forward group, I mean, Morgan Geeky's gone. Not that I think that he was the biggest guy, but he gave them some solid depth back there. I mean, Jordan Martinook's back at a decent price. I mean, they still have their top six in check, but I mean, I don't know. It just to me, they have enough space for Svechnikov. They don't have to worry about that. It just they didn't get better. They downgraded, I think, quite a bit.
No, I don't think they got better. I don't think they got better.
Philly, I'm not sure on either. I mean, really, if you look at it, is Ristolainen an upgrade on Shane Gostisbehere? I don't think so. I mean, Cam Atkinson's a goal-scoring upgrade on Jake Voracek, but is Cam Atkinson a better player than Jake Voracek? No.
That's where the conversation is going to be in.
Yeah.
We're gonna move on to the next one though. Otherwise, because we're going to be here for a while ranking every single team.
Yeah.
And don't worry, we're going to go back to the Metro in a minute.
Yeah.
Adam Fox's next contract will be closer. I knew that was coming. I was trying to get the question out first. Thank you.
Bless you.
And don't worry, it's not from a disease of unknown origin. Adam Fox's next contract will be closer to Zach Werenski's new deal than Cale Makar's. Anthony, your thoughts on that?
You know, I was surprised with that Werenski contract, but you know, based on how people have been filing out of Columbus, I guess it's really not that much of a surprise that Columbus really made a huge commitment towards him because he's their best player now. But I would say it'll be more like Cale Makar personally. I think. I mean, listen, all three are really good defensemen. I also think they're very different defensemen personally. But I'm gonna say shot. I think it'll be more similar to Cale Makar than Zach Werenski's deal.
Okay.
I'm gonna say shot, and I think that it might be under Cale Makar's deal. I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I'm gonna say that he takes a discount. He wanted to be here. He spurned two different teams to basically force his way to the Rangers. I think eventually you're going to look at a deal for him that's probably about 8 years and $8.75 million per. I think it'll be just under 9. I would love it if you could get him for 8.5 and under, but I don't think that's going to happen at this point. I think 8 years, $8.75 million is probably what you're going to look at for Fox. So I'm going to say shot here.
Let's make it a clean sweep because I'm going to say shot as well. And the reason why is because everything you just outlined. He wants to be here. He's going to give them a hometown discount. He's going to want to play for his favorite team. And you know something? Adam Fox, he's a team guy. He's going to get the pressure from the union to kind of up those numbers a little bit. I think it's closer to be maybe a Thomas Chabot deal a little bit. I think Chabot got $8 million, right? Or
Chabot got 8 years, 64.
Right. So that's where it's going to be closer to than even Cale Makar's. I mean, both of them are ridiculous. But and the great thing is Adam Fox is only going to get better because that's who Adam Fox is. Anthony, going back to you right here. The New York Islanders will acquire Vladimir Tarasenko.
I'm gonna go beer. I mean, they've been in the mix since his name come up. They've been consistently one of the teams mentioned. It's a fit for both. I know Jeremy Rutherford said in an piece he wrote maybe last week, that obviously Tarasenko would be willing to wait for the Islanders. The Islanders need another high-end goal scorer. It's just a matter of if a team like New Jersey outbids them. I know New Jersey's in the mix, which is weird to me. I wouldn't think Tarasenko would want to waive to go to New Jersey, but I guess if he really wants to get out of St. Louis that bad, maybe he will. But I mean, the fit is there. It just comes down to St. Louis realizing that they're not going to get the moon for a guy like him right now, and kind of come to their senses and move him. And obviously the salary tension is a big part too. I outlined before, St. Louis has to re-sign Sanford and Robert Thomas. They probably want to get all of Tarasenko's $7.5 million off the books, but I also don't know if that's realistic. So, like Kevin Adams, I kind of think Doug Armstrong is being a little unreasonable with his request for Tarasenko right now. So, who knows? He might stick to his guns though. So, but yeah, I think the Islanders are a leading candidate to get him. So, I'm going to go Beer. The only reason why it's not around is because I feel like if it was that much of a slam dunk, Lou would have pulled it off already. So, but we'll see. There's still a lot of time left.
Filk.
Well, Beer here. Like Anthony said, they've been in the conversation ever since his name came up. I just wonder if Armstrong is going to be, like Anthony said, he's going to back off like Adams has to back off. I don't think the market is really there right now because I think teams are really concerned about that shoulder, and they have every right to be, because when a player has 3 consecutive surgeries, even if the third one is really the one that corrects the actual issue, you know what? A team has a right to be concerned. You're giving up assets for a player who's closer to 30 years old, whose numbers have kind of fallen off a little bit because of that injury. I mean, that's a shooting shoulder too. So if that's not fixed, that's a big problem. So I'm going to say Beer here. I do think that if he's dealt, I think that they're the favorite to land him though. So yeah.
I can only say the word Beer only because I want to say bye and everybody around. I'm convinced the Islanders are going to get him. But on the other hand, I think there's a chance he goes back to St. Louis. It's not as nasty as the Eichel situation, but nothing is. I mean, Jesus, nothing is. So I would have to say that's the guy they needed. When we were talking about Gabriel Landeskog 2 weeks ago, and even last week, I was like, the Islanders don't need Gabriel Landeskog. They have Anders Lee, who's almost the exact same player. What they need is a trigger man for that power play. And if you throw him up in the Ovechkin spot, even though I think Tarasenko's a lefty, right?
He's a lefty, yeah. He would be
on
the Kucherov spot.
You put him on the right point then. That's all you got to do. And then bombs away, and good luck every goaltender with Anders Lee's ass in front of you. So, that's why I think he just fits the Islanders so well. But there's also a chance he goes back. Staying in the Metro Division and the ones we were talking about before, the Capitals will drop off before the Penguins do. And I'm going to start this one. I'm buying everybody around. I thought about it for a second. I wanted to say Beer first because the only way I could say it is the Sidney Crosby is still there. And I think they would do better coaching jobs in Pittsburgh. I'm not in love with their goaltenders, especially after seeing Tristan Jarry not having a left arm. And freaking, I thought, I predicted Pittsburgh in 5 over the Islanders, and then the Islanders went, yeah, but he's got no glove, and then proved it. So I just don't know about Washington. I think once they deal Kuznetsov, I don't think they're going to replace him. I like Lavalier as a good coach, but he runs out of a message usually after 3 years. And that's just what I think. I just think the Caps will fall off first. And I just think Sidney Crosby is still one of the best players in the game. So I think that's what's going to help out the Penguins. Anthony.
I'm going to surprise you guys here. And I'm going to go shot here, actually. And I'll tell you why. I feel a lot more confident with Ilya Samsonov and Vitek Vanacek, who the Capitals reacquired, by the way, back from Seattle, than I do in Tristan Jarry and Casey DeSmith. Filk, you look confused.
There was something up with his contract, the front-loaded part of the contract. So I don't think the contract has been approved yet. The last I heard,
Oh,
is
you're
that
talking about
you're talking about Grubauer, right?
Grubauer, right?
Oh no, never. No, it was with Vanacek.
No, it was with Grubauer.
That was Grubauer.
Something I saw about Vanacek. No.
All right, well, look it up.
Yeah, I'd have to.
The
I'd have to look it up.
Capitals
Hold on.
reacquired him.
No, I know they
But
reacquired
anyway,
him, but there was...
Jarry and DeSmith, I don't think are good goaltenders. Crosby and Malkin are getting older. They lost Jared McCann, who I thought was a pretty good piece for Pittsburgh in that trade to Toronto. And then they lost Tanev to Seattle, and I thought Tanev was, aside from Jeff Carter, Tanev was I think was the Penguins' best player against the Islanders in that series. He was a pest to play against. He scored a couple of goals, and he was a good piece. So they lost two good forwards, and they really didn't do much outside of that, losing those two players. Jason Zucker hasn't been really that good lately. I'm not in love with their team. Again, the Capitals are getting older for sure. Backstrom, Ovechkin, they're aging. Even Oshie's starting to get a little older. But I don't like the Penguins mix right now, and I don't like their goaltending situation. So that's why I'm actually going shot here. I think the Penguins fall before the Capitals do.
All right, Filk.
I'm going to say beer because it depends on really the moves that are made here. I do agree with Anthony that the Penguins just on paper right now just do not have a good team. The Capitals core, when you think about it, is a little older than the Penguins core. They're on the same age, but Alexander Ovechkin and Evgeny Malkin are in the same year. When does Alexander Ovechkin's body start to break down a little bit? Because he's never really been injured. He's never really been injured in all of his career, and you start to wonder, when does he have that first injury where you're like, oh wow, there's a nick in the armor there, Sidney Crosby, I think, is going to be the best player out of all the player on these teams for the longest. I think his game is not predicated on speed or any physical tools or anything like that. He just has all world smarts and skills, some of the best we've ever seen and ever will see. So I think he'll last longer. It comes down to Evgeny Malkin and how healthy he can stay. Does TJ Oshie start falling off really soon? Does Nicholas Backstrom start falling off really soon? I'm with Anthony. I like Washington's net situation better, but I don't like it that much because as highly regarded as a prospect as Samsonov has been, his results at the NHL level really haven't been great so far to this point. But with that said, he's not a tire fire like Tristan Jarry is. And his glove hand is not supposed to go across his body to try to stop a damn shot. So
don't forget, Tristan Jarry had the assist on Josh Bailey's overtime winner.
Yeah, he's not one of those either. But Samsonov did not play well against the Bruins, and that's part of why the Bruins won that series against the Capitals. Samsonov was not good. Don't fool yourself. Pittsburgh's cap situation, if you look at their cap situation, their team lost a lot of depth. They're still waiting for Kasperi Kapanen to take that next step forward, if he ever will. Does Jeff Carter play like he played down the stretch and in the playoffs last year? I mean, they brought in Danton Heinen, nothing really special, but a decent bottom six player. They brought in Brock McGinn, again, nothing special, but a decent bottom six player. Does Jason Zucker come back, or is he still a milk carton type player? Chris Letang, 34, so many injuries. You wonder what you get from him. Brian Dumoulin, solid. John Marino, does he take another step forward? Does Mike Matheson rebound? Because Mike Matheson's been atrocious, really, to tell you the truth, for the last, I would say, couple of years at least. And Pittsburgh only has less than $2 million in cap space. So where is their ability to make a move? Their prospect pool sucks, to be flat out honest with you. And I don't know if I like really that team at all, honestly, to tell you the truth. So I'm going to say a beer here. But if Pittsburgh can make a move or two to kind of improve this team, I do like their outlook a little better at that point than I do with Washington. So I'm going beer.
Sticking in the Metro Division, the Carolina Hurricanes won the goalie swap for Freddie Anderson over Peter Mrazek with the Toronto Maple Leafs. Anthony?
I'm actually gonna go shot here again. Peter Mrazek, I was never sold on him, and he was injured a lot at times. But if you look when he actually was playing and healthy, his save percentage was actually pretty outstanding. I think he's a better goaltender than Freddie Anderson. I think Freddie Anderson got overrated playing in that hotbed up there in Toronto. I never really thought he was that good. So I think, as I outlined earlier, I think the Hurricanes really screwed up in net letting Nedeljkovic go, and Mrazek go. I think they're worse as a pair, as a goalie tandem right now with Anderson and Ranta. So no, they definitely did not win the goalie swap. And Don Waddell is doing Don Waddell things again this offseason in Carolina.
Filk?
Waddell's going to Waddell. I mean, we were saying Oilers going to oil. Waddell's going to Waddell.
It's still not quite Oilers. Oil's got to oil.
Well, I don't understand what the hell he was doing with the Nedeljkovic deal. Is Freddie Anderson any better than Peter Mrazek at this point? I think it's a lateral move at best or worst. I really don't. So I'm going to say shot here because it's literally a lateral move for me. But, I mean, really, if you look at the playoff experience, Anderson probably has just as much as Mrazek, and the results are probably just about the same. I mean, I know Mrazek went to a conference finals with Carolina, but they were a much better team than any of the Toronto teams that Anderson had in front of him. So I'm going shot here.
Clean sweep again, boys. Another shot, because no, Freddie Anderson is not healthy anymore. He wasn't last year. His game was starting to drop off, possibly because he was shell-shocked by seeing more rubber than the Long Island Expressway. But it's also that he doesn't look like that goalie that was confident anymore. And just like my golf game, when your confidence is gone, you're just total train wreck. So hopefully I get to play golf this week too. I'm supposed to be playing Bethpage Green tomorrow. But yeah, no, they did not win that. All right. Now we could possibly add another name to this, but I'm still going to go with this title. Marc-Andre Fleury will take the Blackhawks to the playoffs. Filk, start us off.
Shot. Where is their defense aside from Seth Jones? I like the makeup look of their forward group if Jonathan Taves comes back and is healthy. Apparently he was at a concert recently. I know that stirred up a bunch of controversy on social media. I'm not going to really get into that, but I'd imagine it looks like he probably will play. I just wonder how effective he's going to be after all that. I mean, you got Alex DeBrincat. Tyler Johnson, I still think has something left in the tank. Dominic Kubalik could take a step forward. If Brett Connolly's a good bottom six player, he'll help. You wonder if Dylan Strome can take a next step, because this is a big year for him because it's a contract year. He's a restricted free agent after the season. I like the Adam Gaudette addition, the bottom six. Kirby Dach coming back should take a step forward. Jujhar Khaira is a good bottom six addition, but their defense, like seriously, Seth Jones, and often injured Calvin DeHaan, former Islander, one of Anthony's favorites. Jake McCabe, a little overpaid. Don't mind him. Connor Murphy, but what else? So Marc-Andre Fleury is really going to have to shoulder a load if they want to make the playoffs. I'm gonna say shot here.
You know, since we're going in this circle, I have to go next, Dan, even though I should have just slid it down to you because I was typing at the moment. No, it's shot. I want to believe in the Blackhawks. I can't. That division's brutal. You're going to have to go through Dallas, Colorado, St. Louis, no Vegas. Well, Arizona's in it. Yay. Nashville and Minnesota. So, yeah. I mean,
they're a wild card.
Those teams drop off, and I think they're going to get 2 wild cards, but I just don't see Chicago being able to do it. Anthony,
shot, but I mean Fleury, Seth Jones, Tyler Johnson. Taves coming back. Patrick Kane still playing at a high level. I think they'll be a better team, but I don't think they're going to be able to make the playoffs. And not to, they also, mind you, they lost Pia Suter, who actually was a little bit of a surprise to them. He wasn't bad for them last year, but again, those additions alone, they'll be a better team. But I don't think they have enough yet to be in the playoffs. So I'll agree with you guys and give it a shot.
I didn't see what your response was there, Filk. For those of you who don't know, whenever I hit stop mic, my old headshot comes up from my acting days, and there it is right there. So yeah, absolutely shot. And the last one I'm gonna start too right now, and everybody stay with me and my thinking on this. But
this is going to be some galaxy brain shit.
This is going to be some galaxy brain shit.
Maybe.
Yeah, if true, the NHL needs to ban Evander Kane. I'm going to start this, and I'm buying probably everyone in this chat around. Boom. And I'm going to leave it up there for a little bit. Let's just say this is the Pete Rose segment. Because all the time I get in this argument, especially being a bartender, and I know I'm going to get some hate in this chat, so guys, feel free to do it. But Pete Rose should never be in the Hall of Fame or enshrined in the Hall of Fame. He already is. His bat's there. His uniform's there. Several pictures of him are there. There's a story about him. But you can't. You bet on the game. As soon as you compromise the integrity of the game. Now, I know what I'm going to hear. Oh, he bet on his own team. Let's say that's what Evander Kane did. He bet on the Sharks. Well, did he bet on the Sharks 82 times? Because as soon as you don't, that says he's not confident and bet against the Sharks. Also, let's take Evander Kane as a player. Players talk. The NHL doesn't exactly divulge injury information, upper body, lower body. Could be anything from appendicitis on the upper body to a concussion. We have no idea. That's all we just say. So Evander Kane now is privy to inside information. Oh, wait a minute. They're not playing player X because his knee hurts. Because sometimes players will just talk either about a player or they'll just talk in general. No, if this is a serious thing, and if he's unequivocally denying it. So far there's that, and he better stay with that story. That story permutates in any way. Done. You're just done because you can't trust him then. So that's the deal with that. Now, if you ever want to say, back to the Pete Rose thing for real quick. Oh, he bet on his team. Oh, he's trying to encourage his guys. Yeah. You ever have a fantasy football team and you're yelling at the TV? Now be the manager on that team. Be the head coach. Be like, come on, Calvin Johnson, you got to get another reception. I need this. Well, why? So, no, you're going to – this is the biggest buy everybody around I think I've ever bought, more than Bryce Harper Taylor Hall being the Bryce Harper of hockey. So – This is ridiculous. No, Evander Kane. If this is true, goodbye. Don't ever look back. Anthony,
I'm gonna go round two. I think if he was indeed betting on the sport, betting games he was playing in, he needs to be banned. Pete Rose was. So why not do it to Evander Kane? Now the only difference is, while I say they need to ban him, I've softened and said that Pete Rose should not be. They should lift the ban. The guy's an old man. He's one of the best players to ever play the game of baseball. Evander Kane's not one of the best players to ever play hockey. So that's why, while I say yes, they need to ban Kane, on the other flip side of it, I think time is really passed. Pete Rose should be allowed back into the Hall of Fame before the guy eventually passes one day, and they should lift that ban. But with Evander Kane right now, he's not even in the same category of an athlete Pete Rose. So Evander Kane, this day and age, to do this, there's no place for it in the sport for an active player, and he absolutely needs to be banned. So I'm going to go round.
I'm gonna buy around. You know what? Ban him as a player. He can't be there. And I'm with you on the Pete Rose thing. Listen. He should be a Hall of Famer because of his career as a player. You wanted to say that you wanted to not have him mentioned at all as a manager, fine. but he's one of the best hitters of all time as a player. So you know what? What he did as a manager should impact what he did as a player, and that's part of why I think Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame. But I definitely agree as a player. Evander Kane bet as a player today, now. So he should be banned from the NHL if this is true, because you're compromising the integrity of the game, like Mark said. And I don't think I've ever seen a fire under Mark's ass like that.
Like, this is what is getting on me. And Romancello brought this up just now.
Romanello.
Kind of makes sense why. Well, sorry, I was the wrong one. He was also talking about point shaving. Here it is. This is the better one. Betting on your team also means betting on your team and betting you not to cover, which is kind of the point of betting it, which is also kind of like betting against them.
That's
basically
a great
shaving.
point.
Will, there is stories of black books that they've recovered from bookies that he bet on the game. But here's the other thing, and let's go with this. There was no gun to his head at any point, literally, to bet on hockey. And if he did, this is all if. This is all on there. And you could have bet on anything. You could have bet on freaking highlight. You could bet on minor league Russian hockey, something else besides the NHL. And they're going to bet on that? I don't think that's the case. Maybe he deserves at least some innocence until proven guilty. But it just no. This compromises the game. There's enough. I would rather talk about the Blackhawks situation right now than what's going on with Evander Kane.
Okay. I'll say one last thing. Again, allegations, innocent until proven guilty, unlike the court of public opinion holding weight over the actual court of law these days. But remember, this is the same guy that during the 2012-13 lockout took a picture in a hotel room of cash held to his ear.
Yeah.
So this is a guy that clearly is fiscally irresponsible and really doesn't seem to have a sense of priority and morality. I mean, like, who does that type of thing? I know he was a lot younger then, but still, like, have some sense. Think. And that's why I see this being true. So.
And also, by the way, Dean's right about that. They're working on getting rid of him. By the way, thank you for joining us from Greece. But it's just it's something that drives me crazy, because then it goes through a series of things. Usually it's first, I never bet on him. Then it's I bet against. I never bet on any game I was involved in. Then it was I bet on games I was involved in, but away from my team. Then it was then it starts to permutate to, and we're going to go through the full rehabilitation thing, and then eventually we're going to get to I have a problem. You have a problem. Good. Have your problem somewhere else. Anything besides betting on your sport. Anything. And that's why I get fired up, because Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame, but I still think it was his doing. And by the way, he signed the contract to keep him from going to jail, so that's a different story. All right, we're gonna move on. I'm still kind of enraged about this a little bit, but I'm gonna pass on to this, and we're gonna do some honest press conferences. But first, we also know what your thoughts are. Go ahead, keep on going. Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think I'm outraged too much about this? Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame too. The Rangers, Adam Fox's new contract. Are the Rangers a playoff team? Are the Islanders going to get Tarasenko? Who's going to fall off first, the Capitals or the Pittsburgh Penguins? Put it all down in the comments below. And don't forget to, of course, just get that ticker.
Like, share,
try to get that banner out of the way. Don't forget to also like, share, and subscribe. And yes, also comment, like, and subscribe if you haven't. And keep on putting down the Brian Leetch thing if you haven't entered in for the Brian Leetch puck, which we're going to be giving away after the editorials. So we got the honest press conferences and then the editorials. All right, boys. Gotta hide the ticker too. I'm sorry. And let's do this.
Connor, just can you give me your sense of kind of where the group is at?
Once again, my teammates come up short.
I still love the look on his face right there because he has
his face really says it all.
Well, guys, welcome to the Honest Press Conference segment where we say what the players really want to say. And there's no better way to start this off than with the secret man, the Godfather himself, Mr. Lou Lamoriello, and he'll be played by one Anthony LaRocco.
So, John, Mark, thanks for having me on again. The second time I came on, a little bit here. The hockey world is wondering what I'm up to. As you know, my Islanders haven't made a single transaction since free agency started. We have not signed a player. I know the media is talking about how I have handshake agreements with free agent forward Zach Parise, Kyle Palmieri, Casey Zizekas, Travis Zajac. And that I'm not filing the contracts because I don't want teams to know where I stand with my salary cap as I navigate the waters of re-signing Adam Pelech to a long-term deal, Anthony Beuvillier, Ilya Sorokin, and working on a trade for a player to come in from the outside, whether it be that player from the St. Louis Blues or a left shot defenseman to replace Nick Leddy, who I traded to Detroit and got a second-round pick. So, I'm doing the best job I can for my team. This is the way I operate. Some people don't like it. Some people saying that I should file my contract and that this isn't a good precedent that should be set. But I'm Big Lou. I get things done and I operate the way I want to operate. And people usually don't cross me and leave me alone. So I'll take your questions and hopefully I can answer some of them.
Lou, why all the secrecy? I have to ask about this. There's more of a chance I can get leaks from the CIA than I can get from you on whether or not you're signing a player in the NHL.
Mark, you remember this fella named Jimmy Hoffa?
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
So no one's ever found him. Yeah. So listen, that's all I'm going to say about that. People, this is the way I operate. I don't like anybody to know my business. I keep it all in the family. And, again, I kind of do what I want, really. I find ways to circumvent the CBA, and Gary Bettman doesn't say anything to me because, again, I left the horse head in his bed a couple of times. So he knows what's good for him. And as other general managers, I really don't care if they don't like the way I'm operating. Player agents, they know if they ever want to deal in the National Hockey League with my team ever again, they kind of pipe down. So, listen, this is the way it is, and it's the way it's going to stay. That's all I can say.
Okay. So, with Lad, just one word. How was it? Was it the cement boots threat? Was it the horse head? What was it? The removal of certain limbs and appendages? How?
Well, Andrew Ladd wanted to continue playing hockey. I told him it wasn't going to be for my hockey team. If you recall, he agreed to waive his no trade clause. About a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, when I had that trade in place to send to Minnesota for Zach Parise. So to get him to waive was pretty easy, but I called up Coyotes general manager Bill Armstrong, and I told him, I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. I'm not going to give up a first-round pick for Andrew Ladd. And if you don't take him and you don't meet my demands, let's just say you're going to wake up with a horse head in your bed the next day. Or, a representative from the New York Islanders, he was going to get a knock at his door, and they were going to not be so friendly to him. So that's how I got it done. And, I'm glad that Andrew Ladd agreed to waive, and I didn't have to threaten him at all. But I had to threaten Bill Armstrong a little bit. So, but it worked out. We got rid of his cap hit, gave me some more room to operate, and I wish him the best of luck in Arizona.
Well, I definitely think it was the horse's head because he was just went, wait by no trade. There you go. Lou, thank you very much for coming back on the program.
Thank you very much. And Mark, if you ever want me on again, and you don't call me at a specific time, because, after dinner I'm eating my tiramisu and having some cigars. If you disrupt me when that's going on, you're going to get a knock at your door, and let's just say you're going to suffer the same fate as Jimmy Hoffa.
All right, I will make sure, because I don't want to be under Giant Stadium. So thank you very much. All right, that was Lou Lamoriello joining us, and so the next thing we got to do is we got to hear from the New York Rangers GM, Chris Drury, once again. First off, I would like to say that it's great to be back here as the first 3-time appearance of anyone in the Honest press conferences. Because after all, I'm Chris Drury, and I come up clutch. That's what I do. You saw me in the Little League World Series, clutch. Colorado Avalanche, clutch. The Buffalo Sabres with 7.7 seconds left to make Filk scream right now. Clutch. That's what I do. And you know what? That's the thing. The Rangers needed some toughness, and I said, guys, we need that toughness. So I made some phone calls. I mean, sure, I had one phone call sent down to me from Jim Dolan. I can almost hear his voice right now saying something. Sounds a little bit like John Falkowski screaming at me. No, okay, all right. But in any event, so that's what we got. We got a tougher team now, and I'm going to tell them all, yeah, we're coming. That's what we're going to do. This might even get to full-blown Randy Savage town. So here we go. Let's go. Come on. I can't wait to start the season. How about you guys? I might even want to go throw on the old 23 and get down there myself. But you know something? I can watch from up top, and also I look better in a suit. So I'm going to take some questions from the boys right down in here.
Chris, there's a lot of cap space to be had even after a potential Igor Shesterkin extension, which makes it a two-part question for me. How are the negotiations going on that? How close are you to a deal with Igor? And then is there a possible move to be made with all that cap space after Igor is signed?
Well, the great thing about cap space is if you have it, you can use it. And you know what? We don't need to use it right away. But we're going to be solid with our decision-making. We're not just going to go out, and I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, Filk. You want us to go get Jack Eichel because that's what $10 million worth of cap space is for. But you know something? I would love to get Jack Eichel. After all, BU alum with him. And I got to tell you, he'd be perfect in a blue jersey. I know that. I see him in that Buffalo Sabre blue, and I just go, he'd be great with us. But you know something? I'm not giving Buffalo what they want. I'm not giving up Lafreniere, Kakko. Why not give up my front teeth while I'm at it? Because somehow I still got my teeth. Because look at the hair. That's I got that going for me too. So no, I'm not giving up blue chip prospects for potentially damaged goods. And if that's what happens, I mean, we still got to re-sign Fox. We still got to re-sign Shesterkin, although I'm getting closer on it. I think I'll have him done probably within the next couple of days. Igor wants to be here. He didn't even file for salary arbitration. That's how close we are. So let's get this done. And there really isn't anything else out there to sign as free agents. It's all trade markets. Mr. LaRocco.
Chris, what were you thinking on the Pavel Buchnevich trade? A lot of people are saying that was a bad trade for you guys. You could have got more. Frankly, I agree a little bit. So, are you affected at all by how some fans are saying so far in your trades here as Rangers general managers that you haven't been faring that well?
Well, to those guys, I would have to say, especially ones on some upstart YouTube channel that were doubting whether or not I was any good. I would have to say, you guys asked me to toughen this team up. I toughened this team up, and then you bitch about it. I mean, make up your damn minds. Are we? As you know what? I'm going to make my own T-shirt that says "Damned if you do, damned if you drew." But if do you wanted me to get the team to get tougher? I got Sammy Blaze. Sammy Blaze lays guys out. He did that to the former captain of the St. Louis Blues while playing against them in the Stanley Cup Finals. What more can you say about that? And getting Ryan Reeves, those guys, the Rangers aren't going to get bullied around anymore. That's what you wanted me to do. I did what you wanted me to do. And look, I like Pavel. He's a great kid. I've known him ever since I was assistant GM here. Now I'm the president. And you know something? You got to do what you got to do sometimes. But that still doesn't mean I might have given up too much to get Sammy Blais. I'm not going to give up too much to get Jack Eichel.
All right. Thanks for joining us. Danielle Briere was better than you when you were in Buffalo, and take a hike.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you very much. And we'll see if Daniel Briere is a better executive than me. Oh, wait, he's not an executive. Boom. So, all right. I'm trying to break character for a moment. And, of course, there's another guy making news in the NHL right now, and it is possibly our favorite press conference as well as yours. Welcome back to the show once again, John Filkowski as Jack Eichel.
This shit again? Seriously? Do I really have to do this again and answer a bunch of questions? A bunch of morons are going to ask me about how my organization or the team that I played for now, because we're going to use that in past tense, is really dropping the ball like a greased up running back here. Yeah, I know my general manager seems to think that he can drag me through the mud, but my agent just blew up his spot. So if you wanted a mic drop, there's your mic drop, boys. So long, gay boys, to quote Chow from The Hangover. But yeah, I don't like this at all. They want to drag it out. They want to go through the mud. And they want to take my name and try to make me look like a bad guy. You know what? Kevin Adams, you could suck it for all I care. Degeneration X, got 2 words for you, bud. Suck it. Suck it. Yeah, because you're just a piece of garbage, Kevin Adams. You're a piece of garbage. You're trying to make my life miserable. You know what? You want a battle? Here's a war. I guess I'll take your damn questions. Fire away, losers.
Anthony, you first.
Jack, you voiced the displeasure in general manager Kevin Adams, but has ownership, the Pagulas, have they gotten involved in this? Have they said anything to you, or tried to mend things with you, or have they had any communication with you at all during this process?
So you're basically trying to tell me, have they come back and basically tried to kiss my ass to get me to come back to this team? No, they haven't. But if they did, it would give them a 75% chance of having a 35 plus 3% chance of actually having me come back to play for the Sabres, minus another 22%, which would make me probably not play for them ever again. So, yeah, there's a little Scott Steiner math for you boys. Yeah, I don't think that's going to ever happen because Kevin Adams is not capable of sucking up his pride and realizing the players always win these things. Yeah, degenerate into something, fool. Kevin Adams can still suck it for all I care. And you know what? If he wants to tell me that I look like Marv from Home Alone, I think he can go take a one-way ticket to fuck offville and yeah, and never come back because hashtag not my GM, just like not my president, is going to be the case for me here. Not my GM, Kevin. You're not my GM. I don't negotiate with you. You could talk to my agent. Talk to the hand, not the face. Yeah, so Big Papa Jack is going to get his way eventually because the players always do in this case. See Alexei Yashin, see Eric Lindros, and that's what this is turning into because Kevin Adams can say, oh, we want players that want to be here. You also want to play that your doctors know what's best for me and my doctor doesn't. You're an idiot, Kevin. Shut your damn mouth. So you know what? Find me a better question than that. please.
Jack, are you suffering from any depression from what the Buffalo Sabres organization has kind of done for you for the last few years? How it's just kind of sucked the life out of you?
What kind of question is that, you dingbat? Are you serious right now? Depression? No, this team sucks. This team sucks. This organization sucks. Tell me that I don't know what's best for me in my life after hockey. I'm a human friggin' being. I bleed, I shit, I piss, I cry, I do everything the same way you guys do. If you cut me open, my blood is red. Hey, I have a life after hockey. And if you don't want to give me a life after hockey, well, then you know what? You can go fuck yourself. So you know what? I don't care about what Kevin Adams thinks of the surgery. I don't care. Doctors have performed it. Doctors have performed it. If Chris Weidman can go get the surgery and he can go get punched in the face and kicked in the head and get thrown down on his neck and still fight in the UFC, then you know what? I can play hockey. If Peyton Manning can have that surgery done and go play in the NFL, then I can go play NHL hockey. It's been done before. You know, I'm tired of this shit. It's just stupid. I want this shit to be over with. I'm checked out. Yes. Am I depressed? No. Why would I need to be depressed? This organization is more depressing than anything. You know what? I would say living in Seattle where it rains every day would be the most depressing thing ever. But actually being invested in the Buffalo Sabres is more depressing than that. And that's why I'm not invested in this team anymore. I don't give a shit. Why do you think Reinhart wanted out? Why do you think Risto wanted out? They're all gone. Because Kim Pegula doesn't know what she's doing. So, you know, maybe if the idiotic fan base would stop siding with the team and they'd realize that these other guys also wanted out for a reason. And why do you think no free agents want to sign here? Taylor Hall, the only reason why he came there was because they were the only team stupid enough to give him $8 million after 2 subpar seasons in a row. Like, you were paying him for his MVP season, and he hadn't been close to that since then. So you know what? Maybe Rasmus Dahlin is gone soon too. You know what? I'll be gone soon enough. So you know what, Kevin Adams? Open up, take a deal, and move on with it. We can all move on with our lives because you look like a bigger moron the more and more you hold on to me. Anyone else with some questions that actually require some sort of critical thinking, please?
I guess that wraps it up. Also, by the way, I just want this to be over. I will take things all my ex-girlfriends have said to me for 400. So, Anthony,
get on that, Alex.
Would you mind saying goodbye to Jack Eichel?
All right, Jack. Thanks for joining us, and I think you're a whiny little bitch that needs to stop your complaining and go fuck off. But have a good day.
I think you should go blow some smoke out your ass, Guido.
All right. Once again, that was our honest press conferences. We might have taken it a little too far a little bit this time, but that's where we're always saying what the athletes wish they could be saying. And as you still see on the bottom, I'm raffling off a Brian Leetch autographed puck today, just as a thank you to all you guys ever since we passed. And hopefully we got more, but 500 subscribers. So it's, you know, we've been growing thanks to you. That's what matters. Put Leetch in the comments. We're going to go through our editorial, and then we're going to be giving that away. Who would like to go first?
Anybody else other than me?
Somebody else other than you?
Yeah, you guys.
All right, Anthony, you got one?
You can go first, Mark.
Okay. Well, it's going to be a little bit sappy, but okay. Here we go. This prediction that's right up here.
Being single most of my life.
Or just yell at Larry Brooks like every other New York Ranger. All right. Well, whoops. I have a little misspelling I just have to fix. But one reason why we're doing the puck giveaway today and why we've been growing is because I'm just want to say thank you to everybody. We've been doing this for the three of us since March. Me and John since January, and I've been doing this since last October when I started just writing some articles and then figuring, maybe I'll just write some videos. But instead, what this is now grown into, and what it is continuing to grow into, is a program I enjoy doing every single week. I'm hoping it's going to be a lot more than just maybe once a week or whatever I could do, because this really is fantastic. Every single week I look forward to when we start streaming. And even though we still have about probably about a couple hours of Q&A coming up, and it's if you asked me last year if I'd be sitting here talking to Marty Biron today, I wouldn't have thought that. Hell, especially last year. I don't even know if we were even going to make it through 2020. Fortunately, we did. Yay! But you know what? That's what this is. And when we start doing bar meetups, we start doing games. That's only going to make it better. And this entire thing is going to get better. It's continuing to grow. There is a name change that is on the horizon. The only reason why is because of Mr. Anthony LaRocco down there, who has round out this program so much. But I thought about saving this for last week. But you know what we're doing for next week? I mean, we're doing the giveaway. We're going to do a year in review next week. I'm going to have highlights of what this year has been. But again, the whole reason I got to say that I've been doing this, I love talking hockey. I love talking the Rangers, especially. I actually can't believe how well I've liked talking about the Islanders, although I've felt like I've needed the barf a couple times, especially the and look, you know what? I understand when I have an opinion that people got to shout me down on the internet, but you know what? That's what's made this fantastic. That's and you know what? That's why we're doing this. That's why I'm continuing to invest in this. That's why I'm continuing just to do everything. And this has been fantastic. So now I'm going to open up the floor to everybody. And again, I cannot say enough for this, and this is all because of you guys.
I definitely would like to start off by saying thank you as well to everybody. Like we did with the draft night and the Reeves night. I mean, you've seen how long I can talk hockey with you guys for. I love doing this. I really do. For me, and Anthony can say the same thing. It started 3 years ago, and we were offered an opportunity to come on a internet radio sports show, and we were offered guest spots as kind of hockey guys just for a segment, and they liked us and they wanted to bring us back, and we ended up having our own show out of it. And I will say it was pretty awesome seeing your reaction, not only in the text but on here, to Marty Biron coming on, because that was like it was for me, and I would imagine Anthony as well, the first time that we got to interview any of the big names we got to interview. I think Mike Lang. Was Mike Lang our first one, Anthony?
Brian Compton.
No. I know on our show, but on the Ashley Sarge one, was it Brian Lang? Was it? I think was our first one.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure, but I think you might be right. I'm not positive though.
Yeah, I'm not positive either. Who was our first guest that we got to interview on Sarge's show? But this started for us 3 years ago, and I mean, Mark has already treated us better than we were treated previously where we were. I'm not going to ruin anything. I think Mark may have spoken to you about it, but something's in store for you, Anthony. You're going to like it. Yeah, we work with a good group of people with the three of us. We have a great fan base. All of you guys are awesome. You guys stuck with me until like 3 o'clock in the morning the other night. I had Dean waking up the next morning and saying good morning from Greece. I think that was one of the coolest things I think I've seen in all of my time of talking hockey and doing stuff like this. So this is awesome. It's great. I love talking hockey. I always look forward to this every week. I mean, and like Mark said, we're going to do more than once a week thing, and I have the availability to do it. That may change in the future, but we're going to make things happen regardless of whether it's just me on here or just Mark or just Anthony. I mean, the name change, it's going to happen, but the channel ain't going to be any different. We're going to add new stuff. We're going to add fun stuff. We're going to add meetups. We're going to have this is going to grow. It's going to be awesome, man. And I'm glad everybody is along for the ride. This thing's going to get bigger. It's going to get better. And you know what, Anthony? You know, we had that dream 3 years ago. I think we're closer to it now than we ever were at the previous
time. That's actually interesting, Roman. I think we're going to do some game chats. Anthony, you go.
Yes, we are, Roman.
So basically, I mean, what John said, a lot of it's very true. You know, in 2018, I knew a kid who I went to high school with who had like a morning show on the radio station. Me and John were involved, and I guess I don't know what big. There was some big event that happened with the Islanders, and he knew I was a big Islander fan, and he was like a football, baseball guy. So he had me come on and talk about it, and from there just kind of escalated a little bit to where I went on another show, and John got wind of it, and he called in, and the guy that ran the station, he said, "Oh, he knows his stuff," and then that started happening a little bit more, and eventually we had our own show. And for me and for John, it was like a dream come true. We got to cover the draft in Dallas, flying down there and that whole experience, and meeting McDonough at the airport from the Blackhawks, and just walking the same halls as like Steve Yzerman backstage at the draft. Saw him. It was great, and we had guests on. Dennis Potvin came on our show, and a lot of guys in hockey, Jamie McLennan, and it opened the door, and we were really both excited. And unfortunately, it didn't work out. I felt we were treated a little bit, and ever since then, there's been a void. And then when I saw that John was doing this with Mark, I kind of reached out to Mark, and mind you, Tommy had no idea who I was, but I explained to him about the show that me and John had, and he graciously let me come on, and since then it kind of just spiraled in a good way, and here we are. So I know it's called All Things Rangers, but I think the two gentlemen above me can agree that we're all hockey fans first, and talking hockey is what we love to do. And let's face it, to make it big in this business or anything, you had to be multifaceted. So it was inevitable to come to a point where we have to change the name, because we want to be able to talk, whether it be the Nashville Predators or the Islanders, the Rangers. We want to be able to discuss everything. So I'm glad to be a part of this, and as you guys can see, the last couple of weeks we've had Dave Pagnotta on, and today Marty Biron. So for you guys out there, don't be skeptics. We have connections to get these people on, and hopefully as things go forward, we can continue providing some big names to come on with us. That's something that I could vow I'm going to strive to do, and add good content. And and listen, I think we can only go in one direction from here, and hopefully that's keep going up. But I'm just really super happy and proud to be a part of this. And hey, listen, I know, John, when we covered the draft in 2018, that was awesome. But as the world slowly starts getting back to normal, I hope next year the three of us can be at the draft wherever. I think they already said that's going to be Montreal, if I'm mistaken. But
yes, nice.
Hopefully, hopefully we could be in Montreal, and hell, I mean, maybe we could even get credentialed to cover the All-Star game in Vegas in February. I mean, that you never know. But yeah, I'm super happy where this is going.
Well, again, by the way, and welcome to the show, Gary. Sorry, Barry. Welcome to the show, Barry. Well, first thing I do is I mess up a name. Anyway, but yeah, no, also we've been exposed to a bigger Ranger community. I already had All Things Rangers going on since 2013, right before the shortened season is when we started. And I was doing a hockey blog before that. and we got up to about 18,000 followers. This is the format that I like better. It's a lot better than doing memes and having conversations. And at times I thought about giving up the page, especially when I was in my last relationship, because she was just encouraging me that I don't have to post as much as I do. This is still much better. And again, it's great to be on here to talk hockey. It's great to go on to watch Wardy and then put on a comment, and then everybody's going, "Oh, hi, all things Rangers." So it's
that was me. Yeah, I literally I came in there, and the first thing I said, "What's up, all things Rangers in the house?" And then immediately, I think Brody, Chris G was there. And a bunch of others were all there and saying hi and stuff. Ziga was there too.
And never that we want to hijack their show either, because they do good work. And Statboy Steven has been on with us already twice. And we're gonna have more people, more guests coming along. And yeah, I want subscribers. I want to monetize, but it's everything within due time. But again, that's why we're doing this giveaway. And that's why we all want to say thank you. Which, by the way, actually, I got to throw that banner back up real quick, because just in case if anybody forgets that we do have the Brian Leetch puck, comment Leetch below, and to be entered into the drawing. That'll be happening probably within the next 15 minutes, guys, so you don't have to wait forever. And I also love it when people leave and come back in, sort of like how Rich just did. So the funny part is I just put that back up and you got to take it down again. Nice. All right. Which one do you guys want to go next?
I'll go.
Okay. Oh, I thought I hit high ticker. Okay. High ticker. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, by the way, again, thank you. I don't have to tell you to put it in the comments below. Like, share, subscribe. All those little things that I always forget to say because I'm too busy doing an actual show. Here is my Filkin Opinion.
Then there's no. I'm looking at you, Jim. I'm going to hear the name and I'm going to get PTSD.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Yeah, right. The Between the Goals song and Randy, I always get pumped when I see my intro. But guys, the sky isn't falling. It's not falling. Buchnevich may be gone. I don't like the deal. And I know I saw a comment before that said, I think it was from Joe Graves, that said that who gets more fired up, Mark over Evander Kane or me over the Buchnevich trade? I mean, we'll have to really test that one at one point. But the sky isn't falling. I mean, Buchnevich is gone. Yes, it sucks. The deal was not good. And they basically chose Kreider over him. But you know what? This team is more balanced. They're tougher. They're following Tampa, like Marty said. And I've even said that for a week now or so before, this whole thing happened and we had Marty on. But you know what? He's right. Marty's right. They're copying Tampa. And eventually, at one point or another, these moves were going to have to be made. They were a more balanced team. They were a tougher team to play against. They may not be better on paper right now, but if the three kids take the steps forward that we think they can take, they may be a better team when it comes down to it. And not only that, but we got the coach in Gallant. We trust, boys and girls. I know I saw a Shannon in there before. I'm not sure if male or female. Sorry if I'm screwing that one up. But I know Ariana's been in here, so I don't want to leave the female fans out too. Yeah, I see so many fans that are acting like, oh, well, this is such a bad off-season. No, it's not. Is it the 2019 off-season where, they went out and they drafted Kakko, and then they traded for Adam Fox, they got Jacob Trouba, and they brought Kravtsov and Shesterkin over and everything? No, of course. But it's still an all right off-season, and they've still got the ability to make moves and an opening and availability and flexibility. And that's something that, sometimes under Gorton they didn't have. Remember last offseason, they didn't have flexibility to make moves. They couldn't do anything really. And that's why, guys like Stahl and Hank and Fost had to go, because they didn't have the flexibility. Now they have flexibility. Now they could go get Jack Eichel and still have a little wiggle room. And that's even after Igor Shesterkin is signed. So you know what? I don't mind this offseason. I don't think that the sky is falling. And I think there is a possibility that they could be a better team because the bottom 6 was improved. They added toughness. And you know what? Now you're giving kids that are super talented a chance to actually thrive with a coach that knows what he's doing. So with a better defense this upcoming season, which I think they will have, I think Patrick Nemeth and Nils Lundqvist will make them a better defense. And you're not over-depending on guys like Colin Blackwell, who had a great year, but shot at an unsustainably high shooting percentage. You have a better team. You have a more balanced team. So you know what? I'm ready for this season. Let's go. Get me some beers. Get me a meetup with everybody. And let's get hockey back because I need October like I need air in my lungs right now.
Getting them plenty of beers right now. And by the way, speaking about things that they thought the sky was falling, I said it in a Q&A. It was a little bit snarky, but are they going to have a Colin Blackwell video tribute? Really? We were crying
Please
over
don't.
Colin Blackwell?
Please don't.
Yeah, it's just, no, that's not happening. Although I do still have my Egan's Irish whiskey right with me. Not drinking it right now. I have a game later. But
you got a Flyers fan.
Sometimes though, when you start thinking your team is making moves, you're going to be like, oh no, they're not going to be as good as what they were, because there is a little bit of video game mentality with us. We got to know reality is a little bit different. Hockey, it's sort of like tonight when I'm playing a team and I know if I got a guy that's really good on the opposite side, I also know I got to be a little bit more defensive. And also, if I know that there's a weak defenseman, I know who we can attack. That's exactly what it's going to come down to. And Anthony,
well, listen, the best I could kind of make an analogy for some Ranger fans prove that the sky isn't falling. The summer of 2018 when Tavares walked out the door. I mean, everybody basically shit on the Islanders, didn't give him a chance. He left. They signed Leo Komarov. They signed Valtteri Filppula. Calvin DeHaan left. They re-signed Thomas Hickey. They reacquired Matt Martin. They didn't do much. They lost their best player and they brought in like role-playing guys and role players, and everybody didn't give him a chance. And look what happened. Similar Rangers, they got Barry Trotz came in. Obviously, Luke came in, but the Rangers got Gerard Gallant in. Sure, they didn't make any splash moves, but they ended up being a really, really good team. And the same thing could happen for the Rangers. They got a new coach in Gerard Gallant. They improved their bottom 6. So who knows? It's no reason to right now to look at the team and say, oh well, we just got Goudreau and Ryan Reeves, and we lost Buchnevich and got Sammy Bly, and it's not all about that. It's not about what it looks like on paper. It's like the structure that the coach puts in place from day one of camp and how they execute it. The skill is there. They have enough skill. They have a coach now. He's going to implement a system. They're going to be tougher. And who knows? We'll see what happens. Listen, what I could say is they're not going to be a bad team. We know that. I think they're going to be a team that you guys fans can be proud of. They're going to leave it on the ice. They're going to play hard. And really, I mean, as a fan, that's all you can ask for is that the guys are giving an effort and playing exciting hockey. So, but
I'll say one thing, and then I'm going to toss it back to Filk to finish this up. And that's because again, I live on Long Island, and I get a lot of diehard Islander fans that I talk to. But the one thing I've been saying is the Rangers have their Barry Trotz, so to speak. That Gerard Gallant is that good of a coach, and you're going to see a difference in this team right away. And that's what really helped them. We're going to see it probably within the first 2 preseasons games, and when we're going to just think, wow, this team isn't what they were last year. That's how good I think they're going to be. And Gallant is going to coach a different way and address some things. We're gonna get to the Christian Dvorak stuff in a moment when we do the rumor mill. But it's just, the Rangers are a tougher team now. They're not going to back down from anybody, and they're not going to be afraid of anybody. So that's what matters, and I think that's why I think this team is going to be a lot different next year. Filk.
I think Anthony made a great analogy there, and it's almost spot on if you think about it. I mean, Buchnevich is not the player that Tavares was, but he's pretty damn important. So you lose an important piece like that, who's really the play driver on that line. I mean, yeah, sure, Buchnevich is very talented, but you'd have to think that Kakko and Alexis Lafreniere, if put with someone like Mika Zibanejad, could be really, really good players. And Gallant is the difference. I mean, you have Quinn lost that room, and we've talked about that time and time again when Knobloch came in and how they responded to him, and then when Quinn came back and they didn't respond to Quinn. So you know what? You have a guy like Gallant who Yager went out of his way to say that players and other players, even if you looked at his the exit interviews when Gallant was fired, I mean, other players went to bat for Gallant. You know what? Nobody did that for Quinn. So that alone speaks volumes. And Ryan Reeves, you know what? I get it. People think goon. I think he's more than that. I think he's an okay fourth liner. I'm not going to say he's a great player. He's not a play driver on your fourth line, but he's also not a complete liability. So, if anything, I think that having a guy like that, like I said before, you're going to play with your chest out, and he's going to invigorate that locker room, which is something they've lacked. They absolutely lacked it. Like I said, the Tony DeAngelo incident doesn't escalate with a better leadership group and a better coach there in that locker room. And you know what? Ryan Reeves is going to probably be a part of that leadership group because he's been there before. He's been on a team that went to the finals. He's been on a winner. He knows what it takes to win, and he's gonna motivate these guys to come out and play hard every night. Remember how Anthony said how Anders Lee is the guy that drags everybody into that battle? Well, Ryan Reeves is one of those types of guys. He may not have the letter on his chest, but by all accounts, he's the guy that goes out there, and the minute he trucks somebody, everybody's going to pop up on that bench, and the adrenaline is just going to go through their veins, and they're going to want to hit somebody too. So, you know what? I really think that Reeves is a little more of an intangible addition than people think. So, and yes, like Rich said, he's stoked to be in New York. So that's another good thing.
All right. And so what do you think? Do you actually think the Rangers have improved? Is the sky falling? It's not. Don't worry about it. How do you think they're going to be a better team? Are you really that not confident in what things are going on? Put it all down in the comments below. We were hoping, and by the way, Justin, the Gallant was done dirty by Vegas. He was done dirtier by Florida. They left him on the side of the road. I mean, that's no way to treat. That's no way to treat Willie Randolph back in 2007 with the Mets, where they flew him cross country and fired him after a game. It's just sometimes there's almost no good time to fire somebody. So it's just, I got to agree. I still think a 3C is what's going to be needed. I was hoping that Anthony would do, yes, Rich, they're going to hit everybody. That's what they're going to do. I was hoping that Anthony would be back in, but instead, just wanted to give anybody a chance left to get the Brian Leetch puck or to get in for that. Some of the regulars that I see on here all the time, like Mikey BX, I put him in there, and Alyssa, you're in there too. Because I know some of the guys like Chris Frost said he has already got one, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Because I would hate to raffle it off to somebody and then end up having, oh no, I already got it. Oh, okay.
Richard, I don't know if Richard was in. Richard's a regular. If you haven't already, Richard.
Rich, I'll do that right now for you.
So this way you're in on it.
100. And by the way, everybody neglects how good a fourth line can be. So
yeah, I mean, look at the Islanders. The Islanders' fourth line is one of the better fourth lines in the league, and they absolutely help them in games. I mean, and Mikey BX is right. They're definitely a better team just with Gallant. I mean, that coaching matters. And I said it before to Everest. I don't know if he's in, by the way.
I put Everest in.
Okay.
Christy, I got you in, so you're good.
Yeah, but I know Tomas and Leo already. I saw them before.
Yeah,
so
Tomas and Leo, the twins, I got them into.
Yeah.
So, all right, Nick I don't
Karpovich.
have. That's why.
I don't think I've seen Nick in here before. If you're new, welcome to the show. Romanello, no, you're in, buddy.
Romanello, you're in. Yeah.
I'm with Leo on this one. I got you, Dave. I know I saw you. Not a terrible offseason. I think they're a playoff team. I think that the experience that they've added, the balance that they've added, the grit in the bottom six depth that they've added, I think that they are probably a playoff team. And I think some teams are going to take a step back too. I like what Boston did on defense, but they didn't get a center to replace Krejci. Unless they've got something in the works, where's their center depth after Bergeron? So,
thank you, Mikey.
Okay. All right, no problem then, Mikey. Yeah, I didn't even see that, but cool. Sean, I saw you commented earlier. I'm pretty sure Mark has you in.
Yeah, I got you in, Sean.
Rich, yeah, that's the mandate there, bud. Playoffs, and that's why Dolan definitely stepped in there for a second. Whether Dolan keeps his hands off, which I think he will, because remember, 17 years ago, Sather told Dolan to take his hands off, and Dolan took his hands off for 17 years until May, when that overall happened. So, but yeah, this is a good point from Steven here. Give 10 to 15 games. Yes, we could see a slow start. It's a new coach, a lot of new players. Ziga, we got you. No need to worry there. Hillary 3. Welcome to the show. I can't wait to see what Gallant does either. But like Steven was saying, got to give them some time to adjust. It might be an adjustment early on. So I think this is going to be a fun season. It's going to remind me a little bit of how the 91-92 team was at times, where you would have like Chris King and Ty Domi out, and those guys, and they would come out on the ice and they'd fight everybody. So not necessarily fight everybody, but there's going to be a lot of hitting. It's going to be a physical team, man. So.
Now, you know what? I remember you saying, I thought you were a stick boy. Yeah, but now you know what? It was a nice boy. You did say it last week. That was fantastic, though. That's great. Oh, and a Hillary, I'll get you in there right now. I'll do 3 more minutes, and then we'll get up to the Leetch puck.
Yeah, because we want to try to
have more conversation with you guys.
Round it off. Yeah, definitely want to do more Q&A and stuff like that. I want to do the rumor. Well, it's not a whole lot to update. I'm sorry, on the rumor mill, but yeah. Sort of question right now, since we're waiting. If no Eichel trade, is there a free agent you'd like to target with the extra cap space? Not really at this point. There's nobody really that's available.
Yeah, I mean, what really is out there? Filip Deneau was the guy.
Yeah.
And my fallback option was Eric Holla, and
Boston got him.
Boston swooped it and got him. So, I mean, nothing really looks that appealing on the free agent market. The trade market, on the other hand, other than Eichel, I mean, originally I kind of threw out the idea of Mason Appleton, but it looks like Seattle's got him, and they're going to have him play wing. I'm trying to look into guys that they can at least go with, and at least be a bottom 6 player. It's so hard to look for bottom 6 players, because you could look in and think, oh, hey, I can get not Luke Glendening. Was Luke Glendening the center on
Yes.
Detroit? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Luke Glendening.
I just sometimes I confuse him with Adam Clendenning. It's like change your name, boys. So they were both Red Wings at one point, but it's like you want your third and fourth line center to be able to kill penalties, contribute some offense, and then maybe even kicking a goal or two. So it's
you know what? This was a name that I've talked about that I said could be my steal of the offseason, and I think he could be cheap and come in. And Anthony's back up. All right.
Yep.
Well,
yeah, the vet. I had my dog unfortunately snip today, so the vet just called me and said I could pick him up at 4 and just going over all like the post care stuff with me.
well, and we'll drink one out in memory of his balls. So.
yeah.
But yeah, win faceoffs. Rich has got that. I'm so tired of having to say that, and I don't understand the analytics community that always devalues that. So, Anthony, did you want to do one? Do you want to do an editorial, or you want to just move right ahead?
Yeah, I have an editorial. I was gonna be quick, but I have one.
Okay, well, gonna hide that. So it gives you guys another like minute or two if you haven't put the Leetch comment in. And of course, I was about to hit Anthony's intro, and then he went off. Isn't that kind of funny? And back again. All right, here it is. Welcome to the Rock.
They just do what they always do.
Why is he putting Leo Komarov on the first line? Like,
welcome to the Rock.
It is so funny. Marty Biron mentioned that.
Yeah, I know.
Go ahead, Ant.
So, as you guys all know, Alex Ovechkin signed his 5-year extension with Washington. And I saw a quote recently. He said one of the reasons why he signed for 5 years was because he wants to try to break Wayne Gretzky's goal record. So now that he's officially signed for 5 more years, just wanted to talk about that. He has 730 goals. The number he's got to get to is 894, which would tie Gretzky. So that's 130 goals. Over those 5 years, if you divide the 130 by 5, Ovechkin needs to average 32 goals over those 5 years. Now, we're talking about a guy who's, scored 50 fairly consistently. Obviously, he's getting older, so that's going to not really happen. However, this is, I would say, in our lifetime, this is probably the closest we're going to come to of seeing a guy get this close to Gretzky, and it's going to be exciting because whether he does it or not, honestly, I don't know. But over these next 5 years, you gotta assume or believe that he's at least going to get close. The question is, how close do you get? Can he hit the 32 for 5 years and break the record? It really depends if he stays healthy. I mean, he stayed healthy his whole career, as John referenced earlier in the show. If he can remain to stay healthy and be a threat with his shot on the power play, because you would assume, unless he's a total freak of nature, he's going to slow down as he ages here. He's 35 going on 36 years old. So depending on how good Father Time is to him, if he ages gracefully here, he realistically might do it. I mean, who knows? Let's just say this year he turns back the clock and he scores 50 goals, which isn't a huge stretch based on what he's done the last 2 years. If he were to score 50 goals this year, that gives him a real good opportunity over the next 4 years to break the record. So I'm bullish on him actually doing it, but I think he at least has a fighting chance now he's officially signed for 5 more years. So boys, have at it. But whether he does it or not, I think you could view him as the greatest goal scorer that we have ever seen. And kudos to him for having the longevity he's had. But I hope he does it, honestly, because this is a type of record that not many people live to get to see come to fruition. So I'm hoping for the grade 8.
Anthony, did you say he's 130 goals away? Because he's 160.
I might
Yeah,
have
I
missed.
think you said 130. I stepped away and I thought
You're
you said
right.
130.
Okay.
Yeah, he's 160. So
60. Yeah.
I mean, still over 5 years, he'd still have to average probably about just over 30 over the 5 years to really get it done. Probably about 32, 33, maybe. But I mean, it's possible. It's just like I said before when I was talking about the Capitals. When does he start to break down? When does an injury happen? Like, you know, it's more than possible. I'm not saying it's not possible.
And especially the way he plays.
Yeah, especially with the way he is. I mean, the one thing that I worry about is that his game has become very one-dimensional over the years, where it's just power play, office. I mean, you remember how exciting he was when he first came up.
Yeah.
We used to watch his highlight.
He was a highlight.
We used to walk at his highlight video, the Dream On video, the highlights in that.
Yeah, that was that one was the
They were
best.
insane. What he would do in that video, you would just like. He was literally probably the most exciting player I think I've ever seen until Connor McDavid came along, and I'd never seen somebody that could hit, score, shoot, and deke like Ovechkin could to that point. It was literally he reinvented the power forward. So yeah, I mean I think it would be great for the game, and I say this as a total Gretzky fanboy, for Alexander Ovechkin to break the record. Not only that, but could you imagine the ratings on TNT and ESPN?
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
That's going to be huge for them. Huge. It would be the best thing for the sport. And you know what? I say that as someone who, obviously, I'm a Gretzky fanboy. People are going to say, you don't want to see the record broken. You know what? Part of me doesn't. Part of me doesn't. But you know what? At the end of the day, even if he doesn't break it and he gets close, everybody's going to consider him the greatest goal scorer of all time anyway. So what the hell does it matter? What does it matter? And I think Wayne would want to see it too, which was somebody mentioned it in the comments before. I'm sorry, I can't see the comment. I have to go back up and scroll back up to see it. But Gordie Howe wanted to see Wayne break the record because he knew it was what was best for the sport.
Yeah.
And Wayne wants to see the record broken because he knows it's what's best for the sport. Records are meant to be broken. And you know what? I hope Ovechkin does in a way. But if we doesn't, and Wayne still has the record, so what? 60 NHL records for Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah. I think he's got a few.
I think he's got more than enough, and I think Wayne doesn't care. So
and also, remember one thing, and we keep going back to this. If Wayne Gretzky never scored a goal, he's the all-time leading scorer in the sport. That's even crazier. And by the way,
42 points over Jaromir Jagr, who played 246 more games, which is exactly 3 more seasons. And that's with him taking a 3-year hiatus in the KHL.
Yeah.
I think the obvious this is obvious, but for him to break the record, like for instance, he can't have, let's say, a 15, not that I think it would happen, but he can't have like a 15, 20 goal season right now. He's gotta be at least that 30 number to really giving himself a fighting chance. And like I said, if he were to score like 50 this year or 45, I mean that's gravy. That just lowers the number he has to score the following seasons. So
and just to address this comment from Anthony, by the way, Anthony, welcome to the show. I know you said you're a Panthers fan. We do talk around the league. And also, you could ask most Ranger fans my age. We do have an affinity for the Panthers because, after all, their genesis began with John Van Beesbrook and Roger Nielsen, who were not part of the Rangers Stanley Cup team in 1994, of course.
Rest in peace,
Beezer. Love Beezer. But, Steve, I got yours. You were actually the first comment, if I recall correctly. But, I mean, Ovechkin's a one-trick pony. He's more than just a one-timer. And by the way, even if he is just a one-trick pony, that's a fuck of a trick.
Yeah.
I mean, I've made this joke. Mariano Rivera was the least talented pitcher because he could throw one pitch. But by the way, that one pitch, and again, it's a joke, guys. I'm joking. Mariano Rivera was amazing, but he could look at you and go, "Cutter, go ahead, try to hit it." So it's just no.
The one analogy I always make for you that for people who love sports comedies, Major League. With Rick Vaughn and the Terminator and Jack Parkman in the second one. Jack, You hit it, you can rename it. The old number 1. That's Alexander Ovechkin. If you can stop it, you can rename it. That's exactly what Alex Ovechkin's one-timer is. It's probably the greatest one-timer we've ever seen, with all due respect to Brett Hull. But
all right,
Ovi was just, yeah.
Well, we do have one thing just to mention with that is we did this before. I got to find the footage of us doing this. But Anthony, it's been your editorial, so start it up. What's the number Ovechkin finishes with?
Say it again.
What's the number Ovechkin finishes with?
What'd you say?
How many goals does Ovechkin have at the end?
You know what? Okay, I'm gonna say Ovi does it. He bests Gretzky by 2 goals. 896.
Wow, that's cutting it close. Oh, and by the way, before I get John's number, also people got to remember Wayne Gretzky played a year in the WHA or 2 years. He has over 1,000 professional goals. So think about that one. Yeah, the Coliseum Wi-Fi is messing with Anthony again. Filk, what's your number on Ovechkin?
Wow. It's tough because I'm torn on as to whether he breaks it or not. But I really wonder about the decline. And like Anthony said, we don't see a 15-goal season coming out of him. That's just not happening. Anybody who thinks that, get real, please. Do us all a favor. I want to say he finishes around 885.
That's still cutting it very close. I actually think it's less than that. And I thought, by the way, Joe, you're right. No, Chris, if he gets 801, he needs one more because he's got to get past Howe. Leo says 906. Brody, this is where I'm right with you. 860 is my number. I think he's going to put up one hell of a fight all the way through, and he just plays too hard. There's going to be a decline at some point, but my God, that one-timer. That's the greatest one-timer in the history of this game. It just is. All right. So, guys, what do you think? Leave us a like, of course. I keep on trying to put up this one of me actually just saying, throw it out in the comments, like, share, and subscribe. But I forget that it doesn't go over the caption. So, oops. But, yeah, like and keep passing on the word about us because we are growing. We're growing because of you. And, again, thank you all very much. That is the reason why we are going to go to the Brian Leetch puck giveaway right now. Oh, Justin says 888. Oof. If he gets that close, he's got to play another year. That's just my thought on that. All right, so this is the names that I have in here. I got everybody. Everybody that mentioned and a lot of our returning people. Here we go. Okay.
Jeremy Reagan.
Yeah, you put it on like 2 hours ago. I hope you're still watching. But don't worry, I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna put it on for some of the other things. Here is again our the Twitter, All Things Ranger. Go on there. You could private message me. You could also do it on Instagram, All Things Rangers, or anything else. I would love to do more of these in the future. We might do it with a subscription. I don't know. We're still tossing out ideas, but we're still going to do another one of these before that happens for everybody. So again, Jeremy, thank you very much. And let's move over to the rumor mill. Shoot. Sorry, guys. Lost it for a second. All right. John, what do you got for us?
Well, looking at a couple of things, one of the big things really that's out there right now, obviously, is Vladimir Tarasenko. The last we heard about him, as you saw the clip before from the Dave Pagnotta interview on NHL Network, it's a battle between the Rangers, Islanders, and the New Jersey Devils. Now, to what level of interest do I think the Rangers have? I'm not sure if it's anything more than posturing. And if it is, I think it's probably a backup plan for Jack Eichel. Like not winning or not getting Jack Eichel, I should say. I was looking at Dave saying I never win shit, and I was saying no, winning the Jack Eichel sweepstakes. Yeah, basically I was going to say that. So, but I would say that I think they might be in it just to drive the price up. But if the price is right, maybe they pull the trigger if they're not convinced about the depth of the wings. I mean, you can move Barclay Goodrow down to the fourth line at that point if that's the case. So, that's a pretty interesting. It's a pretty interesting move. I don't think they end up with him. The other thing that's really out there for me is Darnell Nurse, and they're talking about a big extension on him. Which, listen, he had a great year. But if they're going to give him that off of this one good year, they're going to overpay him massively because he shot at a unsustainably high shooting percentage for a defenseman. And I get that they're high on him, and I get that they kind of have to in a way because of the fact that he's their number one guy. He's their de facto number one. And he is a good defenseman, don't get me wrong. But when you have a guy that shot at, I think it was, 10.4% for a defenseman. That's extremely high. And there's no guarantee he comes close to replicating the success he had this year. So to answer that question, Buchnevich was a long-term thing. They weren't going to be able to sign him long-term with the positional need.
Yeah, and again, by the way, again, you're right about Darnell Nurse. You gotta try to bridge him and see if he could do it again. But they were kind of hoping he was going to do this. If they already bridged him, now you got to pay him. Can't really get up on that. Again, replacing another Buchnevich with Tarasenko does not compute. Like, what are you doing? If the future is on the wings, just go with that.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, maybe Drury dipped his foot in the pool and said that, he's not ready to really give those guys the pressure yet. And I can see that. We'll Anthony, we'll save that for a little later because we're kind of we want to just kind of stick to,
yeah, we're going to get to that in a minute.
Yeah. So again, I think if anything, Tarasenko may be a backup plan. It may be a ploy to drive the price up for the other two teams. And it could be posturing to let Kevin Adams know, hey, we're moving on. So unless you drop your price, we're ready to go forward as is. So that could be another thing. And that, it could be kind of like how when Mike Keenan dropped that hint of trading Brian Leetch for Chris Chelios in the media to wake Brian Leetch up and really get the best out of him. Could be the same thing there. Could be just posturing, team posturing. So, but Tarasenko, it's about term. He's got 2 years left on this deal. And Pavel Buchnevich wanted a long-term deal. Rangers weren't going to commit to that. They essentially chose Chris Kreider over him. That's basically it. So, I don't know, but that's where I stand on that. I'll let you guys take the floor on that from there if you want.
Yeah. Again, part of the thing was Vitaly Kravtsov. You have to play him sometime. You got to see what you got. And the way you win in today's NHL is you have to have low-cost players that produce, such as, look no further than the man in the box down below. Oliver Wahlstrom and Anthony Beuvillier and Matt Barzal, who didn't cost that much, can't just be paying guys $12 million as soon as they do something. because that's how you end up being Edmonton and Connor McDavid. Yeah, they got $20 million tied up in 2 players. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, I don't think the Rangers are really in the Tarasenko talks either. I think, I mean, I know Washington's been rumored to be interested in him as well. Talk about a Kuznetsov for Tarasenko swap, but I don't see that happening. Honestly, as much as I would want the Islanders to get Tarasenko, if they get him, I mean, that means they either have to not play Oliver Wahlstrom, which I don't see happening. I think he had 12 goals in 44 games last year. He's going to be an everyday player this year, and I think with his shot and what he did this past season, not a stretch that he can't score 25, 30 goals this coming season. So I highly doubt that's happening. So that leaves, if you get Tarasenko, that means either Beuvillier or Bailey would have to go because there's no room for him. So while I think the Islanders are definitely players in him, I'm not exactly sure that there's a spot for him right now unless Lou moves a Beuvillier for a defenseman or Bailey for a defenseman. But I think moving Beuvillier is a mistake to begin with. So I don't know. I'm interested to see how this plays out, but I'm also starting to kind of believe that Tarasenko may end up on the Blues come training camp. I don't. It's just dragging out, and you don't see trades happen in August at this time of year. The last one I can remember was Jeff Skinner was traded like in early August while me and Filk were on the air. Other than that, the time has passed to really see a big trade like that. So I think it's very feasible he ends up on the Blues. But other than Tarasenko right now, I know Filk touched on Darnell Nurse. There's really not much going on right now. I think the Jets re-signed Logan Stanley to a 2-year deal earlier this morning. There's the arbitration names came out the other day, so I'm sure those cases are going to start to get dates of when they're actually going to occur. But the rumor mill is honestly kind of slow right now. I haven't really seen anything tweeted by anybody. So it's the August, the dog days really right now. So the biggest thing we're going to get is you're going to get re-signings. Players that filed for arbitration are all likely going to come to terms before their hearing. So in the next week, 2 weeks, I think you're just going to see a lot of players re-signing with their teams. So, this question, Florida was mentioned as a suitor for Tarasenko, a couple of weeks ago, but I haven't heard Florida's name involved in Tarasenko since. I don't think they're involved with him anymore at this point. And honestly, unless there's dark horse teams involved, it's really just Rangers, Islanders, and Devils if you believe what Pagnotta said. So I don't see Florida for Tarasenko.
I'm looking at Florida's cap space. They have just under $8 million available in cap space. They probably have to move some salary back in that trade, or maybe St. Louis would retain a little bit to probably up the value on him, because I'd imagine that the offers really haven't been good on him because they
still have to re-sign Sam Reinhart too.
Yeah, and they have to. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't.
They already re-signed Sam Reinhart. I'm sorry, no, Reinhart. I was thinking Sam Bennett.
Yeah,
no,
Bennett.
Sam Bennett they re-signed.
Reinhart's still restricted, so
Reinhart's going to cost an upwards of like $6 to $7 million.
Yeah, so I don't see that happening for Florida. But yeah, unless there's a Tarasenko trade, Michael trade, things are going to be real quiet right now. Unfortunately, that's just how it goes.
What the hell was that?
That was like his headset or something. I don't even know.
It was like a dog barking for a second, but it was like one bark.
Yeah.
I guess you didn't hear it.
The other thing that's out there is Max Domi.
Am I just alone? Whenever anybody asks about Matt Domi, I just go, yeah, and? So.
That's really the only other thing that's out there. It's just, they're looking to move him. Again, he would be moved for what, the second time in 3 years now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really weird. Second time in 3 or 4 years now, and you gotta wonder like what's going on with him. I mean, what he's been moved an awful lot for a young guy with that dog icon. Yeah, I would wonder what's going on with Max Domi, because to be moved this much this early in your career, it just doesn't make sense to me for a guy who had 70 points, almost 30 goals 3 years ago. So.
And Columbus left them exposed in the expansion draft too. Seattle could have taken him for nothing, and they passed.
Yeah, that's a lucky contract. My God.
Yeah, it is. That's a killer. As for Seattle, I would say one of two things. They wanted to avoid bad contracts and players that they didn't think would probably re-sign with them long term, which I totally get. But you know that there's a part of them that wanted to be in on the Shane Wright Connor Bedard sweepstakes. They definitely wanted that. And Yanni Gourde was a no-brainer. Yanni Gourde was an absolute no-brainer. He's under contract for a long time. But yeah, I definitely think they were avoiding some players that were not going to sign with them long-term. Were going to be possible bad contracts. And they wanted to be on those two kids. And can you blame them? Wright looks like he could be an elite level player, and Connor Bedard put up better numbers than Connor McDavid did in his exceptional year. So like you're like, wow, like I don't understand. I mean, I understand it, but I don't understand why anybody would not want to be in on Shane Wright if you have an inkling of an idea that you're going to be bad.
I could tell you who's going to get Shane Wright probably is Buffalo. Look at their goaltenders they have for next season. Craig Anderson, who's 40 something years old, and Aaron Dell. Those are their goaltenders this coming year. So I'm telling you right now, with that type of goaltending and their defense, I do not see anybody being as bad as them. They want Shane Wright, and I mean rightfully so. They need to start building high-end young talent, and Shane Wright would be exactly that for them. So, but that goaltending, man, I can't even think of a tandem that comes even as close to as bad as that.
That's just. I think Coach State does it all.
Who's just? I mean, San Jose maybe. I mean, they're goaltending.
They have talent though. Eichel's probably gone by the start of the season. So then, what does that leave them with? Skinner, Olofsson, Kyle Okposo.
Yeah. Casey Middlestat was coming around. Tage Thompson finished well. Some of these guys played well under.
Yeah, Tage Thompson.
So that's a key part about that, and that's what everybody's got to remember when it comes to some of these guys. But we're gonna move on. We're gonna take some questions. We had the one that Anthony.
It was Anthony from before with the
what was the most dominant old school line that you could remember, Anthony?
Oh wow.
I mean, off the top of my head,
I can think of a few lines.
Renberg, Leclerc, and Lindros. I mean, that was a nasty line. They all had size, strength, skill. I hated them, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think we all did.
Right there with you.
I tell you right now, you loved watching them when they weren't playing your team.
Yeah.
You hated them when they were playing your team.
Yeah.
And then they got rid of Renberg and got Tynas Zubris, and it wasn't any better. So,
I look back at a few lines that were really good. I'll just mention them because they were Ranger killers, not that they were necessarily dominant line. But Hartford's CVS line of Castles, Verbeek, and Sanderson were an absolute thorn in the side of the Rangers for a few years there in the early 90s. In the early 90s, Lemieux with Kevin Stevens and Rick Tocchet was a pain-in-the-ass line. The Islanders went to war with that line in that series in 93. The Russian 5 in Detroit was a massive massively revolutionary line and just skill that we've never seen before. You know what? It's tough for me because you go back and just a fan favorite line for me, not necessarily dominant, but the Checkmates line in New York with Nedved, Hlavich, and Dvorak was a really fun line to watch for a couple of years there.
It was only 1.5 years, but if you want to say another Ranger line that was really good was Messier, Graves, and Verbeek. But
that
was only about 1.5 years. And hell, Mess had a 40-goal season. So did Verbeek in 95-96. And both of them missed up to a month with separated shoulders or oblique strains. I'm going to say one of them to mention, probably the big line in Toronto. That was Gilmore, Andrechuk, and
Borshevsky.
Wendell Clark also was on there too.
Yeah, I believe Borshevsky played on that line more than Clark. I could be wrong there, but I think it was Nikolai Borshevsky.
Any Gretzky line, you take a pick. Gretzky, Robitaille, Curry, Gretzky, Robitaille, Gretzky, Curry, and I think it was Tikkanen was on his line.
Yeah.
There's any line with Gretzky. You could also go when they paired up Lemieux, Yager, and Francis together.
That was really power play. They didn't really do that much at even strength, aside from like when they were down late in games, kind of like how Crosby and Malkin do that. But
they did that in 90. I know they did it for a little bit in 97.
It was the
three of them were like top 3. It's top 5 in scoring. Sorry,
it was the dark ages for me, but Reichel and Palffy made hell of a duo. Reichel and Ziggy Palffy.
You didn't mention the third guy. I was thinking about that line too for you. Third guy was Brian Smolinski.
Yeah,
when they got Robert Reichel, that clicked.
Yeah. Reichel was an underrated player. He was.
Yeah.
Many referred to him for a while as like the Czech version of Gretzky because he was just a really smooth and silky playmaker who had a really good set of hands. But he was a guy who I thought could have had a little bit of a better career. If he played in today's NHL, I think Robert Reichel would have really been a big-time star. Kind of like maybe someone like David Krejci or even better, honestly.
And the funny part about all that is Robert Reichel considered to be the Czech Gretzky. And the Czechs beat the Canadians in shootout with the only goal coming from Robert Reichel in 1998 in Nagano, scored with a Hesper stick owned by Wayne Gretzky's company.
Yeah.
All right.
That's crazy.
John, let's see what other things we got in here. Buffalo tanks every season. Not sure if that's intentional. That's what the sad part.
Yeah.
Is it tanking when you just kind of suck? All right.
Yeah.
All right, Tomas, you got one right here. Just hypothetical, if Chytil is traded in a trade for Eichel, and if that happens, could his position be replaced by Dvorak? I am hearing a lot about the Christian Dvorak thing. What do you guys got for that?
I haven't heard anything on it that recently. I think maybe a week ago, Pagnotta said there was still some talks with Dvorak and teams like Boston and stuff, but haven't heard much else on it. I mean
he's a good player. And speaking about the checkmates, there's no relation.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arizona should just keep him at this point. I mean, I don't see really the need to move him right now, but I mean, who knows?
This is actually a great comment from Romanello. The Seattle is looking for a draft reset button. I don't know. I think they're trying to look for Connor Bedard as well. Anthony was saying, would you be surprised if that Patrick Laine hasn't got traded?
Yeah, I don't know. I think they brought in Jake Voracek to help him out a bit because Cam Atkinson obviously wasn't a fit there with him anymore. But to me, if he doesn't work out, I could definitely see them moving him and moving on from him. I mean, it would look stupid for Jarmo in a way, but it would also be smart in another because you can't keep going to wall with this guy if he's not a fit there. So
he accepted his qualifying offer, which was $7.5 million. So I'm assuming he's just maybe this is the year Columbus makes a decision on him. If he performs, they ante up for him, keep him long term. If he struggles, then maybe they move him. But I think this is the make or break point for Line A and Columbus. And speaking of Columbus, sort of, it's honestly I'm just reading this now, so it's a good feel good thing here. But Pierre-Luc Dubois is changing his uniform number in Winnipeg this year, number 80. He's doing it in honor of Mattis Kivilinks, who passed away on the 4th of July. He's wearing his number 80.
Good.
So that's nice
good.
of Dubois, former
I
teammate.
I saw this question, and this is a good one. If Kakko does not produce offensively for his 3rd season, do you expect him to stay on the team? I don't think they're going to give up on him at 21 years old. I'll tell you that right now. But they'll have to start looking into things, and they'll have to start thinking about making a decision sooner or later with him. So, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to produce. I think offensively he's going to take a leap, especially if he gets top 6 time, which I think he will. So.
There was the comment that was right here from Dave, which was Florida wants to start Spencer Knight. How do you feel about your future franchise goalie? Making over $8 million. And you know what? That's why I never understood the Sergei Bobrovsky signing. I understood it from Florida needed a goalie, but then they go off and draft Spencer Knight. No, one or the other. And the funny part is, I can understand thinking about it. Well, what if Spencer Knight isn't going to work out? There was no guarantee you're going to get him, and maybe you could trade him in the future. But it's almost in reverse right now. You want the young goalie to be the one taking over, and you want to get rid of the high-priced guy. They still got 4 more years or 5 more years?
They have 5.
Oof.
I think if they were able to envision Chris Driedger and how he would have been, if they could have foreseen that, I think they wouldn't have signed Bobrovsky at that point. I think they just would have, in the meantime, they would have went with Driedger until Spencer Wright was ready. But obviously they didn't know what they had in him, so they signed Bobrovsky. But in hindsight, I'm sure that's probably what they're thinking. Buffalo with Shane Wright will become another Eichel situation. I mean that's not really. I get what the question's coming from, but that's not. That's not fair to say. Eichel's a totally different person than Shane Wright. Eichel has reason to be frustrated. He hasn't won in a while, and obviously the health issue and how they handled that really soured things. But, I think if Shane Wright came into Buffalo, I would imagine he'd come in with an open mind and want to turn things around. I mean, hell, when Tavares got picked by the Islanders, he welcomed it with open arms and, came into the team and was a good soldier for them for a long time. So, I don't think you could connect the 2 dots. Just because things went south with Jack Eichel doesn't mean that it will happen with another star player.
Whoa. Hold on a minute. Did I really just hear Anthony LaRocco say something about John Tavares other than calling him a snake? Did I really just hear that? Yeah. Whoa! Yeah. Hell just froze over. Satan's balls must have ice on them right now.
He's going soft like a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Oh no, that was reserved for me in the past. If the Bills left Buffalo, imagine them being your only professional team. I know, Chris.
God,
exactly.
No.
Ugh. By the way, you guys had a good line for 2 weeks, or actually like a month or two in 2014, 2015, when it was Vanek, Tavares, and Opozo. And then the Olympics came, and one torn ACL later, and it was completely different.
I don't remember Dvorak and Bure playing together other than for a very short time with the Rangers. They played briefly together in 2003 before Bure's knee injury that basically the last one that ended his career. So I really, that line wasn't bad, but Pavel Bure had a thing taking guys like Murray Craven, Trevor Linden, and making them into much better players than they were. And Cliff Ronning, too. Cliff Ronning had an 80-point season in 93. And he never touched that ever again without Bure. So Pavel Bure was in my opinion, if I had to take the best goal scorer I've ever seen based on pure skill, it's Bure for me. Bure could score in a variety of different ways, and he did it with no help. No help.
I would probably go Solani for me because then I mean I've you know what? No, it's Ovechkin. I was trying to fight it. I was at the Garden when he went inside outside on Michael Roosevelt and just one-handed it top shelf on the Lundqvist on the backhand. You're like, that's disgusting. That's just disgusting.
Oh, Roosevelt.
Oh, by the way, just to say this, Dave, you're right about Arizona needs to relocate, but they actually can still work in Arizona. Problem is they put it in the wrong spot. They put it in Glendale. They put it in Glendale, and they put it next to the football stadium and stuff. And I just no, sometimes city planners just get it wrong. That's unfortunately what just happens. Anthony, that one's for you from Chris.
The snake.
Go ahead. Yeah. Have the Rangers ever gone into a season with this much cap space?
I can't remember the last time.
I can't remember, but you know what? Might have been early in like 2010 or something like that. But even at that, they still.
They
have
14. They have like 14.4 million in cap space right now. So if they let's say Shesterkin gets 6, what does that leave them? That leaves them with like 8 and change.
Only 14? Really?
14.4, yeah.
I thought they were closer to 20.
Yeah, I thought it was too. Something must have changed somewhere along the line because I remember checking it out like a few days back and it was like 17 or something like that. So,
I love that I typed in cap friendly and boom, there goes. It just goes right to the Rangers or the Islanders.
Yeah, I mean, Dryden Hunt's probably not going to be on there. I wonder what happens with Julien Gauthier because I don't know if he's going to be on there as well. You got to remember some of that's probably going to change. They have 14 forwards listed, so I don't think they're going to have healthy scratches. Also, they have all 8 defenders listed. Not all 8 defenders are going to be at the NHL level, and
yeah, Anthony Potato is going to be down.
Yeah,
one of Tenorti or Jones.
So I think you could probably add like $1.5 million, maybe $2 million at most to that figure because some of those guys are going to be down. But yeah, I think they have a lot of cap space, and I think there's definitely one more move to be made. And a lot of the guys have said. Elliot Friedman said it the other day. He said that he thinks Chris Drury is making a move. He's got a move to make left. I don't know. I don't see. I don't see the team standing pat. Could happen, but I think there's a move to be made.
Yeah, Chris T, I gotta say, I was a little bit shocked that the Rangers don't have as much space as it appears because also they got
performance bonuses. I will talk to Statboy Steven about that because he's really good with those performance bonus numbers. Looking at
Roosevelt basically became a road cone. Yeah, he did.
I feel bad for Roosevelt because he actually played well for what he was, but he was miscast into a number 1 defenseman spot when he wasn't a number 1 defenseman. He was probably a number 3, maybe even a number 4 on a contender, on a real contender. So,
all right, I gotta hop off. I gotta go pick up my new ballless dog.
Which is exactly what fans thought about the Rangers last year is what Anthony's dog is right now. So that's why it's so important that they put more chutzpah into this team, if you will. Yeah.
Before I go, just to view the players the 17 players that are going to be going to arbitration are Zach Aston Reese, Ross Colton, Andrew Kopp, Jason Dickinson, Vince Dunn, Adam Earn, Dante Fabro, Dennis Gilbert, Aiden Hill, Michael McNiven, Victor Mete, Adam Pelech, Neil Pionk, Zach Sanford, UC Saros, Jacob Vrana, and Nikita Zadorov. So some of those names are just nothing, and then there's some bigger ones like Pelech and UC Saros, and so it's interesting to see how it's going to play out. It all starts August 11th to the 26th. They're going to be the hearing. So that's the time period where you're going to get a lot of re-signings, because as we all know, a lot of these cases never get to arbitration. So hopefully for the Islanders' sake, Pelech's case is sooner than later. This way they can, agree to something beforehand and move things along here with the rest of the offseason. So
yeah, we'll see.
All right, Anthony.
All right, fellas.
Our best to everybody. We got to get a beer next week.
Yes, absolutely. Let me know when.
All right, we'll see you soon. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere. So, and now we can talk more about just the Rangers. So, Anthony, going with your question again, the realignment, it makes sense to get Nashville, Dallas, and Florida and Carolina into the same division. But the problem is there's too many teams that you have to get with that division. They were able to do it with the South last year somehow. Minnesota ended up in the West. Okay. And I think so did St. Louis.
Divisions are always going to have some sort of weird alignment in some sort of way, where a team where you just doesn't make sense. I mean, they have the right number of teams, 8 per division now, which is cool. You could technically go the top 4 from each division, but honestly, the way they should do it is just go with the old alignment where it was top 2 seeds division, and then everybody else just fights it out in the conference. That's it. Just let rivalries brew that way. Seriously, enough is enough with divisions and stuff like that. And I get part of why is travel costs, so NHL can cut down on travel costs that way. But I don't know. It just you're gonna make more exciting playoff series by having it that way. So, I would disagree there. I would be cool with adding more teams. I would be cool with it. I really would. I think that it depends on the markets. If you told me that Hamilton was going to be a market, okay, you know what, more teams in Canada? Cool. Got no problem with that. I don't know if Hamilton could sustain. I think they could, but some people have had their concerns with, being so close to Toronto, and then Detroit not being too far away either. So they're kind of like Hartford, how they were in the middle between the Rangers and Boston. So I would love Quebec to come back. I think that would be an absolute given. Houston, I haven't really heard anything about them. I know the Arrows have been around in the AHL and the WHL for years. So it's not like Houston is a terrible hockey market if they can sustain a team there for as long as they have. But, yeah, I don't know. 36 teams would be awesome. I would love it to get to 40 one day. It would be cool. It really would.
It would be cool. There'd be some finagling with the schedule. But you know something? That's why when we did the honest press conferences with Gary Bettman, it would be great to get Quebec back in. But they're probably going to go somewhere else. I don't know what the next American city is that they're going to want to go to. They might do They might do a second team in Toronto. They've talked about that for years. But I've often said Quebec, if it comes back in, will be the 34th team, not the 33rd. And yeah, you keep hearing Houston, but yeah, Houston's got some good ones. All right, Al's got a good one right here. What is the next key date for Eichel trade to have them ready for the start of the season? Well, here's the thing. He's not going to be ready for the start of the season. That's another reason why his value goes down, because if you're trading for a guy, you're going to say he's got Filk, is it 5 years left on his current deal? With
5 years at $10 million a year.
5 years at $10 million. The no trade clause kicks in July 1st next year. Now, you could the next key date would be I think September 19th when training camps open, or they get their first taste of exhibition.
Yeah.
Then it becomes, well, he's got to report or they're going to have to dump him. And because that's around the time Carlson got traded by Ottawa. Now, here's the thing. If teams finally get to look at his medical records, then it's going to be, well, you're going to have neck surgery. Then the Rangers, in their case, are going to be without a second-line center for half the season or 2-3 months, however long this is going to take for recovery. I think it's a 2-month recovery. Am I right?
I think it's between 2 to 3 months. I'm not exactly sure, but what I was going to say there is that Chris Johnston was on Steve Dangle's podcast.
Yes,
and he said the same thing. I'm pretty sure I put that in the chat, but he said that the next pressure point, as he called it, was training camp, and you got to get that done. And by the way, welcome, Renaud. It's the first time I think I've seen you here, so welcome to the show. I'll get to your comment in a second, but the whole Eichel thing would just it's going to be training camp. I didn't think this would stretch this long into the off-season, but once free agency hit and he wasn't traded by the end of that day or shortly afterwards, and now we're looking at a week after free agency, he's still not dealt. Got to imagine it's got to be training camp. I can't see him playing for the Sabres this season. I think that the relationship is just so damaged and done, and the bridge is burned. I can't see it anymore. So I don't. That would be the pressure point for me.
Yeah, that's where it comes in, because then he's on the Sabres books, and I think you can go over 10% of the cap until the first game is played.
Correct. Yeah,
so,
that's the off-season cap rule.
Right. So it's just no, it's not good. And again, that's something they need to address. You need to get this over, because if you got a player that doesn't want to play and he's not going to come back, you don't want to pay him either. You don't want to be on your books. So
no, and then you got to remember. I mean, the Pegulas don't seem to like to want to spend on the Sabres. They'll spend on the Bills to no end because Terry loves his Bills, but and football is really their moneymaker, the Pegulas. But he has a $7.5 million signing bonus that also kicks in on the same day that no movement clause kicks in next July. I don't think Terry wants to spend $7.5 million on a player that wants out. I don't even care about McElrath. That's a non-event. Yeah. He'd be lucky if he even sees a game in the NHL at this point. But yeah, I mean, Romanello's 6 to 8 weeks to take the disc for the fusion. Yeah. So you're looking at it upwards of 2 to 3 months.
Yeah,
depending on where, how quickly they want to get him back in. I was looking for a comment before. No, I'm missing it. It was Renaud's. I mean, I don't know if another Toronto area team is really what's best. NHL. I think you need to get out of that market a little bit. Hamilton would be all right because it's not Toronto, and you could still build up rivalries with both them in Detroit and Buffalo. And I know somebody said that Al said that Buffalo would never let Hamilton have a team. I don't think the Buffalo Sabres really have a say in anything at this point.
Yeah, they still do. They still do. You still have rights. Like, that's why Peter Angelos used to block Washington from moving from Baltimore being involved and Washington having a team. So the owners still have a lot of say on that. Does the Sabres have a right to say anything based on their play? No, but their franchise can always change.
I don't.
I'm going to go to Chris T's right above that, which is, what are your guys' opinions about the play-in tournaments for the last spot, similar to the NBA's this year? I'm going to look in the camera and just say this. Fuck no. You have 82 games to figure this out. I don't want to see any more. Baseball has 162, and then they're like, yeah, they expanded a little bit too much, but now they got it with the play-in games. There is no, if you don't make the playoffs, stop. That's just it. Stop.
This is what I was looking for.
Yeah, that's the only one that Jesus, yeah. The Sabres all this up. But again, the only sport that really needs one was baseball, just because you want to make it a disadvantage to get the wild card. You want to incentivize winning the divisions, because we had a few years with the Yankees and the Red Sox. They didn't even care because they knew they were in the playoffs. It didn't even matter.
Yeah.
So, moving to football. Football, if you want to do a play-in, fine. They expanded to 7 games for each one. I mean, but then again, even at that there's nobody to blame but yourself. That's like doing a 96 team NCAA tournament. You already have perfection in March Madness. If you have to argue if you're the 69th best team in the country, that's on you. That's not on us.
Yeah,
so,
I don't know how you how do you keep going forward and expanding the ability to have teams play in the playoffs to the point where you devalue the playoffs a bit? Like, why are we worrying about like a borderline team having a chance to make the playoffs and giving them sort of a participation trophy in a way? Like, you want to see the best teams in the playoffs. You want to have the best ratings for the playoffs. Stop giving these teams chances that don't really belong there. You had 82 games to prove that you did, and you didn't. So you know what? You don't get to play for it. The playoffs, it's not a right. It's not a right to play in the playoffs. And
again, you have to earn it to get in. That's the big thing. And the reason why it existed with the NBA was because they put everybody in the bubble. They did the play-in tournament, and then it was the Phoenix Suns went unbeaten, and then they still couldn't make it in. So they were like, all right, we'll just do this play-in tournament, which I thought they had that last year too, because the NHL had it. Now, another thing with that is just stop. Montreal Canadiens upsetting the Pittsburgh Penguins. Sometimes matchups happen, but the 24th best team shouldn't even be in the playoffs, which, by the way, the Buffalo Sabres still didn't make it. And by the way, I just love this name. Enrico. I want to make sure I got the last one right. Oh, okay. So now you got to say it all together with that. Enrico Longobardi. It definitely has a great game show name or a game show host name. But anyway, if Eichel falls through, who do you go for, or do you stay with the team you have? I'm closer to staying with the team I have.
Like we said before, there's really nobody out there at this point. I mean, you go with the team you have. And Christian Dvorak doesn't really move the needle for me, especially because, like I've said this many times before, you literally you're risking giving up amazing chemistry between Ryan Strome and Artemi Panarin for a player who is at the very best a lateral move with Ryan Strome. Christian Dvorak is not a better player than Ryan Strome, and anybody telling you otherwise is wrong.
Now, where this conversation always branches off, and I have to always go with this, you're right about that. If make the right move, if you're going to get rid of Strome, don't just get rid of Strome to get rid of Strome.
Yeah, exactly.
Upgrade for Strome, you upgrade. That being said, can you upgrade from FIlip Chytil?
Okay, so if you're upgrading from FIlip Chytil, you're adding on Christian Dvorak makes about $2 million more than FIlip Chytil. And you're adding that to your third line. And sure, Christian Dvorak is a better player than FIlip Chytil at this point. But do you really want to go and add another more expensive guy that's a bottom 6 forward? Or would you want to save the $2 million and hope that the player that you drafted, who's shown you signs of getting better, could be better with better line mates around him? Like, to me, yes, he's an upgrade over FIlip Chytil. But is it worth it? Is it worth the assets that you'd have to give up? Because I would rather save assets for a bigger move like Eichel than give them up in a smaller move like Christian Dvorak. To me, it just doesn't make sense.
And the other part of that that's going to factor in is 4.45 for the next through 2025. So he's signed reasonably at a young age, and he's almost got more value than Jack Eichel right now. And I don't
know about that.
I said almost, not completely.
I don't know. I don't even know about almost.
All right, but let's also look at this. He's healthy. They don't have to worry about something. They don't have to worry about breaking the bank in order to get him. You get him for 4 years, and he's ready for day one. Jack Eichel, the Rangers get him. They're not seeing him till January. So no.
Yeah, possibly you may be right about that. October, November, December. So, or at least October and November, and then maybe part of December. But I don't see what. I just don't see the point of giving up assets for someone like Dvorak. You just sure, maybe could he make your third line better? Yeah, but how much better than Filipino? Filipino's a wild card. It could go one of two ways. Filipino could stay at the level that he's at right now, never develop, and ended up being a bust of a first-round pick. Or he could develop, and he gets closer to Christian Dvorak, and then you just gave up assets to basically get the same player that you already had that you didn't give a chance to. So
yeah. And again, that's one of those things that by the way, going with this on Tomas, there is no way Buffalo is retaining $1.
No.
I'll say that right now. So and again, the Larry Brooks article about Kakko being that trade is for them to retain half.
That's a Larry Brooks. It's a Larry Brooks musing. Don't take that as fact. Larry Brooks has two different types of articles that he writes. His musings, which is what that was, and his source stuff where he actually hears something and writes about it. So the Kakko thing was just him spitball.
And also given to the fact that Gerard Gallant was most successful the less star power that he had. The Rangers aren't crying for Jack Eichel right now. They're just the most attractive location for both the player and the franchise that's trying to deal him.
No, they're the only team that has the realistic availability, assets, cap space, and want to add a player. Like Minnesota's probably out after everything that's gone on with the Parise and Suter buyouts.
And you said the buyouts, so you immediately. So I started jumping in on that. I should have just shut the hell up. I have to finish my sentence, and I just sound like I'm repeating you. No. You said it best. $12.5 million the last next year in penalties. $14.5 million the next 2 years after that.
Yeah,
there's no way they can afford Jack Eichel.
And then the second year of the $14 million, they have only Spurgeon, Brodin, and then the 2 dead cap hits under contract. That's all that's on their cap. So they would have to. I mean, provided that Kaprizov signed, then you got to factor in anywhere from $8.5 to $10 million for Kaprizov because that's supposedly what he's looking for. I don't know if he's just trying to make his way out of Minnesota or not, but they don't even have a way to build up a team. You want to talk about Toronto being cap heavy at the top? That would be Minnesota. Minnesota would be worse. So,
and the worst part is they're cap heavy at the top, paying no one.
No one, yeah, no one. They're cap heavy. Their cap heavy at the top is 2 dead cap hits. That's terrible. But LA's out after Deneau. You know that for sure. Vegas said, screw it, we're moving on. Went re-signed Alec Martinez, brought in Lauren Brassard, and then added Evgeny Dadonov, and now they have to move space. There's no way that Vegas could be in on Jack Eichel anymore unless they move both Smith and Marchessault, and that would probably make them a worse team right now. So
this would be the goal too, to actually have the Rangers fire on all cylinders and then have Eichel basically demanding a trade here, which probably isn't going to happen. Yeah. And then, especially not the Rangers are firing all cylinders. I mean, there's a lot of good point. And Chris T, you're right about this. And there you go, which is, when do the Rangers set a deadline? The answer is they don't have to set a deadline. They can just sit there and go, we're not moving. And the longer this goes on, the less is in that trade. Because again, a year is getting burned. Think about it like this. Think about it like acquiring Noah Syndergaard, who just had Tommy John surgery, right before he has Tommy John surgery. And you're going to lose him for a year. That's almost what the Jack Eichel situation is. They're going to lose him for half a year. And then when he comes back, are you getting the 40-goal Jack Eichel or the 2-goal Jack Eichel? And the 2-goal is the most recent one. So don't give me Kevin Adams that this is you're doing it best for the team. You know what would have been best for the team? Doing it 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best explanation I think I've ever heard you give on here. Is it's spot on, because at this point you're looking at a player who has a major neck injury, has a super high AAV, and normally you'd be looking at giving up the world for him if he was healthy, but he's not healthy. He wants out. He's got a no movement clause that kicks in, and the Rangers can sit back and say, "Hey, you know what? Our team finally starting to look really good," and that's going to want Jack Eichel's going to want to come to a place like this at that point, because he knows he's not going to have to be the man. He knows that he's not going to have to be the guy that carries the team. And you know what? Kevin Adams is going to have to call the Rangers at that point, because who else is left? Who else is left for him to deal with? Unless a surprise team comes in and is able to make a deal from him. A Jack Eichel deal is a deal that you make in the offseason, not during the season, because it's harder to figure out those deals mid-season. That's why you don't see high AAV contracts move mid-season. So,
and this was the year of the trade.
And just remember, this is another great point.
Wait, hold on. Let me just answer Richards, which was, what would I do if I was the Buffalo GM? Remember in the honest press conference, and I cried. That's what I would actually do if I was Kevin Adams. I actually feel better right now than I would 3 weeks ago, because at least I know my team. I'm moving on from my problems. I'm starting. It's a new beginning. Whether it was cleaning up your apartment or mowing the lawn. I don't know. I'm thinking of whatever. Yay! It's a brand new day. But they still got Jack Eichel. You still haven't moved on. Move the hell on for all parties involved, especially any fan or radio pundit or podcaster that's done talking about Jack fucking Eichel.
Yeah, and that's part of it too. I mean, we want to just move on from this. I mean, it's giving us material, so I won't complain. But Ariana's right. Eichel just isn't. I would not in the part that she says that they're just straight up garbage and the prospects aren't worth Eichel. I wouldn't move a Zegras or a Drysdale for Eichel at this point. No team is willing to do it, and if there was a team willing to do it, it would have been done already.
Yeah.
LA backed out a long time ago because they didn't want to give up Quinton Byfield, and Kevin Adams kept saying Quinton Byfield or bust. Obviously, that's why they're not in it, and that's why they went and got Filip Deneau. They said, "Screw it, we're moving on," and they moved on. And you know what? Kevin Adams has misplayed his hand so badly. If Kevin Adams was playing poker, he would have busted out, and if it was a cash game, he'd have to buy in back like 3 times already. So,
I've used the poker metaphor that all Kevin Adams is doing is waiting for the perfect hand to go all in, and the problem is he keeps getting like 10-4 offsuit, and he's getting blinded out little by little by little. The blinds are going up. The offers aren't. The hell. Yeah, you had to make the trade 2 weeks ago when you had leverage. You don't have any leverage anymore. The only leverage you have is that Eichel can't go anywhere.
And like I said, you would have wanted to get a first-round pick and have your scouting staff make that pick. That's not even possible anymore. And so you're going to get a prospect that you may not be in love with. And listen, you want first rounders? Okay, we'll give you Brennan Othman. We'll give you Brennan Othman. The Rangers would gladly throw him in that deal. So Adams has a 7-2 offsuit and thinks he has ace king pre-flop. Actually, he thinks he has pocket aces pre-flop.
He thinks he's got pocket aces without even looking at the cards. The problem is he's really got a draw 4 card in Uno and a Bill Pecota baseball card with gunk on the back of it. So that's what he's really got. Look at your damn cards, Kevin. You're not winning this hand.
You know what? This is actually a good one. The trade needed to be done before No, it necessarily didn't have to be done because, you know what? Adams was thinking that, hey, you know what? Teams who missed out on centers will come coming back to me. But they did, and you still didn't lower the asking price. And you're holding the guy hostage, and your one little bit of leverage where you were trying to hide his medical records, your spot was blown up by his agents. You got to deal him now. You got to deal him.
And you hit the nail on the head with this. Learn from history. This is going to become Eric Lindros. It's going to happen. So, and by the way, thank you, Chris, on the analogies. Oh, oops, sorry, the analogies that keep it going. Filk, I'll be right back 1 second. I'm gonna grab my equipment because I got to hang it outside because it's drying. Hold on, I'll be right.
Nice. Well, yeah, Mark will take a little bit, and I'll keep going with the questions. Further to further that point, you have a player that obviously this situation is going to get a lot worse. I mean, anybody who is around to understand this holdout with Lindros 20 to 21 years ago, you knew how ugly it got. That was all over ESPN back then when ESPN was covering hockey. So that was and Eric Lindros was a household name in the NHL. Like, he was one of those names that was like crossing into the mainstream. You know, he was a big time name. So there was a lot of airfare about it. The 30 years ago holdout, I was talking about the 20 years ago, Ziga. No, Dean, I shaved my head probably about 2 weeks ago. I think I baked it about like a week and a half ago again. I just do it during the summer, just comfortable because it gets hot. But I'm going to let it grow from here. It'll grow back to normal. You'll see it. But Lindros sat out in 2000 partially because of the concussions, but also because he was holding out. He wanted a trade out of Philadelphia, and they wouldn't give him the trade. They were basically holding him hostage. It's funny because the same package that was dealt for Eric Lindros, which was Pavel Brendel, Jan Hlavich, and Kim Janssen plus a third-round pick, was offered to Pittsburgh for Jaromir Jagr about a week or so earlier than that. Yes, Christy from the Scott Stevens concussion. But that package was offered to Jaromir Jagr. Joe, that's not happening. That is not happening. I'm not doing Bam Bam Bigelow flames on my head. That is not happening. No way, no how. You'd have to give me like millions of dollars to do that. Sorry, I'm just not doing it. But you gotta just move this guy. You gotta just take what you can get at this point because it's gonna get uglier. Romanello, no, I don't think the league will get involved. The NHLPA will probably say something, but I don't think they'll get involved. Yeah, Dean, I did. I shaved mine with a razor like a week and a half ago, and this is already how it's growing back. But this is going to get worse. It's going to get worse before it gets better. And honestly, if he's still on that team come training camp or come the start of the regular season, he's probably not playing. He's probably not playing. Asbury Park's finest. Yes, Beast from the East, Bam Bam Bigelow. Rest in peace, Scott Bigelow. Never seen a man that big that could do a moonsault, maybe other than Big Van Vader. Yeah. I trimmed the beard today because a little bit because it was scraggly and I didn't want to look too bad with Marty Biron on. So, but yeah, I liked Eric Lindros as a player. The fact that Penguins turned down that package and then went and dealt for a lesser deal for Jagr like a week later to Washington was just stupid. But the 92 package for Lindros was because he was literally the most hyped up and talked about prospect ever. Everybody talks about how Connor McDavid was. Connor McDavid was viewed as a possible generational talent, but Eric Lindros was viewed as the absolute next one. Like, he was absolutely the next guy. Seeing Todd Penn go, by the way, at the NXT In Your House last year was a blast from the past after watching him on WWF Mania as a kid. That was weird, but it was interesting. So brought back a little 90s kid in me. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse before it gets better. And Adams really had a responsibility to get a deal done here. And I get it. You got to hold out for the best deal because this is a kind of deal that can make or break your career. But Adams was handed a shit sandwich. He was handed a double-decker shit sandwich and was just he was really put between a rock and a hard place from the start because Botterill didn't do enough to improve this team in his time here prior to him. So I kind of feel bad for Adams in a way. But as to the Quebec package, that built an entire Stanley Cup winner. And yes, if you haven't seen Steve Dangle's trade tree on Eric Lindros, go watch it.
Ooh.
And his Wayne Gretzky trade tree is even better because it was extended by a player making his NHL debut this season, 31 years later. Oh, man.
I mean, that's what the great part about those trade trees are. You get to see these things like just in general, the players that they get and then how it all kind of goes. And you still they didn't even get into what they got back for Eric Lindros from the New York Rangers, which ended up being Jan Hlavich, Kim Janssen, Pavel Brendel, and a first-round pick.
Third-round pick.
Yeah. A what?
Third-round pick. They selected
my bad.
In 2001 in the draft.
Yeah, and you know what? It's just some of these trades. That's what the great part about them is that they end up benefiting everyone involved. Like the Rick Nash deal, the Rangers. If you want to use the term "won the Rick Nash deal," yeah, they did.
They did.
Although you could argue Artem Nisimov was in the package to get Brendan Saad, and then Brendan Saad, I think, he didn't go back.
Brendan Saad went to Columbus, and then he went back to Chicago to get Artemi Panarin. So they got Artemi Panarin out of it.
Yeah. So I mean, actually, I thought Anisimov was the center for Kane and Panarin.
He was. That was the party line.
Oh, because I'm sorry. Now I picked up the timeline.
Yeah.
This is the reason why the Terminator movies got more confusing. Like just you put something out of place in the timeline and everything goes crazy. But yeah, Adam thinks he's in a Duchesne situation where he's Sackett waited on the market. It's not even close. Duchesne went from one locker room to the next one. When Ottawa played the Avs, Ottawa played I did say the Avs. Ottawa played the Avs it was Sweden, I think it was. And then he just went, oh, okay. And I think he played on both teams in that trip. Or it was just an awkward plane ride back. Yeah. Tom, thank you. Because, like I said, I was off on the timeline. So.
Yeah, Kevin Adams is overplaying his hand, and that's the biggest thing. It's just, like I said, I get it. You want to get the most you can get back for your player, but you got to realize that circumstances – everybody's pretty much out on him right now. They've all backburnered him. And if there was a backburner for a backburner, that's basically what these teams are doing. Everybody is telling Kevin Adams right now, by the lack of activity that's out there, that they're ready to move on with what they have. And that's the worst possible outcome for Kevin Adams. Because this is only going to get uglier if he doesn't take a lesser deal to deal Eichel away.
And it's just, you're already getting less. Every day you're getting less. Because
Chris Johnston said it best when he was on there. You're not going to win this trade. If that's Kevin Adams' goal, which is what it seems like, stop. Just stop. Because you're not going to win this trade. You're never going to win it. You're losing the hands down best player. And everybody that you get in that trade will probably not be as good as Eichel. And that's usually how it is with these deals. So look at Kovalchuk. Everybody thought that they were gonna get a haul from him. Nicholas Bergfors was one of the centerpieces of that trade. Does anybody actually remember Nicholas Bergfors? I mean, Devils fans thought he was going to be a great scorer, and he ended up being a complete bust. I mean, the Heatley trade was another one when he was traded to San Jose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was another one. Joe Thornton, Brad Stewart, Marco Sturm, and Wayne Primo. Just, Dean, no, we actually talked about that probably about I think 10 minutes ago, 10, 15 minutes ago, we talked about that. Dubois changing his number to honor Matisse Kivlenieks.
Yeah, that was about, actually, we said 10 minutes ago. It's really about an hour. So
probably. I don't know.
That's how time flies whenever we're doing this show.
Yeah, we totally lose track of time here with this. So if we said it longer ago, then I apologize.
Yeah, and by the way, speaking about which, Henrik Lundqvist donating $400,000 to Food Stars charity again in New York, and Henrik Lundqvist doing still whatever he can for this city, and I hope he's honored properly as soon as a New York Ranger. The only great player that had good value in trades and NHL compensation was Shanahan.
I don't know if that Joe.
Well, that's Keith Primeau and Paul Coffey.
Yeah, Joe. I don't know if you're mentioning his trade to Detroit or if you're talking about the transaction that sent him from New Jersey to St. Louis. But if you're talking about the transaction that sent him from New Jersey to St. Louis, that was an offer sheet, and the compensation ended up being Scott Stevens. So that wasn't a trade.
But wait. But I think what he's talking about is all right, because now we're just going to click on this. We'll go with that. I think he's talking about Shanahan to Detroit, and that's Primeau and Coffey. Coffey, they ended up waiving him. Primeau stayed with the organization for, I believe, 4 more years or maybe 3 more years and was moved for Rod Brindamore. And when Rod Brindamore now then became I believe, the second Stanley Cup winning no, he wasn't a captain that was traded for it. That's the difference with this. But he was a captain. They acquired him from outside the organization. They made him a captain, and he ended up winning a Stanley Cup. Mark Messier, first ever captain that was ever traded for. Quite literally. Anthony, we were talking about this earlier with so again, by the way, Joe, you're right. I think that was good compensation there, not the compensation. By the way, thanks for filling that in for me, John, because I completely forget how Stevens goes from St. Louis to the Devils.
Yeah, that was really the first ever offer sheet that was accepted and went through, and then you have the Sakic attempt, which didn't. And again, by the way, I will be doing Rangers What If videos, or maybe even I'll have a live stream of it one day. We'll do that. So.
Do you need a topic? Because I could give you a good one to start with.
I have tons of Rangers what ifs, my friend.
All right, because I always say my greatest what if is what if the Rangers won the draft lottery in 2005?
Yeah, that's
working at a different organization. Devin Levy, by the way, Marty Biron was telling us about it. He was the starter for Team Canada. He could end up being Buffalo's goalie in the future. I still think that return still is kind of weak for Sam Reinhart, even though they have to sign him. But Marty cleared that up for us.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, and that's why. But if you look at it, and if you want to say that was weak, then yeah, you could say that that's weak. But Pavel Buchnevich got a weak return too, and he also no contract, restricted free agent. That's what happens when you don't have a contract, though.
Do you also think the hard cap played into that a little bit? These restricted free agent
the flat cap?
Yeah.
It's tough because a lot of teams don't have a lot of space right now. The Rangers obviously being one of those rare teams that actually does have a decent amount of space. But you gotta figure it's gonna go up, but you gotta watch what you do until then. So the Rangers, with a lot of their dead cap disappearing in these next couple of years, so I mean, it's good to be in the position that the Rangers are in. It's just now you have to be careful with your restricted free agents. So, that's why Chris Drury, he hasn't pulled off the Eichel deal yet, but you got to remember there's also a decision to make with Mika Zibanejad, as was mentioned before. So,
what was the proposed Stamkos deal?
I believe Del Zotto was a part of it, but I don't remember the exact details. I'd have to go look that up. It's
Jesus Christ. The
really
Rangers
looked into
got
it a
Steven
while.
Stamkos in a Michael Del Zotto move.
Yeah, I do know that Len Barry and Orrin Coles, who were the two prospective owners of the Lightning at the time, clashed on it. And I believe Len Barry nixed the deal at the last second. I'm not sure. I could be getting the two of them mixed up there, but one of them nixed it at the last second. It was basically a handshake agreement to deal Stamkos, and then it just fell off like that.
By the way, Richard, thank you very much also, because we try again, we do this every single week. We love our segments to start. We also love all the Q&A that we do afterwards. That's why we try to stick around as long as possible on that. Evgeny Grachov was in that rumored trade. GM Brian Lawton nixed it. Brian Lawton, the first ever. Sorry, go ahead.
Lawton nixed it because he got the order from one of the two owners. I think it might have been Coles that nixed it, actually, now that I think about it. It might have been Orrin Coles that nixed it. So I think Len Barry actually agreed to it, now that I'm looking back on it.
Okay.
Al Montoya was... Oof.
Yeah, Al Montoya. And you know what the funny part is? I always said he was the goalie of the future. He was the insurance policy if Henrik Lundqvist was a bust, which, by the way, he wasn't. Then, and people forget, Al Montoya made the AHL All-Star team, I think, like 2 consecutive years right after that. And just, I don't want to say he never got his fair shot at the NHL, because he did. He was a pretty good backup. I think he got a shot with the Islanders of Winnipeg. But, you know, he just never improved, never had his game round out. So, first, I think these are 2 new names on the list. Nick Riley. Should Drury stand pat or wait till next summer for Eichel? Adams losing leverage every day. Yes, he is losing leverage every day.
No.
And yes, Drury could stand pat.
Drury can. I misread that. I thought he had said should Adams stand pat. No, Drury should just put his hands in his damn pocket and fiddle all his fingers around, sit on his thumb for all he cares. Because you know what? It just if that no movement clause kicks in, Adams is screwed. Adams is absolutely screwed.
By the way, Azul, welcome to the show. No, this is like your first time doing it. And by the way, I asked a friend of mine who is Natalie Villamure, and her dad, of course, is Gilles Villamure. And I just ask her all the time, like, please tell me one thing. Eddie Jacquemin is as nice as I think he is. She just says, yeah, he is. So, and they're doing well, fortunately.
I've got to laugh at this one as a wrestling fan. Al Montoya became just incredible because it was Aldo Montoya, with the name of the wrestler who was actually real life named PJ Polacco, who then became just incredible in ECW. So yes, that's a great reference, Sean. Chris T, I don't know if it was Subban and Price, but there was every summer it seemed like there was Lecavalier to Montreal rumors because he's a francophone. So I don't think about that, but I know that they wanted Montreal. So Montreal wanted Lecavalier, sorry.
Yeah, what do you think about that for the what if that Anthony's pitching for you right here of what if were they allowed to draft Ovechkin #1? When did the Panthers have the #1 pick again before that?
The Panthers had the #1 pick in 2002. They'd won the lottery, I believe, 2 years in a row. They traded down from #1 to #3 in 2002, so Columbus could take Rick Nash. And then in 2003, they traded with Pittsburgh in a deal that involved Michael Samuelson and the swapping of the 1st and 3rd overall picks again. So, yeah.
Let's see how they did in those drafts. And entry-level pick. Florida took Jay Bouwmeester, so I'm pretty sure they worked out with that. However, I understand what Anthony's saying right there. You'd much rather have had Alexander Ovechkin. Why wasn't he allowed to be number 1 in that draft, or was he too young?
Age. He was a September birthday. I think he was after the deadline. So.
Oh, okay. Sort of like how Filipino was a week before the deadline.
Yeah, he was the young player in that draft. Alexander Ovechkin just missed the deadlines. But and you know what's funny? You mentioned Jay Bouwmeester. Jay Bouwmeester in Florida was a really good defenseman. He was like a 40-point guy who was playing number 1 minutes for them. And then the trade to Calgary happened. He was just never the same player after that. Something about his offense just went away and just was never nearly the same. Yes, this is true. I've read an article on this. I heard about this a very, very long time ago when I was a kid, I think I was about 15, 16 years old when I heard about this for the first time. But I found an article on it, and it's absolutely true. If they would have gotten Burry at the 99 trade deadline, Gretzky would have held off his retirement and would have played. So.
Washington got Steve Eminger and Alexander Semin back-to-back in that draft in 2003. And Long Island's own Chris Higgins.
Yeah, Chris Higgins from Smithtown, New York, a product of PAL juniors out of the rinks in Hauppauge. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Mike Komisarek was too. I believe Eric Nystrom as well.
Yep.
02 draft. Yeah.
I don't even remember this guy for the Rangers. The Rangers drafted it in the 2nd round. They took oh, by the way, Sean Bergenheim to the Islanders in that draft.
2002?
Yeah.
Lee Filario?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. He was I think he played for Michigan State. He just wasn't really any good. They had some bad drafting back then. Bad drafting. I mean, they might have hit on guys like Lundqvist and Tootin. Blackburn looked really good before the shoulder injury. I mean, Nigel Dawes ended up becoming actually a halfway decent player that if he would have actually stayed in the NHL for a few more years, he actually could have probably had more of a career because he was heading towards a game that would have actually suited him. I'll never forget in the 07-08 season when they went out on that West Coast trip and he absolutely undressed Chris Pronger. I was like, whoa, couldn't believe he took Chris Pronger out of his jock the way he did.
Not many people are able to do that to Chris Pronger. Nigel Dawes in shootouts was unreal. Zook was good. The guy, you know who was awesome in shootouts for the New York Rangers?
Eric Christensen.
Yeah, Eric Christensen. But you know who was even better? P.A. Parenteau.
P.A. Parenteau was really good. Freddie Sjustrom was really good.
Yeah.
Okay. And say there is a neighbor of mine and said something big will happen with NYR in mid-August. Pronger also traded for Shanahan, yes, in 96, I believe.
Which is still one of my favorite stories of Mike Keenan just glaring at him at the beginning of the season because he came in overweight. And he just goes, you know who I traded for you?
Yeah. I don't know what to make about this one. I try not to put too much stock into these. I'm not saying you're lying or anything like that, Azul. I just, until it happens, you know what? If something big does happen and it's Eichel, whatever, then you know what? Cool.
Yeah, again, because just like we said before, just like every girl I've ever dated, I just want this to be over. So it's just come on. It's just
that's why I stick to hockey, because hockey has never let me down like women have. So yeah. Except mom. Mom is always the best one. Yeah, mom's the good one. No, that wasn't the one I wanted to click.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, both of us are going to say Zubov.
Zubov for Nedved, but the older crowd will probably say Middleton for Hot.
Rick Middleton, yeah, because that one bit the Rangers in the ass.
Yeah, really bad. You had a guy with one of the better scorers of an entire decade for a guy who played, I think, 60 to 80 games as a Ranger and scored like 12 points or some shit because he was Esposito's friend. Ugh.
Peter Nedved was awesome in the shootout. I only remember him in one shootout, and it didn't have to do with the NHL.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't really
93 gold medal, right?
And
he was playing for Canada, not for Czech Republic.
The 94 Olympics.
94 gold medal. I'm sorry, not 93.
Yeah. I don't know. Zubov was not moved because of Russian mob stuff. He was moved because Messier couldn't stand the fact that he played like crap against the Flyers and got bullied around by Lindros. So Eric Lindros got Sergei Zubov and Peter Nedved trade.
Here's a good one. Who's the most underrated forward in the late 90s and the early 2000s because of the players he played against?
Ziggy Palffy.
Probably.
Undoubtedly Ziggy Palffy.
Unfortunately, I want to throw Jason Allison on that list, but he didn't.
Oh, that's a good one too.
He had the concussion problems. He couldn't stay on the ice. He was great for the Bruins that one year, and I do mean the word great. And he was great for LA playing with Ziggy Palffy. And I think it was Adam Deadmarsh or Brian Smolinski. I can't remember which one.
Yeah, those early 2000s Kings teams were good teams to watch. They were fun. They had some talent, and they worked their asses off under Andy Murray. So,
is there an underrated Ranger that fits on here, or is it just basically Jed Ortmeyer?
In the early 2000s, late 90s, 2000s?
Yeah, I think Ortmeyer was actually mid to. I think he was.
He debuted in the 2004 season, and then
so he's more of the mids.
Like 2008. So I would say mids. He doesn't really fit that time. That
was when the Rangers were trying to acquire everybody and had a $70 million payroll.
I would say Mike York then.
Yeah,
Mike York.
I think he's rated exactly where Ranger fans want him to be. These are, by the way, also lists we got to get started on doing and broadcasting.
Most underrated lists, top tens. We're going to do more of those as well. Radek Dvorak was another one you could say was underrated. I mean, he had that one really good 30-goal, 60-point season for the Checkmates in 2001, including that 4-goal game against the Islanders.
Yep, when he wasn't on the Checkmate line. So.
Yeah, he was on that Checkmate line.
Yeah.
Nedved had a really good couple of years for them in 2000 and 2001, especially that 2001 season. He was almost a point per game for them that year. And there were times where he wouldn't show up for games because he was probably having a good time with his supermodel girlfriend, Veronika Varakova, at that time before the games. So that was always the joke, that Peter Nedved was always tired in practice and in games because he was being tired out by his girlfriend. Theo Fleury, I don't think he gets slept on much. Stephen Weiss. Oh, that's an interesting name that I haven't heard.
Yeah.
Of.
I think he's afterwards. Like it's
Stephen Weiss is later 2000s.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll address this one. Have we heard? Yeah, that's just spitballing from Friedman and Jeff Marek. Jeff Marek was the same guy who said that the Rangers were going to trade a first for Nick Delorier. So anytime you hear anything from Jeff Marek from now on, just disregard it. Disregard it. He doesn't have any sources. He's just Friedman's partner. So
I can honestly say I wanted to trade places with Peter Nedved just now.
Yeah, Peter Nedved. There was Veronika Varakova was in Sports Illustrated in their swimsuit edition one year, and Peter Nedved was in the picture with her, and Veronika Varakova was just a friggin' smoke show.
Yeah.
My God.
Moving on to back to hockey.
Yeah.
So The I don't know what's worse, the breakup, the loss to the Kings. Oh, your worst breakup versus the loss to the Kings. Oh, okay. Damn, that's a good one.
Loss to the Kings for me.
I'd almost have to say it's gonna sound funny. I think the loss to Tampa Bay hurt me more because they won the President's Trophy. I really thought they could get by and beat Chicago. And
yeah, I think they would have beaten Chicago too.
Getting shut out. It just still doesn't leave a good taste in my mouth.
Dean, yeah, I was just watching that yesterday. It's pretty good. Samuel Krasinski, who I think was the first time I've seen the name today. Welcome to the show, by the way. What if Chris Drury gets traded? Yeah, that would be funny, but I don't think that's going to happen.
He commented earlier. He was.
Yeah, I saw him commenting earlier, but I think what I was saying was like the first time I've seen him commenting was today. So, Milan Hajduk was a really good one. I don't think he was rated. I mean, he had a 50-goal season in 2003, won the Rocket Richard, playing on a line with Alex Tanguay, and then that year's MVP and top scorer in Peter Forsberg.
Yeah, by the way, Stephen Weiss was underrated, but also I confused him for a minute with Dale Weiss. And that's why I was like, Dale Weiss. That's why I mentioned Stephen Weiss being on the Rangers. Dale Weiss started as a New York Ranger, and they moved on from him afterwards. I think he played like 2 games as a Ranger.
Yeah. The closest thing we've seen to this was when the Rangers traded for Michel Bergeron. They traded a pick for a coach. They traded a first-rounder. I believe, was it 87 or 88 that they traded?
I believe it was 87 because Esposito is the one that did it.
Yeah.
And it was to not be the head coach anymore. Again, the Riley Smith thing sounds good, but it's also like it's one of those things that's good on paper, but
I don't think Riley Smith is happening. I think it maybe he's a deadline addition. I think, who was it that said that before? Was it Alyssa? I think said it. Yeah. Yeah, if we get Smith, it's probably a deadline thing. So,
is it possible for McKinnon or McDavid to catch McKinnon or Matthews to catch McDavid as a face-off for the face of the NHL? I'm gonna go with no. I don't think it is. Connor McDavid doesn't do anything stupid. Austin Matthews does. McKinnon is good. McDavid's just better. The only way would be if McKinnon wins the Stanley Cup. And I'm well aware I only said one of those 2 names.
I don't even think if he wins a Stanley Cup, he would be. McKinnon's a great player. And he's not terribly far off McDavid in terms of pure skill. But McDavid's the best, the most skilled player I've ever seen in my life. He just does things that nobody can do at that speed. He just the way he plays, like to score 100 points in a 50-game season is just nuts. So
I also got to say this because I brought this up a while ago, but I want to say it was early May. Why go rush to get Jack Eichel if you're not going to get the right deal when Connor McDavid is going to ask out soon?
Yeah, that's conjecture.
I know it's conjecture, but sooner or later, you kick a guy enough, he's going to want to leave.
I get it. You can't count on that, though. Like
I'm not counting on it.
The Islanders a few years ago.
Right. We're not going to take damaged goods. But then again, when we start seeing the good guy,
The problem is the Islanders a few years back, I think it was like 2016 or 17, were playing all their cards an entire offseason on Steven Stamkos hitting free agency. And what did Tampa do? Signed him the day before or like 2 days before or something like that. And they were entire Islanders offseason. And they had John Tavares leaving in like a year or two. And they really screwed up. This one's an interesting question. Do anybody know why Bobrovsky was fired? I'd imagine it was probably just an overhaul thing. I think Chris Drury probably wanted to go with somebody. Yeah, and this is another good one. 2015 was worse. If you then it wasn't going to happen. You're right. Yandel was an all-in type trade. It was an all-in trade, and they didn't, because of the idiotic coach that they had, didn't want to put him on the power play, and they lost. So
it's sort of like, hey, you got this guy to put him on the power play, and then don't. Why'd you get him then?
Stupid.
And I do think, and by the way, Anthony Vinny Prosper was kind of rated where he was. See, that's the funny part. Whenever you talk about some overrated guys, some guys are actually just rated. But again, the whole reason why they got Keith Yandel was for the power play. Their power play was anemic. So what do they do? No, it's just not doing anything. I think Leetch just kind of left the organization. Then he was, I don't know. I don't think it was anything about him and Drury. I still think McDavid's going to have enough soon. How often do you have to sit there? Look at the Honest Trailers press conference, the Honest press conference intro. He literally sits there like, what the fuck else could I have done? And he's starting to become the forward version of Henrik Lundqvist. He really is. And the difference is Henrik Lundqvist, they were able to improve the team around him and give some serious playoff runs. Him winning a Vezina in 2012. He should have won multiple ones. That's a different story. But then, looking over at McDavid, like, what else can the guy do? He just had 100-point season in 56 games. That's incredible. And yet,
Connor McDavid already has a Hall of Fame resume. He has a 1.41 career points per game percentage with 574 points in 407 games. He's had 4 100-point seasons in 6 years, and he would have had 100 points in 2020 had he probably not missed the 5 to 6 games that the Oilers had played with that injury. And if COVID wasn't a thing last year, he would have had almost 120 points probably. So he's already got a Hall of Fame. He's got 3 scoring trophies, 2 MVPs, and he's on a pace to be probably a top 5 NHL player of all time. Like we talked about how Sidney Crosby, when it's all said and done, is probably a top 5 player of all time, at least top 10.
I would put him at number 6.
McDavid will, when it's all said and done, will probably be a top 5 player. He continues it absolutely.
By the way, Rich, 100%. Who wouldn't be thrilled to be Edmonton?
Siberia.
Yeah. Edmonton, like Canada's answer to Delaware.
This is actually a good one. I think you probably were looking at this too. Lily is a good acquisition. He's made some really good picks in Toronto. If Gordie Clark is gone and this is the guy that you got to replace him, I think this is a good pick.
Again, the hard part about some of this is when you start ranking in guys that won and guys that won multiple times. The other thing is centers go above wingers. That's why it's hard for me to put Ovechkin in the top 10. Because that's all right. Well, John, let's go through our top 4. We got that easy because top 4 is everyone's.
Top 4 has got to be Gretzky, Lemieux, and Howe.
However order you want to do it, I do Gretzky or Howe, Lemieux. And only because Howe was a defender and not Howe, or was a defender and he changed the game. 5, I got Messier. I can't go any lower than 5 for Messier. He's talking about 6 Stanley Cups, 2 MVPs on 2 different teams. He was a captain of 2 different, and the first ever captain of 2 different Stanley Cup winners.
The only captain of 2 different Stanley Cup winners.
Yes. Okay.
The only
there you
one.
go. Done.
There's nobody else that's done it.
Crosby, amazing career. That's why I got him firmly at 6. I think 6 to 10 is a crapshoot, though.
Here's why I could see Crosby being over Messier. Messier's peak of his career, if you look at it statistically, and I'm going to pull it up in a second because I want to make sure I have the exact year. I believe it was 83, which is his first point per game season. And no, it was 82. Sorry, 82. He had 50 goals and 88 points. But he's what?
Honorable mention: Wade Redden.
Wade Redden. Messier went from 82 to really to 97, which was really his peak. So it was in those 1,125 games, he scored 1,456 points. That was his peak years. Then his next his next 7 seasons were just not nearly as good. They just weren't. Injuries in Vancouver kind of hurt him and the age, and he caught up. I mean, he was a great player into his 40s. But if you look at Sidney Crosby, he's played 16 years, and he's never been under a point per game in his entire career. And his points per game percentage is top, I think, 4 of all time.
He's when I think about Messier, though, he's two-way. He just
so is Crosby, though.
But Crosby's been two-way, but not to the extent Mess was one of the most physically imposing players in NHL history, and that's what I gotta go back to. I mean, then in that case, 5 to 10 is sort of a crapshoot. You could throw Messier in that box, Sidney Crosby, Joe Sakic, Steve Yzerman. Where does Rocket Richard fall in? When do we start getting to guys that aren't centers like Yager or
Yager's top 10 for me.
Ovechkin. And Yager
Ovechkin being top 10. Yager is definitely top 10 for me.
Yager never won without Mario.
Yeah. I mean, sure, but do you see how many scoring trophies he had without Mario?
That's a lot too, yes.
3. He had 3 scoring. 1995, Mario didn't really play.
He won.
Francis. He won the scoring trophy in 98 and in 99 and in 2000. Oh, actually, no. Yager had all of his scoring trophies without Mario. Sorry. So that's 5 scoring trophies without Mario. And he won an MVP in 2000 or 99, rather, I believe, without Mario. So,
by the way, Anthony doesn't know we have PTSD when it comes to this, but he was talking about underrated players of the 2000s and so.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you guys ever mention Olli Jokinen? Because fuck Olli Jokinen. That's the reason why.
Yeah, fuck Olli Jokinen is right.
That was the weakest shootout attempt I've ever seen. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
We talk about names of the guys. Sorry, Anthony. Names of guys that'll never be named. Olli Jokinen for every Ranger fan is just that weak ass move. Who are the 5 best teams, Kaden? Are you talking about this season or just Ranger teams in general or right now? Because what do you think about the Devils? Think the Devils might get Tarasenko?
I think they might just be crazy enough to pull off the deal. They might be desperate enough to do it. I mean, if you're the Islanders, you really don't have to make that deal. And there's no guarantee that Vladimir Tarasenko will make them a better team than they are right now, because you don't know how his shoulder is. And what do I think of Hugh Jessman?
Yeah. By the way, I was about to say that Sam, the other person that shall not be named is Hugh Jessman.
Yeah, we don't mention that name. Joe Modano. Yeah, but no, I think the Devils could be crazy enough. Sean might be right about this. Big Lou might not gamble on that injury. He might be right.
All right. New York Rangers coming in with this one. Top 10 players right now. So go ahead, John.
McDavid, Draisaitl. This is in no order, by the way. McDavid, Draisaitl.
Although McDavid's number 1.
McDavid's number 1, and then you want to do it. You obviously have McDavid, Draisaitl, Matthews, McKinnon. I would have to say I would probably put Eichel in there if you're looking at players.
If he's on, but if you go right now,
all right. So he's not healthy. We're not presuming health then. Okay.
No,
we're going status quo. Everything factored in. Okay. Are we talking contracts now too? Then?
No. We'll just go with the player.
Just the player and his health. Okay.
Oh, don't worry, Anthony. We're getting to him. He's in that list.
I would say Barkov would probably have to be on the list. If we're talking just forwards, Barkov's definitely on that list. Victor Hedman. Victor Hedman's got to be on that list because he's just a game changer on defense. I would say Sidney Crosby.
Still. Ovi? Yeah, exactly.
Outside, he's probably a top 15 to 20 for me. Artemi Panarin is right there. Probably in the top 10 because of what he's done with this team. And just, you know what, he turned Ryan Strome, he out-turned Ryan Strome into a legitimate top 6 center. So, I mean, Marchand's got to be one. David Pastrnak for me would probably be that guy over Marchand though, because Pastrnak is just, he's the offense on that line. That line, Pastrnak got added.
And you know what? Malkin and Kuznetsov don't make my list, but Kucherov does.
Kucherov definitely does for me, but Kuznetsov's not even close. Kuznetsov's not even in my top 30.
Does Brayden Point make it to the top 10?
No, but he's close. He's top 20.
Matthews is definitely in there.
I said Matthews.
Yeah, that kid, he had a puck that he had a shot. I think it was his 20th goal of the season this year that he was just inside the blue line, maybe a step or two, and he wristed it right past Carey Price, who every Canadian guy would say is the greatest one of all time. This is the reason why we end up doing Q&A for 2 hours.
Funny shit, man. Funny shit. I love this.
Yeah, definitely not that.
Kane is definitely likes the nose candy a bit.
Yeah, Kane is definitely top 10.
Patty Kane's probably right there. Mitch Marner is up there. DeBrincat is a no. I don't think he's even a top 20 for me.
Marner, by the way, what you'd have to figure out with him is who's the Maple Leafs guy. If it's Matthews, in my opinion, that would be him.
Mitch Marner's a better all-around player than Austin Matthews. I could tell you that right now.
But Matthews brings so much offense, it just offsets the equation.
But Marner is the guy that's up there in terms of the point scoring.
And there you go.
Is a guy that's up there in takeaways too. So I mean,
is Ovechkin still in the top 10? And we're doing this off the top of our head, so bear with us.
I don't think so anymore.
I think he's just outside, but
he's just outside of it. I mean, he's definitely a top 20, not a top 10 for me anymore.
Huberdeau's improving all the time, Anthony, and Ekblad's improving. You saw Florida go down.
He's probably
isn't even in the league. We got to blow up about this.
Oh my God, that's great.
Quinn's Rocket Man at last.
Man Rocket, yeah. Oh God.
Okay, so trying to think of some of the other guys that are in this that we could think of.
Barkov for me, I love Alexander Barkov. I think he's a point per game Selke winner. I don't. There aren't many better sets of hands in the NHL than Alexander Barkov, or many better shootout guys than Barkov. He has a move for every day of the week.
Yes,
he literally does.
And you know what? Where's he going to rank in the best all-time Finnish players? Anthony asked, and I'm going to say he's going to be top 5. Jari Kurri's got the second most amount of goals. Yeah, second
behind Solani.
He is second behind Solani. I had to make sure for a second. I mean, second most amount of goals, and then not Jonathan Taves, not now.
No,
definitely not.
Taves not even close anymore.
Yeah, but unfortunately, there might be other underlying health conditions that are in there.
This question is awesome back here.
I could answer that one quickly. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it's Patrick Waugh, and it's
Waugh.
Close. It's not even close. Here's a stat: Patrick Waugh is the only player in NHL history with 3 Conn Smythe trophies. Not Wayne Gretzky, not Bobby Orr, not Mario Lemieux, who all have 2, and Sidney Crosby, who also has 2. Patrick Waugh has 3.
Patrick Waugh, by the way, not only does he have 3, but he's the only player to win the Conn Smythe on 2 different teams.
Correct.
Tom Brady being the only Super Bowl MVP on 2 different teams.
Yes. And Patrick Waugh went to 5 finals appearances, won 4 of them, and won the Conn Smythe 3 times in those 4 wins.
Like, objectively speaking, I'll go with this. Objectively speaking, Marty Brodeur is the 5th best goalie of all time to me. And John disagrees with me on. I have no problem with him disagreeing. He could be wrong. And that's
okay.
but whatever your cup of tea is, Waugh or Hasek, 1 or 2. I would then go Ken Dryden and Jacques Plante right after that.
Yeah,
but that's with me. But those are great names. And if you say 5th best of all time is a problem, oh well. I mean, I'm just upset that Henrik Lundqvist is going to be NHL's answer to Dan Marino.
Yeah, so that's the problem. I saw another one before.
Cody Bro, you're right on that one, by the way.
Most overrated. Oof. Oh,
Taylor Hall.
Taylor Hall. Yeah,
Rocky's answer to Bryce Harper is what I keep calling him.
Yeah, I would say he's probably a top 3 overrated, if not the most overrated player in the league. That's hard.
That's a good one.
I like Gabriel Landeskog, but I think that he gets a little more attention than he does because of the 2 guys on his line. So that might be your possible hot take from me. I don't think he's terribly overrated, but
you know what? Now he fits there, even though he didn't before this trade. It's John Tavares. He's in there.
I don't think so because of the fact that he's been a point per game player in Toronto.
Okay. Tortorella hired by ESPN. How long into the season until he becomes a coach again?
I think teams are finally starting to get tired of him.
Well, it's going to be a team that needs a kick in the ass.
Yeah. I mean, Tavares in his 3 seasons in Toronto has played. He's just under a point per game. In 201 games, he has 198 points, including 92 goals. So I would say that's pretty damn good.
Okay, so I retract him being overrated.
Yeah, I mean, I could see why people would think that, but I would disagree. But
then again, he goes, you know what, to support your opinion, he goes out, they lose that playoff series. They probably don't. Claude Giroux, yes.
Zach Sanford and St. Louis Blues settle at $2 million. So that's an interesting one. So one of the arbitration cases does not go to arbitration. Claude Giroux.
You know what? You brought up the name last week, and we went on some Matchbox 20 references. But again, I'm going to say I would love it if the Rangers can find some way to get Rob Thomas.
Rob Thomas would be nice. Yeah, Robert Thomas would be a really good fit for them, I think.
Yeah,
I think he could lead. Yeah, I think he could be like a second-line 2-way center that they need. And there's some room to grow with him offensively. I think there is. But I don't agree with I agree and disagree on Giroux. You're never going to get that 100-point Giroux again, but no. I think he's at least a point-per-game player if he can bounce back. The problem is he's 33. He's getting old. So the odds of him bouncing back are getting slimmer.
Great face-off player.
What's that?
He was a great face-off player.
Giroux, yeah. I mean,
that's what the funny thing is. He moved to wing, but he's great on faceoffs.
Giroux, I'll never forget the 2012 series between the Penguins and the Flyers in that Game 6 where he came out, absolutely laid out Sidney Crosby, and then scored that goal. I went nuts for that because I thought that was awesome.
Trying to think of some other guys that I would look at and just go. I mean, a few years ago, Eric Stahl could have been in there, but then he had a resurgence in Carolina. But he's.
You mean Minnesota?
That's what I meant, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Thank you. Tomas. He just Phil just answered that. Willie was a good replacement. He's saying.
Yeah, I like that. He made some good picks with Toronto.
And yeah,
Rasmus Sandin looks like he's going to be a good player. So that if you want to talk about the guys that weren't like Matthews and Marner and picked in like the top 5 or whatever, Rasmus Sandin, Morgan Riley. I mean, some of these guys look like really good players coming up. So I'll and I like the Rodion Amirov pick too. I think he's going to be a good player for Toronto. So,
I have to see more from the Tkachuk brothers to get him in there to the top 20, but currently in the league right now, I wouldn't say that. Sorry, that was down there.
No.
Anthony also asked, by the way, actually, let's see if we could come up with 1 or 2 more overrated guys first. We might be packing out Nazem Kadri, maybe. I don't know. Trying to think of guys that are good but just not great, or they just never really made it all the way.
It's tough to say. Overrated is harder to find. Sean Monahan for me would probably be up there.
Yeah, okay.
Sean Monahan is a guy that people talk about. Like, I've seen Rangers fans ask about him and want him and stuff like that. And I want nothing to do with him. I really don't think he puts up great numbers away from Johnny Gaudreau.
And we've seen it on my broadcasts throughout the year. We all know, and a guy that goes into the top 10 players would definitely be Mark Scheifele. If the Rangers can somehow work out a deal for him, that would be better than Jack Eichel. I like Mark Scheifele. I know
you love Scheifele, but he's not a top 10 player.
I think he is. I think that guy can do it all.
I listen. If that's your opinion, that's fine. I completely disagree.
That's like your opinion, man. So Anthony, on these player you need for a shootout if your life was on the line. Unfortunately, I don't think I would choose any of these 3.
Right. I would go with Burry in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but the only penalty shot I remember with Pavel Bure, he got stoned. I wonder by who. And I would definitely say if I had a choice of a guy, it would probably either be Jussi Jokinen or I would consider Matt Zuccarello because they were dynamite.
Artemi Panarin has a really good career percentage too, and surprisingly really good in shootouts, even though he's not a great player in general.
Who?
Franz Nielsen.
Oh, he's fantastic at shootouts. Him and Michael Nylander, those guys are bar down.
Nylander, oh god, the super slow.
Michael Nylander would either go in really fast or really slow, and he just wait it out and just go.
I think you'll like this analogy. Michael Nylander in shootouts was the NHL equivalent of Steve Traxel pitching a game.
Especially with runners on base.
Oh my God. Steve Traxel was the worst watching him pitch. I remember when he was with the Mets and even the Cubs before that, just like it would take him forever and a day to throw a damn pitch. I'm like, oh my God, this guy's pitching again. We're going to be watching this game for 5 hours. It just was,
In the past 5 years, what Claire?
I'm asking.
Yeah, I think there's a typo.
What player would you say was overdrafted based on his height?
Dylan McElrath. In the last 5 years, that doesn't qualify. But
no, it doesn't qualify. That was 11 years ago.
So I'll leave that one to you.
I got one for you, funny enough, and it's for your team. Saron Noel. Drafted by Florida in the second round in 2018, Anthony. I think he was taken a little higher than he should have been, probably.
Quickly, I'll say this for you, Azul. The equipment today, it's beyond anything I could even compare to yesterday. I still remember my first shoulder pads and stuff like that. It's not even close. I now have bigger. I used to always wear really small shoulder pads when I got out of juniors and I was just playing men's league hockey. But now it's bigger and lighter, and it's still flexible. It doesn't compare. And now everybody's got the composite sticks. Almost everybody in the league. It used to be Tom Pody was the only holdout with an aluminum stick still. And that's right. I just brought up Tom Pody. Sorry, Ranger fans.
Yeah, but, he used that Easton Classics that I used, the silver one.
Yeah. So there's that one. But that's just the players' side. Timo Solani said this best because goalies used to complain while the players are able to whip the pucks from everywhere. Goalie equipment has been not only made better but cheaper. So that's even more outstanding.
No, goalie. Oh, cheaper in terms of what it covers. Okay, I thought you meant cheaper in price. I was like, what?
Yeah. Well, what it covers, you're getting more for that. I mean, it used to be $500 for a chest protector.
Remember the cheap illegal shoulder pads that had the flaps that would come up and protect the fucking top shelf?
Yeah.
John Sebastian Jaguar and Garth Snow were wearing them and stuff like that. Those are terrible in the early 2000s. There was another one. What players in the past 5 years of draft prospects are you say overrated? I'm going to go back to Florida. What's up?
Can we say Elias Anderson? I mean,
no, because he was really a reach, and it was a highly criticized pick, so that really wouldn't fall in line with this question. But Grigory Denisenko, Denisenko was a player in Florida, and a lot of people talked about him because of that one World Juniors, but that line suffered when Vitaly Kravtsov suffered with his injury in that 2019 World Juniors. So I would say Denisenko is one of them. Who else could I think of?
Anthony has pointed out $1.5 million left to sign Robert Thomas. So
yeah,
Vladimir Tarasenko might be getting imminent.
Yeah, I think Jesper Wallstedt is another one. And talk about him being the best goalie prospect since Carey Price. I heard that with Spencer Knight, and then I heard it again with Yaroslav Ascara. So is this really the best goaltending prospect since Carey Price, or are we just now saying that every year with a first-round goalie?
And there are better prospects probably since then that just didn't have the potential and flamed out, and then it goes back to Carey Price being the best one.
Well,
so
I mean, Andrei Vasilevsky didn't have that type of pedigree as a prospect, and he's a better goaltender than Price ever was, if you ask me, aside from one ridiculous season. And, I can't – Price, aside from that one season, really hasn't been all that great.
People just you lock on to one guy because of one game that they had or one tournament that they had. I'm telling you, the thing that lingers for everybody is Carey Price at the World Juniors, and that he was just unstoppable. It was just unbeatable, and that's what everybody remembers him for.
Then the Olympics too, and
the Olympics too, but he was on an all-star team.
That team was stacked. I was just going to say that.
Yeah, come on. I mean, by the way, Ariana, I don't know if you were saying Lawson Krause as far as like underrated players or overrated players. I did have him on my list for.
Nolan Patrick is another prospect that really definitely was hyped up. Injuries kind of derailed him a little bit though, so I hesitate a little bit because I want to see what a healthy Nolan Patrick can do. But I never thought of him as a guy that would be like a top, like Nico Hischier. Even when he got drafted first overall, I said
take care, Azul.
Yeah, take care, Azul. Nico Hischier, I was never high on him as being a first-line center. When they got Jack Hughes, I was like, okay, they won the lottery for Jack Hughes. I was like, yeah, they're getting their franchise number one center here because I never saw Nico Hischier as a number one.
Take care, Rich.
Yeah, take care, Rich.
Tommy Hughes in the house.
Hey, there you go. There's a friend.
Yeah, a friend of mine. Friend of mine who's a good friend. I've known him for 22 years, and still gets my name wrong.
Yep, always does it. Yeah, those guys. There always be guys that call me Phil. They think it's Phil and not Filk. So
yeah,
but that's not a problem. But
would you give up K'Andre Miller in a package for Eichel? You would?
Yes, I would. I would. Okay. I would, and I've actually said that on here before. I would rather give him up than Nils Lundkvist or Braden Schneider.
Okay. I mean, I think the world of K'Andre Miller. You could probably talk me into it. And again, I think the world of K'Andre Miller.
I like the athletic part of him.
Welcome back from Florida.
Will ever be there. Azul will give you a follow. I'll do that right now, actually.
Yeah. I'll make sure I get. Actually, I'll do. I like that thing, Poppy Rican. Honestly,
I think I've actually seen that name on there before.
Taylor Hall and Tyler Seguin are both overhyped. I don't see what it is. Tyler Sagan's a good. I think the better player out of the two of them. Yeah, I think again he just started playing. This is going back to K'Andre Miller. He just started playing defense about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. You got a guy that's learning how to play defense, and that's kind of what inhibits him a little bit. Yeah, I'll give you guys a follow on that right now.
Oh God, Ryan. Yeah, I've heard some people say some up and down things about Ryan. I met him once, and I didn't get the best vibes from him when I met him.
Ryan Mead?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know who that is.
He's that Church of Kakko guy.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, he was the one who was running around with the Pope costume and with the Church of Kakko. I've like I said, I met him at the Prospect meet and greet back in 2019, and I kind of got like the vibe from that group that
Azul, there's an underscore at the end, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. I'm following. So
no, I don't really have anything bad to say, but I got a bad vibe from him that day.
All right. Well, maybe it was a bad day.
Yeah, I don't know.
Out another time. We're gonna do about 10 more minutes, guys. Because unfortunately, I got to start getting ready for my game later tonight. Gallant needs to remind Miller how to play physically. Yep, that's going to be what's in there. Also, Miller needs to just grow. That's the thing. And I don't want to give up on that kid one day too soon. I will tell you that. I mean, it's not like, and again, I'm the Chris Kreider fan club president, and I just still I was going to say I still don't want to give up on him, but I probably would. Not now. Yeah, the good thing I hedged on that one a little bit. Why was I going on this again? I was doing something. Metro's got a lot of great coaches, Sam. That's 100% correct.
Yeah, we've talked about that. Mark has literally outlined that several times.
Yeah, you're talking about murderer's row of coaches where you got well, now you got Gallant. Now you have Gallant, Trotz, Lavaliette, Alain Vigneault. Lindy Ruff is still a good coach. I'm forgetting a guy. Oh, Mike Sullivan's got 2 Stanley Cups. He's only got the most in the division. So nice. And then I mean, there's just so much that they got on this. It's just, yeah. I can't say enough that great coaching that's in here. Oh, and by the way, Rod Brindamore. Like the worst coach in the division is a guy that's a rookie. So I think literally everyone in this division has won Coach of the Year, if I recall correctly.
I don't think Sullivan has.
Okay. I think Laviolette has. We'll double check that.
Laviolette, yeah, I believe he has won it.
I think he won it with Carolina.
Yeah, Sullivan does not have a Jack Adams. I was right on that. Laviolette, I believe, has one.
Yeah. Obviously, Barry Trotz.
No, Laviolette does not have one as far as I can see.
No.
No, he doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought he would have too, but it's saying Hockey Reference is saying that he doesn't have one.
How about that? All right, but still, I mean, he had to be a top 3 finalist twice. I believe 2001 with the Islanders and 2006. 2001 Bill Barber won with the Flyers. Although I didn't get the finalists. I'll do that in a minute. 2006 Lindy Ruff with the Buffalo Sabres. Okay, I can understand that. By the way, there's another coach of the year in the division. I mean, Vigneault with the Canucks. He was nominated again with the Rangers. Trotz with the Capitals. Trotz with the Islanders. Gerard Gallant with the list goes on and on and on. Like, this is just a balls ass tough division, especially when you go with coaching and stuff like that. And you know what? That's what makes the Rangers a better team now. That's just what I think. They got a coach, and I keep referring to it as they got their the Rangers got their Barry Trotz, as the way I put it in quotes for Islander fans, because once the Rangers end up getting a guy that knows what he's doing, because I'm sorry, I lost all faith in that guy, David Quinn.
Yeah. I'm not even going to get into Quinn anymore.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. I you know what, with this team, and that's another thing. He's going to make a difference on his own, Gallant. He really is. He's going to teach these guys how to actually play. You learn how to win from a guy who has a winning pedigree. I mean, he won the Jack Adams and took his team to the Stanley Cup Finals in the first year of the team's existence. That is a miracle worker. Like, is he at a Barry Trotz, Joel Quenneville, Scotty Bowman, or that type of level yet? No, he may never be. But he's a damn good coach at that, and he's a marked improvement over that guy from now on. Yep.
You know what, Sean? I could see that happening.
Yeah. I could.
And by the way, you don't have to ever apologize about that. Always have privacy blockers on, because yeah. And guys, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I mean,
because Ruff took a little bit of a hit in his days as a Rangers assistant coach, and the fact that Dallas played zero defense.
Buffalo played zero defense in friggin' in the mid 2000s with them, with those Drury Briere teams in like 2006, 2007. They were an all offense run and gun team, and that's why they didn't win, because they just didn't have the defense to beat teams like Ottawa in 2007, and then I think it was Carolina beat them in 2006 as well. So
yep. But first off, thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Again,
thank you, Brendan, by the way, too.
It's sort of like the realization I had a while ago about Lindy Ruff is Lindy Ruff's a great he's still going to be considered a great coach. You don't win that many games that not going to be considered a great coach. How many of those wins came on the backs of Dominik Hasek and Ryan Miller? And
I was just going to say, how many of those came on the back of Dominik Hasek?
But you also got to give Ryan Miller some credit. Ryan Miller won a Vezina. He was a top. He basically won them the division in 2011. So,
my thing with, I mean, he only had Hasek for 98, 99, 2000, and 2001. So he had Hasek for 3 years, because Nolan took over. He took over for Nolan.
He took over for Nolan in 97.
Yeah, Nolan won the Jack Adams in 97, and then took over the next year. So,
and Muckler, the executive of the year too.
Yeah. It just Hasek was just a cheat code in net. He was a cheat code. He was literally that when you play Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey and he turns into the brick wall and stops a shot. That's literally what Hasek did. He was just incredible.
Sam, by the way, I actually think Ted Nolan had a little bit more of an impact on Hasek in a positive way, but I will have to say this. The fact that Nolan got the Islanders to the playoffs in 2008.
7.
Thank you.
Yeah, 2007.
Yeah, 2007. The year they got him to the 8th seed.
Yeah.
I mean, problem is when you know so much, you just do some things. Dan, thank you very much.
Dan, are you related to any Cicchettis in the Nassau County area, like a Freddie or a Matt or an Alex or Nick? I have a few friends with that last name, so figured I'd add.
Who'll be the next Rangers captain? I would make a Kreider in the time being. I know a lot of people want to say no, but could be Trouba, and you could just bite the bullet and say it's Lafreniere and have A's around him.
I don't see them giving it to Lafreniere right now. It's too much pressure to put on him.
I think that kid's got it up here.
I think he eventually is the captain, though.
I also think it's another thing for Gerard Gallant. The best thing for any player because Gerard Gallant is here is Kakko. Stop with the yo-yoing of him. And now Gerard Gallant will just get him. No, Dan says just Brooklyn. All right. Tomas, see you soon. Say hello to your brother for me.
Yeah.
Fox, great captain candidate. That's the other thing. Rangers got a bunch of captain candidates. AZ 4240. I'm assuming you're out in Arizona. So everybody works with the Rangers organization. I can say Drury is not done making moves. I believe that 100%.
I believe. There was another person that was in here earlier. I said the same thing.
Dino, take it easy.
Yeah, Dino, take it easy, bud. I definitely think that they're not done making moves. I try to be careful with hearing secondhand information like that because it could not come to fruition. It could, something can happen. It could fall off. I'm not doubting what you're hearing at all, and I'm not doubting your buddy at all either. So I like to be careful with that type of stuff. That's all.
Yeah, because also things could change on a daily basis. By the way, I had to do a remote show out of Mesa at my cousin's house, and it was June 8th when we had to do it. It was right after Game 5.
Oh, I thought you were saying you had to do another one. I was like, what? You're going back?
Oh no, but eventually I am going to do more road work in the future, but that's still a long ways off. I can't see how Eichel can be moved to the Rangers at this point, especially after this week's fighting between management and Eichel's agent. Yeah, they're really,
yeah. It's gotten to the point where this is going to get to a boiling point sooner or later, and like I said, the next pressure point is training camp.
Yeah.
We thought a deal was going to be done by the draft. It made sense. When he said Beef is coming, okay, yeah. I'm not surprised. It came out that they tried to sign Reeves in free agency. I think last year or the year before, something like that. So I'm not sure if Drury is moving away from the Jack Eichel combos. I think
it's got to fall into his lap.
Yeah, and that's really what it has to come down to at this point. Just let it fall into your lap.
And Gorton tried getting him last year or 2 years ago. John was talking about that.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right. Yeah, we're gonna sign off. It's solid 5 hours today. Everybody, thank you very much for some of you guys being with us the entire time.
Yeah.
Some of you just, we just had so much fun today. It was great having Marty Biron on there. I'll have the Marty Biron interview on in about, I'll say about an hour. I'll have it maybe even less than that because it's great that we're having all these editions now. Then now we can do less editing and actually try to enjoy life. AZ, you got a lot to say. Wish we had you on earlier.
Yeah. And it's funny he mentions this one right here. Yeah, I can see that. Schneider played for Gallant for the World Junior team. Gallant got them to win gold. I'm pretty sure that they're probably going to want to try to keep him as much as possible. And it's probably why Drury refused to move Braden Schneider. It's because Gallant was in his ear. I'm surprised by that at all.
Yeah.
Thanks, Enrico. Thank you,
Enrico Longobardi.
Oh my God, Mark is going to do that all the time now.
Oh well, it's a great name to say, and especially like that. So but again, John Davidson said it right before they drafted this guy. This is the type of guy that wins you Stanley Cups, and I think that's why the Rangers are saying he's untouchable. So that's just that with that. So again, guys, thank you very much for joining us. Jeremy, I hope you've already messaged me. If not, I'll have to play this again, or play when the drawing was. But yeah, and there's still so much to do as far as putting up some clips. But again, great job by you guys for giving us questions, and great hockey talk, because it's not just us giving it; it's back to you. Keep on recommending us, keep on sharing our stuff, and keep telling everybody you want to talk some good hockey. Talk to these guys. We've been growing organically, and we're actually getting more into the system now. We're over 500 people now. We're trying to get to 1,000 as soon as we can, so that way maybe Filk doesn't have to go back to work, and maybe I can, maybe I could do some stuff. So, or maybe work a little bit less. But yes, yeah. President John Davidson. When he was in the draft room, he said, we got to go get Braden Schneider. That's the guy that wins the Stanley Cups. And they wanted to keep him away from the Devils. So it was a twofold thing. All right. Thank you guys yet again. And once again, I'm going to leave us with the Tombstone reference. Let's pump it up a little bit.
You so well.
All right, Clanton. You called down the thunder, well, now you got it. You see that?
David Backus, former captain of the Blues, just got buried by Sammy Blade.
Run! Tell all the other curs the line's coming! You tell them I'm coming! And hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
Hell's coming with me!
Yeah, it's accurate.
Yeah. So again, guys, thank you very much. Join us here next week. Don't know if it's going to be Wednesday or Tuesday yet. At some point, I'm going to have to see my chiropractor again, so it's harder to do Tuesdays. But yeah, because I haven't seen him in 2 months, and my back is starting to look like an S again, I think. I don't know. Depends on when I go in front of the net tonight. Anyway, by the way, right behind me, the Long Island Lightning playing at Dick Sills. I can't wait for that. So, guys, once again, thank you very much. We'll see you next week.
Take care.